Welcome to NLC News, I'm Middlecott. I catfished half the league on Discord to bring you the following stories. Baus has received a custom keyboard from Los Ratones management with a Q key missing, so he can't lock in Quinn versus Nord. Few will forget the Swedes' interesting performance on the champion last playoffs, which handed LR their only domestic loss to date, which still causes Casual to have nightmares. The lack of a Q key has raised concerns within the community that Bus will not be able to play his signature Scion, as that champion's decimating splash ability, with its disgusting damage scaling, non-existent cooldown, negligible mana cost and obscene CC potential, is a core part of the champion's kit, as well as being responsible for approximately 3 broken monitors in EUS solo queue per week. Chaos Snille has been cautioned by the NLC admins for gameplay which could be confusing, distressing, or intimidating to viewers. This came as a result of this play on Alistair in their recent series against Lightside, which left many of League's top minds completely confounded and caused multiple audience members to make a trip to the hospital. When approached for comment by NLC News, Snille released the following statement. It's quite simple really. By dying at that exact frame and location, it meant that the packet sending that information to the Riot Games server would induce a change in the Earth's magnetic field, which flipped a bit in the League of Legends source code, resulting in Lightside dealing 20% less damage for the remainder of the game. Anyone with a rudimentary understanding of electrodynamic quantum flux states could have done it. DMG's Dan Dom has been unmasked as the infamous supervillain Dan Domination, who has been terrorizing the streets of Budapest for several years. The similarity in names initially tipped off authorities who have been struggling to gather sufficient evidence of a shared identity, until that is, last week's series between DMG and Rich Gang, where police noted the parallels between Dan Dom's aggressive jungle style against the team and Dan Domination's robberies of wealthy individuals in an upscale area of the city. It is unknown why Dan Dom did not flee the country despite the investigation against him, with reports suggesting a strong affinity for a properly made goulash being the reason he remained. DMG management have responded quickly to the situation, moving the jungler to an unknown location to avoid incarceration, since this is the best roster they've had in a long time and they're not letting anything fuck this up. That's it from us here at NLC News. I've been Middlecott. If you found it difficult to concentrate for a video of this length, then follow NLC LOL on TikTok for content more suited to your dopamine addicted brain.
welcome back to Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship Spring Split Upper Bracket Playoffs. My name is Shadow Maya. I will be your host for the day. And today we don't have one series. We have two of them. Highly anticipated as well. So we need everybody to get in here and to get ready. And with that in mind, I'll toss it to the desk so you understand who's going to be working with us today. It is Solari and Foxtrot. Welcome back. How are you doing?
Hello,
Yes.
happy to be back. Happy for the series. Very excited.
We
Can
got some
start them
bangers.
already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go. Let's get to the games. Let's go.
Casters, come on, start the game.
Why not? What we have in store? You want to see that? So here's the playoff bracket so far, so you understand where we're landing at the moment. Today we have two cities moving forward. It's going to be Los Ratones versus North, and following it up instantly, a best of 3 will be Bulldog Esports versus the Ruddy Sack. And these teams have faced each other before on the upper side. Finals. On the lower side, Bulldog Esports defeated Ruddy Sack 2 times in a row in the previous split. So I do agree, this is a banger day, and we have a lovely team of casters waiting for this one. It's going to be Hiprain and Trouble. But while we're talking about this, what about the previous week?
Can I just briefly say that previous week, this series was so fun to watch because BeastGod had never played better than he played in that series, especially on that Talia. That was insane. That is a completely new player that we saw. The character growth arc is insane for him in this split.
I love that point. BizGuard has been more of like a facilitatory mid laner, more just chilling and letting his team do the work, but that was absolutely not the case in this series. And it really did go to show as well, DMG being a triple threat as a squad. They can carry through top, they can carry through mid, they can carry through bot. And we saw that in all 3 games, right? Every single one of them had good games at different times. As Kaiser from Fateski especially was very, very impressive, and DMG very well deserving of promoting forward here. Unfortunately for Rich Gang, we had to say goodbye to them as the first team to fall out in the NLC Spring.
Talking about saying goodbye, we had LLS versus Chaos following up. And this was the best of 5 to decide who was going to be promoted to viewer, as we stated before. And we went to 5 games on this one. It was a long, long day.
And you didn't know the outcome and what to expect from these teams up until the very last moment of it. But there is also a player in this series who absolutely deserves a shout out. Golden Penny received a pentakill. I believe this was the last game of the day, if I'm not mistaken. On that Corki, you're going to see that on your screens right now. Insane gameplay from there, from his team and from himself as well.
Well, it's sad, isn't it, that you're giving a shout out to a guy who got knocked out. Like,
Yeah.
he got a penta, he did so well. Oh yeah, I mean he's gone.
Yeah,
but still,
it's a shame that we won't see him
But he got
anymore.
a
That's
penta.
true.
It was like,
Yeah,
I'm
But he got a
leaving,
penta.
but
That's how you
I'm
live
bringing
in
everybody
style.
down.
Yes.
100%. You type team
100%.
diff in all chat, got your penta, that's it, put your hands up. Can do nothing here,
What are you
boss.
gonna do? What are you gonna do? Kick
Yep.
me out? I'm down. I'm out. I'll leave by myself. You don't fire me. I quit. And now today we have bangers, as we were talking about. We already know the teams that are gone. LR versus Nord. Bulldog Esports versus the Ruddy Sack. I know a lot of people are joining in from the LR, a lot of XDDs joining in, but Nord are also bringing up the heat for Bulldog Esports versus the Ruddy. I mean, let's be honest, this is one that is going to promise a lot. Maybe even getting 3 matches out of that one. I don't know your predictions, so that's why I want to see it. I want to see predictions. Let's not try to be boring.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
everyone
go on.
went for, oh, Jake was the
Right.
only one who didn't go for a 3-0, sorry, a 3-gamer in that Bulldog Ruddy Sack series. But there's something that stands out to me, you guys on the desk. What's this? You guys have a lot of faith in Nord in our first series. Both of you predicting 2-1, everyone else on that 2-0 train. Sell that to me, because that's a hard sell there, Solari.
Solari, you want to do it first? Okay, do it.
Oh, I think, you know what? First of all, we haven't seen these teams having a clash against each other, like a proper clash in a best of ever since the previous split. So I think everybody should be looking forward to it. But why Nord are going to take a game? It's because Nord have had time to rest a little bit. Nord have had time to prepare for this. And Nord in this split are looking like pretty much the only team, the biggest team that has the potential to shake Los Ratones. And I truly believe that at least one game in this series is going to go into their pockets. Because Los Ratones, yes, they are the strongest team probably that we have in ERLs right now. Not probably, but for sure, because they have the crown. But they're not unshakable.
Yes. And my point to follow your Solari, to agree with you, is Foxtrot. Imagine you're watching comics, okay? Imagine you're watching comics.
Yep.
LR are Superman. They are Superman, okay? But versus DMG, there was something. You saw a little drop of blood. And to me, when you go back to the comics, it's just Batman looking into Superman saying, "You bleed. You bleed." So there's something in the mist. Do I believe in it? I don't. It's gonna be a 2-0. But
Right. Okay.
there's something
You want
in the
it.
air.
You want it at least. That's
Yeah,
fair. I mean,
I
Batman
believe
versus
there's a
Superman. I'm never been a
kryptonite,
fan
you
of
know?
Marvel, so we can just skip that. That's fine.
You know what? You can't skip. Well, going to Denmark with us, Copenhagen. It's going to be Lee's Disrupt. Keep in mind, if you want to go to Sunday, I don't know how, because it's sold out, but you still can get a ticket for Saturday. What we're going to get there? Well, meet and greet with all these players. You can actually try to 1v1 bows. I don't think you can, but you can actually try to do so. Meet the teams, meet some concerts as well, some music events, and we're going to have a cannon. I'm not going to say anything else. We're going to have a cannon.
What?
Yeah, a
Like
cannon.
a real, like a weapon, a big giant weapon.
Yeah, we don't need to say weapon. You just we can deliver stuff through the cannon. We don't need to hurt people, Solari.
Not cannon like a champion.
Yeah, boom. See, Foxtrot,
Yeah, I
Foxtrot, do
get
the
it,
sound
I get
effect. Do
it.
the sound
I'm not
effect.
bad at it, yeah.
That is so good, though. That is so good.
Yeah.
What?
How did you
Okay,
do
keep that
that?
in mind. Join us in Copenhagen at the end of the next month, which is May. We're gonna be there. It's my birthday as well, so I would love to have you with us, so I can
Really?
buy you a cookie. I'm not gonna say the day though, so Solari doesn't understand what day is my birthday. But you know what's gonna be good? Bulldog Esports versus the Ruddy Sack, and with this in mind, we need to talk about that before we start LR versus North. This team is good. They're really good. Salati, when you look into this team, I want to learn more.
Where do I even start? I don't know, man. I want to start with Medic because that's my boy. But honestly, not just Medic, but everybody on this team has grown so much throughout this split. This is the team that I'm so glad that they have not disbanded yet. Because not disbanded, that's how you call a boys band. This is an esports team. I'm so happy that they haven't changed the roster. That's what I wanted to say. But you know what? I want to dive deep into it, and I think I need to teach you how it's done. I think I need to tell you how exactly we dive into the teams, and I want to look into both Bulldogs and Radisak. So let me bring out my Professor Solari glasses and tell you a little bit about what Bulldogs are. I want to break them down. I want to go through their strengths and weaknesses, and let's start with the strength for the Bulldogs. And number one is going to be, you will not believe it, take notes everybody, it is the bot lane synergy we're talking about. Exofang plus Xing, the rookie and the very experienced player. Such an aggressive bot lane, both in the lane and out of the lane. Their teamfight damage is insane. The value of Kasink is insane. These are the two guys that you should be really worried about when they're together, and spoiler alert, they're almost always together. Next, please. Yes, thank you very much, Cayman. And hear me out. Listen, I know that in the previous split, maybe we had questions because there was so much pressure for the mid laners and for Cayman more specifically in the previous split, and he really needed to step up to the challenge. Same as in this spring split. And in this split, he absolutely stepped up to the occasion. He is there. He's locked in 100% with his Talias, with his Aries, and the other champions that he's pulling out. Cayman is fully locked in, and we love seeing that. Next, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Early game is good, brother. Listen, last split, it was a little bit of a coin flip. You could never guess whether the early game for Bulldogs is going to be good or questionable. This split, almost never you see them making major mistakes in their early game. But you know what? That's enough about the strength. Weaknesses, because every team has some of those, right? And the first weakness for this team is going to be the objective setups. Unfortunately, this is very often the moment where this team slips a little bit, where they have a hiccup, where they're not able to set up for an objective properly and they lose it as a result. And whenever we see them losing a game or being very close to losing it, most often you can trace it back to a single objective in the game where it all started. Exofang, you might ask me, hey, Professor Solari, what the hell? You just talked about bot lane synergy and the strength. Listen. Exofang is really good with his teamfight positioning, but sometimes he's a little bit too reckless with it, so it's a double-edged sword. Next place, because next point is the fact that Kasing's neighbor is Don Jake. I'll let that sink in. Let's go to the next team, okay? Because we have the Ready Sack. Yes, let me just remove everything. Thank you very much. Ready Sack. What about their strength? Because they have a lot of those in their pockets. And the first one is going to be their top laner. Their Gaethan. He's such a versatile player. His champion pool depth is insane. Actually, you know what's crap? That everybody's champion pool on this team is insane, but Gaethan is definitely the one you need to be focusing on. The next one is how selective they are with their fights. They will not just pick any fight for no reason whatsoever. Whenever there is a fight, there is a reason. Usually. I'm not saying always, but usually. Next point, please. Because for once, this team actually has a healthy atmosphere. The players don't hate each other, want to be playing with each other. Isn't that a win for the team? Love seeing that. But now Professor Solari needs to show you the weaknesses of the team, because there are a couple of those. Show us the first one, please. Nutty Nut. I'm not saying he's a bad player. No. I'm saying he needs to rediscover himself as a professional player, because he's a good player, but as a team player, he needs to step up and he needs to find his voice and his champion pool apart from his famous Olaf, Xin Zhao, Jax. We need to see more from him, and I hope we'll see it this split. The time. This team has not been playing together for a long time. They definitely need more time to develop into 5 guys who really understand each other without any words whatsoever. And they don't unfortunately have that much time. And the last one is Marlon's Elo. I shall not elaborate on that any further. Thank you very much for attending the class today, everybody. Class is dismissed.
Excellent. I hope we don't get any homework, because I don't like homework. I was paying a lot of attention.
For you specially, I'll come up with something.
Oh, I hate it.
Fox, you know what's your homework, Fox?
Yeah.
And we talk about Exofang, but also he's facing Nata, and we put both of them head to head. What do you get, Fox? It's on you.
What do I get? Okay, Exofang plus Nata, Exofang x Nata. You get 2 absolutely crack bot laners. And it's going to be entertaining to watch for sure in our second series of the day. Exofang has been, as Professor Solari said, a very big boon for Bulldog. Starting from Winter Split all the way here into Spring, you can see that. One of the few ADCs with over 30% damage share, a lot of KP. But then on the other side as well, with Nata, it's a similar story. Also very strong in that bot side. A little bit more diverse in his champion pool. But you can see a lot of aggression coming through from the bot side of the map, and that's where you got to keep your eyes peeled in this second series. Bulldog and Ruddy specifically, both teams like to play through bot side, and just the numbers back that up, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath towards that side.
This is going to be the second series of the day. Bulldog Esports versus the Ready Sack. I thank you, both of you. And I'm concerned at the amount of teachers we have at the NLC crew, by the way. Also, I had the opportunity, the blessing to sit down with Cayman and Gaethan to have a small interview before their series today. Because after this, we'll talk about LR and Nord. But hear out those 2 individuals about Bulldog versus the Ready Sack. Ready Sack versus Bulldog Esports. We've seen this match before, but now with different names. Pleasure to have you both with us. Gaethan and Cayman, welcome to the interview. Before we even start, Gaethan and Cayman, how are you feeling? Let's start with you, the Ready Sack. How are you feeling?
I mean, the Ready Sack feels wonderful, ready to throw enemy team. And yeah, nothing much I can say. Feeling good. Good day to win today.
For now. Okay, Cayman.
For now.
Yeah, I mean, what? Like, I'm just gonna be honest. My support doesn't have Wi-Fi, so we don't feel that well today. You know, like I'm not gonna sit here and say that we might just play 4v5 today, but doesn't matter 4v5 or not. Exofang last time played on a really small table with 60 or 100 ping. We won with the Cayman show on Ari. So worst case, we're just gonna run it back, and we can do it, you know? Whatever circumstances, we will crawl our back up there.
This is a good one because, Gaethan, there's a big curse on the NLC. Previous split, the Ruddy were looking good, and Bulldog took them out. They went to lower bracket, and Bulldog went to the lower bracket just to kick them out again. So there's a curse versus the Bulldog Esports. How are you feeling? Because I know this is a new roster, so what changed, Gaethan?
I don't believe in such things as curse, and I was not there, so, you know, it makes sense. it makes sense. I only believe in good gameplay or bad gameplay. You're either there the day of the match, or you're not there. You know, in the end, scrims are cool, but what matters is the official games. And I don't believe in such things. I only believe in good gameplay or bad gameplay.
And there's a new vibe to this team, right? I think like Spring Split ready is looking so different, but it needed some time to get used to each other, like to play and get that synergy going well. How do you feel the team is today? Because this is an important day.
I mean, I feel like 1 month ago we were mega bad, so that's a good thing because it means we improved, and I think we improved on the things we had to improve to be ready for today. And now it just was to show that we're capable and we're able to show it to the officials and to the fans.
You know, Cayman, this is a new, improved, ready. So I think your team keeping the same players, the synergy is already there as well. You've improved, you showed a new roster, the champion pool as well. How do you feel the Bulldog Esports is looking today? I know your support probably is playing with like mobile data, but when you look into the team, internet aside, how do you feel the team is going to present themselves today?
I mean, I kind of feel the same as Gavan on being shit, so I think we were like a whole year we are already shit, so I mean the thing is we will probably not be good today, but it's always with us the same. In officials we are different than in scrims, you know. So like the scrim shit show, well, it's fine, you know, happens. We just improve. But in officials suddenly, I don't know, we are all locked in. So it's obviously just the official buff for us today. I think we are honestly still far from where I want to be with a team. From the way we play, obviously the things like tempo, I don't want to yap about the game here too much. But the same as Gavan, like there's good or bad gameplay, I don't think we are on the good side. And to, you know, compete obviously with the big teams on EMEA Masters yet. So I just hope that Radisek puts on a good show. They improved a lot. Because last time obviously it was a shit show, I think Gavan can say it as well. The Rise rolled into our Nexus, getting the pentakill with Ari.
It was a disgusting League of Legends game. It was a disgusting League of Legends game from both sides, by the way.
So I don't really care what happens. I just hope that we improve from this best of 3 to go up against Los Ratonas, because I think both teams are like far away from them right now, and obviously Los Ratonas is not a god. They can also bleed. I'm just saying that I want this best of 3 today to improve, and that's what my team needs.
Okay, now let's get down to business. Gaithan and Cayman. Okay, now we need to talk about the Rift itself. Gaithan, you don't know a lot of these players. You told me before, like, you don't even get to see them much within, like, solo queue. So, where do you think Ruddy is better than Bulldog Esports?
I mean, not to sound toxic, but I don't see much NLC players in my solo queue game, so maybe they're too low elo. I know some of them. I know Kaymin, I know Exofang, so that's already 2, you know. But I don't see much of them, so even on my secret account on 1KP, I don't see much of them, so I don't know what's going on in this league. I have time to stream, I have time to coach, and I have time to do solo queue, and I don't see nobody. So maybe okay. But no, to be more serious.
But I was playing with you on my master secret account, so that's like a bit cap, you know. Like,
what do you mean?
So you've seen it before?
Lobbies. Yeah, in the master lobbies. But it was unlucky game. You got camped. He got camped. But
what was I playing? I don't even remember.
I think set. I think they were you playing set, right?
Oh, secret tactics already. Yeah,
this was like slash ignite game. I think, I don't know, like it was a long time ago, but was anyways just.
I don't remember playing set in solo queue recently, so.
Really? I thought you had a set
man.
With the
I'm a set player, but I didn't really play it in solo queue recently, so
okay.
Maybe it was someone else. Because I'm throwing deadly punch.
how are you feeling about your team versus the Ready? Because you also have like a lot of experience. This team, at least playing together, played on stage together. Where do you see an advantage for Bulldog Esports within the Rift?
I mean, we can just say last game, the advantage came from probably like me, and I'm not really sure. I think I played with my top laner pretty well. I think Gafan and Peng are like a bit like in the game alone. They are not playing as solo lanes together. But I'm always holding hands with Metek. Last time I caught Gafan several times with Ari. So I think that's like probably our strength, our like side lane duo compared to Radisek. And obviously today we have a whole different new phase because Exofang is playing without hyping and with a microphone with a headset. So that's another new strength we will getting today, our AD carry. So honestly, I mean, like Gavin said already, like Exofang is in high-low is pretty good. I mean, obviously, hopefully I'm not gonna break my hands today. So I'm gonna be playing good today, and then we just make it with the experienced side, Kasing, Lulas. I don't really know the experienced side from Radisek. I mean, maybe Gafan can tell me. But I know their coaching staff is experienced. But yeah, I don't know who's leading there, you know?
Let me get some numbers then. Gaithan and Cayman, let's start with you, Gaithan. What do you think is going to be the score at the end of the day, and which lane is going to suck?
Which lane is gonna suck? That's a tough question.
Yeah.
Top lane.
Give me a number.
I mean, I don't know if enemy
Yeah.
top laner will suck in lane, but I will make sure he looks like a bronze lost on the map. I will make sure that happens, you know. I'm not saying I'm gonna to pentakill him, but I will make sure he's lost on the map. This is what I can say about it. From top
It's gonna
lane.
be
as long
playing
as-
colorblind. Great, nothing. Yeah. So, and what's the score? 2-0? Do you think it's a 2-0?
I think it's gonna be a
Gaithan.
2-1. I think
Yeah?
it's gonna be a 2-1 for the
2-1?
Ready sack. The Ready sack. I mean, I like
Fair,
when
fair.
enemies are, I think like the Bulldogs, you know, you can't underestimate the Bulldogs, you know? And I feel like they fight back pretty well. So I don't think it's gonna be a 2-0. I think they're gonna fight as well. I don't feel like it's the kind of team that will just wait for the Nexus to explode. So I think it's gonna be a 2-1. It's gonna be a 2-1.
I like this. Cayman, give me the score. And what lane is gonna look bad on the Ready side?
Okay, before I give the score, I think if my top laner doesn't have Jace Rumble, he will not shitstomp Gafan, then maybe he has a bit of breathing room. But, you know, then like maybe they are banned. Okay, if they are banned, then top lane is a bit like, you know, we're just farming, we're fighting a bit, but you know, just getting flash out. So top lane is fine, you know.
Top lane is whatever. To be fair, it's whatever.
Yeah,
It's gonna be whatever.
just island.
It's an island.
But fucking bot lane, bro. Like mid lane will come, and Peng will like stay under turret. Yeah, guys, let me scale a bit. And then Cayman is gonna move with Ariold, with I don't know, like Galiold, like you know my solo queue shenanigans with all those prior champs. I'm gonna go to EXO. I'm gonna dive Nata like 4 to 5 times. He's gonna like team. Can you protect me? Netty is like, guys, I have to full clear one more time with Rengar, and then we're like slowly getting the bot lane out, then the mid lane, then and the last, you know, at the end the best. Then we will get Gafan out, and then we're gonna drag everything, but starting with the bot lane, okay? Really important. Starting with the bot lane, first pick Draven, then I don't know some whatever Pyke, you know, the solo queue things. Yeah, and
What's the score?
then we will still lose 2-1. With Gavin backdooring on Camille.
Oh, yeah,
Just give me
sounds
the
like a
score,
nice
Cayman,
scenario.
because you already have the draft, you have the game, you have the replays. Give me the
everything.
number,
Yeah,
Cayman.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
we
I'm
have
preparing, bro. I
Give me the
know
number, the
Gavan's,
number. What's
I
the
know
number?
Gavan's
What's the
secret solo
score?
queue from his last teammate, so it's like,
Give me
what?
the score, Cayman.
What do you mean?
The
I
score.
said it. I said it. 2-1 for Radisek, and Gavan is backdooring. That would be
2-1
fun.
for
That would
Reddy,
be
so you
hype,
think
you know?
Reddy's gonna win?
You think you're gonna lose?
What do you mean, Cayman?
Guys, like what do you mean? Like let's ask the players for the score. Oh, Bulldog Esports players are saying BDG will win. Oh, Ruddy Segway player will say Ruddy. Guys, we need to make some new
So you
content, you know?
think-
Like we need to make content, you know? I think in the game,
I'll take it.
you know, I
I'll
might
take
go 16-2 again as Ari again. But you know, maybe not, and then maybe Ruddy Sec wins. I can't predict the future. I'm not the guy
like-
with the ball.
The crystal ball. It looks like
Yeah,
Ruddy's
I don't
gonna
know.
win.
I don't know what happens. You know,
Thank you
either
so
I
much
show
for
up or not.
this.
I mean,
I'll see you within the
maybe
rift.
you maybe don't have a crystal ball, me either, but I can visualize things. And what we're gonna do to the Bulldogs tonight is gonna be dirty. But I can't say too much.
We will look like Chihuahuas today, you know.
I can't say too much before it happens.
I have to
No,
cut
but I
this
need
off.
some
It looks like
spice
Ruddy
from
Sec
you.
is
Like,
gonna win.
Gave
I'll
give
see
some
you soon.
spice. Okay.
Get it! Let's get ready to rumble! No, wait, what?
Uh,
What is this?
let me take it away, please.
Oh, yeah.
Los Ratones! Let's talk about Los Ratones! Ignore whatever is happening on your screens. Los Ratones, man. This is a team that we need to see today, okay? Not what you just saw, but what we need to see. This is a team that you are not ready. I mean, okay, no, you are ready for them. But Los Ratones have had issues throughout the splits, right? Even though they are the team that is the best one, they've had issues, and I truly think that North should be able to take down from at least one game. But I think Los Ratones will still win it.
It's
You
gonna be
think so?
tough.
Okay.
It's. I mean,
Yeah.
so I did predict the 2-0 right when we saw the cast of predictions, but it was. I will confess that the series against DMG was a little bit, you know.
little
There
bit,
were moments. There were moments, right? So I can see that. I can see why you might.
Yeah.
Why you can say that they've looked a little bit more,
Yeah.
which is an interesting development coming out of the seeding stage. When, in my opinion, Los Ratones look the best that they've looked here in NLC, right? So yeah, I think you might be onto something here, Sly, especially against Nord, right? Against Nord, who haven't played Los Ratones yet and look like the second best team here.
And it's
This
not
time, well, revenge, because they went to finals. It was a 3-0. It was a clean sweep. The only game within NLC, within our environment, that actually took a game out of LR, it's North. I know it's the Quinn incident. I know. We don't talk about it.
A win is a
But
win is a win.
Let's start this one. North versus LR. The undefeated, the Immortals versus the Legend. Now, oh, okay, I'm just getting some information. Bring in the head-to-head, if possible, of both teams. Hey!
Not
I'm
possible.
just waiting.
You have no power
I'm
here,
just-
Tom!
I have no idea what is happening at the moment, but we should move on. And it's going to be LR versus Nord. You were talking about this, Solari. You were talking about the idea of Los Ratones winning. When you give them a hand, you lose the entire arm, the entire leg.
Yeah.
And we have a B roll specifically versus DMG. Whenever they get any sort of advantage, they can attack you through multiple lanes.
Not just lanes. Not just lanes, brother. I think jungle is also what we need to be focusing at, but a little bit later, because yes, I think with Los Ratones, we still see a little bit of shakier early game from them, but as soon as they get anything on the map at all, like any tiny lead, they accelerate massively from there on, and if you give them anything, most likely you'll find yourself in a situation that you will not be able to stop Los Ratones anymore from taking a game from you.
Yeah, but it was, again, as you mentioned, closer than I think most people were expecting here in this DMG matchup. Now, Baus on 6 deaths. That's not enough, by the way. He's I can. Yep, there it is. He's gonna fountain dive for his 7th. I mean, it wouldn't be a Los Ratones series without Baus fountain diving for his extra death. Do you remember that game where he went deathless until he decided to fountain dive? Yeah. So some more things change the more they stay the same, it would seem. But no, I mean, obviously that right there you see us Los Ratones closing that series out, but it wasn't always sunshine and rainbow for them in that series, and a lot of it came through the top side of the map, right? Specifically with the way that DMG decided to draft and play, right? So Olaf as a champion, very aggressive, very ballsy, very forward thinking. And DMG played towards that, right? Dandom was always in the top side of the map, and they were attacking Baus constantly. And through that, they were able to get a decent amount of advantages. And I do believe, like, with slightly better execution, and perhaps, you know, if that kind of game had happened on the EMEA Masters stage, for example, that is a game for sure that Los Ratones could have lost. So you know, we're seeing a few cracks in the armor here, and potentially a better team like Nord might be able to properly secure that.
I really like that idea that every single time we talk about LR, people are saying, hey, attack Bausi. It never works. But if you bring a split pusher that can then extend that lead into something, okay. Because in the previous split, I think it was Jamada highlighting the fact that, hey, Velia might be the link you should attack. And I know, blame it on Velia. We made specific... But now he's hitting Jim. It's not cardboard Velia anymore. It's Giga Shad Velia. He's bench pressing. He doesn't squat, but he bench presses. It's different. Look at the difference from spring to winter. Winter to spring. It's kind of mixed. Don't worry. It's about the bench press. Don't worry. But he goes from 16% to 22 on the Team Lock Class Ratones with the same amount of gold. His KDH is just absurd. I don't know. This guy is just evolving.
And he's evolving right on our eyes. Like, the difference between the numbers between the winter and spring split is actually insane if you look into it. Look at the KDA, 5.3 to 12.4. If we had any right to call Velia the weakest link in the previous split, we should respectfully shut up right now, because Velia has been insane, accelerating the lanes, playing extremely aggressively, being on point on the objectives. This is the guy that we all should be talking about.
He's been so good in spring. And to be honest, it all started in EMEA Masters as well. He really came into form at a great time, right? He won the MVP of that, of the finals, for good reason. Like, he's been absolutely solid, and it was always one of those kind of rehash, reuse talking points for us. Maybe Velia, inexperienced, blah, blah, blah. But to be honest, that was less of a dig on Velia himself, more the fact that, I mean, who else are you going to talk about? Reckless, Nemesis, crap, like, who are you going to talk about, right? So he's had... It's been an interesting... Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we're going to change the champ set. It's been an interesting evolution here for Velia to fill his shoes as a jungler on Los Ratones. And right now, he's one of the main carries, and he's carrying her.
Can I just say, as we're going into the draft, yes, I think what we need to be looking at in this draft right now is going to be the top lane, because we've talked a lot about how Los Ratones might be losing through the top lane sometimes, even though they win still in the end with, you know, don't go for the bows. But I'm looking at Vizichachi on the side of the Node, and Node having the first pick, by the way, which might be crucial for them, because Vizichachi is exactly that player who can deliver a deadly hit through bows, especially with his champion pool. If you look into it, he plays stuff like Camille, honestly, is the first one comes to my mind. I believe we'll have more chances to talk about his champion pool later, but I think Chachi's choice of champion here for Node is going to be crucial for the game number one.
Right, and this is the question then, like you say, Solari, what do we see? A champion like Camille? He plays those kind of Camille style champs, and Bessa plays as well. We saw quite a flavor of the month pick right now too, right? Yorick was something that Chachi pulled out.
Yes.
And if we're talking about, you know, people that go toe-to-toe in that split push, I mean, I'm starting to dig graves. You know, I might not like the jungler with the cigarette, but I like the guy in the top.
It's a cigar. It's different.
Dig's great. Yeah, that's.
I believe this is gonna be Jen. We've seen Crowley playing Jen non-stop. At least he can get that Jen once. Keep it. There you go. But keep in mind there are a few other flavors coming in for LR, and if you get to see Alessandra, it's a flex. I know this is weird, but it's a flex. I've seen stuff, weird stuff, but it works somehow.
Where would you flex it to? Who takes it? Nemesis and who?
Baus.
Oh, okay, that was a dumb question, I guess.
Yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't, but it makes sense anyway. There you go. This is a flex again.
No, it's not. It's not! It's Poppy and Vizichachi! You don't separate the two from each other! It's Poppy-Chachi!
Okay, all this chatting we've been doing, we didn't even mention Poppy-Chachi, of course! That was permaban from him in the finals when these two teams last played. And he gets his hands on it now. And pretty good, to be honest, I would say, against Bowser's champion pool. He tends to play champions that like to jump around a bit to get those escapes. I mean, if this Vi goes into Bowser's hands, for example, which I would be surprised now that we've seen the Poppy lock in, it's a great answer for that too. So, yes, Norway's going on to a more signature control mage in that mid lane. I don't think he missed a beat considering he wasn't there for the entirety of the seeding stage. But yeah, I like this so far from Nord, and I think Los Ratones, you know, we hyped this series up, and from the draft so far, I'm pretty high.
No, I like what Nord are pulling out, because we have a lot of lane control and lane domination from them already. We have a lot of poke, especially depending on what build this Varus is going to go into, and we have an extremely reliable front lane in the face of Poppy. So there are a lot of ways how Nord can pull these draft around, depending on what other picks they decide to go for, because I'm seeing a lot of objective control, I'm seeing a lot of team fighting. This is a well-rounded draft already.
We're going to the second phase of bans. We're going to skip a few. You know the jungle supposedly are picked. AD carry as well, and mid laners. When you look into those supports, obviously you're going to tackle a little bit more because you're still not sure whether or not that Vi is going top, although we all believe so, because Poppy versus Vi, I think Baus kind of needs to move. On the other side, you want to take away those hard engages in protection from the Varus, but we still have a lot of them. It's still, by the way, Fearless Draft, it's only a BO3, so it's not that deep into the...
Can I just say about this top side? I would be surprised if Baus wants to play Poppy in... Baus wants to play Vi into Poppy. And we have seen Velio play Vi. He has done it, right?
Yes.
And you even did it in your game show last week, Archer, right? Where he was like one-shotting people.
Yeah, actually.
He was really gross on that Vi. So certainly is that flex option, as we see now. The bot side coming into it. Rexus does like these more. His most play champion is the Rakan, really protecting the Jhin too. So would not be too surprised to see that go down.
It's good for the lane.
Alistar, no?
Sorry?
Alistar or Leona here for Nash, no?
Leona would sound so. But Rel, Leona.
Just get in your horse, baby. Sorted. Lock that in. Slam it down, baby. Yeah, mate, I'm a soundboard. That's me.
I love it.
Yeah. Okay. And some aggression in the jungle as well from Jankos. So really, we can see there's a lot of places to play through here, right? At that bot side especially. And maybe we saw when Lost Trons looks a little bit shaky, it was Olaf plus someone attacking top side in against Lost Trons. So yeah, if you want to attack top side, hell, down, you can do that.
Depending on what is going to be the for Baus, though. Yeah, because that's the last pick most likely, because we don't think that this fight is going there. And Galio.
Yeah, I think it's cool. So Galio doesn't suffer too much versus Poppy. It's a pretty chill matchup, and you have this like dive in still. You have it's a bit like it's well rounded. Ori plus Vi can do that combo, but Vi jumping in with ulti, Galio ults Vi, sorted. Also, it's good disengage, right? If we've got the likes of the Rel and the Xin Zhao jumping on Crowny, again, sorted with the Galio. I think it's a nice all-round pick, and it should do well in the lane phase too. It just depends on what Jankos decides to do as he moves towards the top side.
Okay,
it's really interesting. Yeah, even if the Poppy ulti is the person that engages, if Baus follows it up, you can't take away the Galio because he's going to land regardless. So this is a good insight. So Shockwave is always there. Well, the champions are in front of us, so final words, Foxdrop and Solari. Who do you think is going to take this first game?
For the plot, I'm going to say Nord.
Ooh, I like that one. I like that. I actually like their draft. I say nameplates off, I'm feeling Nord. Nameplates off, I'm feeling Nord.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you go for Nord as well, Fox?
I mean, that's a different question, but no.
Come on.
I mean, look, the rats are just the rat. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it. 2-0. A full-on Nord death. Let's do it.
The plot thickens as we jump into this first series of the day on the upper bracket. LR versus Nord. We've seen it on the finals. What we get to see during Spring Split. It's up to the casters. Trouble in a hip rain. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to the caster desk. We're getting ready to go into this first of our two best of threes we got coming up today. Me and Trouble aren't going to be on camera for long because we are ready to get straight into the next Trouble. Live into game really quick. This is so different from last week. We're just into action.
Did I press the game too fast? I did, didn't I?
I think you did. I am kind of low-key hoping you're still muted. Please tell me that you're not muted.
I'm not muted.
Okay.
Man.
I just have to always be prepared for you to be muted.
All right. When is a good time to start going on a Vi rant? Is it now? It
Oh,
should
go
probably
on.
be the early
You're
game, right?
such a hater. Go on.
You know what? I wasn't gonna hate this time around.
Oh, wow.
Jokes on you. I actually really like
Unmuted
this
and
fight
not
here.
hating on Vi. What the hell's going on?
I'm a new woman. I woke up on the right side of the bed today, I guess. I really like what they've got going on for Vi right here, right? They've got a pretty much a front to back composition from the side of Nord, and I feel like Vi together with Galio could potentially break this apart because Los Ratones also have sort of like a conventional front to back with the Orianna, the control mates, Jin, Brownie play for super far back, but they also have sort of elements that can break apart those front to back fights, make them a little bit more chaotic, give a little bit more agency to Velia and Baus to make those plays. So we'll see if this will actually come to life through Velia and Baus.
Yeah, my only concern for Los Ratones coming into this draft is the damage profile and where the damage is actually coming from. Because Nemesis and Cranny are going to be the primary damage dealers. And if they are picked off, if they are killed, then suddenly I do worry that you'll run out of damage. Like, Galio has a bit of burst in his kit, but like he's not going to be providing lots of sustained damage.
Well, joke's on you, because Baus has taught Velia how to actually build Vi.
Oh, no. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. It's not happening.
It's not crit Vi.
It's not.
Thank God for that.
It's
I mean,
just
actually,
additional
I'd
Vi.
love to see Crit Vi. Crit Vi is so much fun. But yeah, I mean, that's my only concern, right? But, you know, it is Los Ratones. They're very, very good at kind of playing around their damage dealers and kind of recognizing the powers of their comps. So, you know, while it's easy to kind of poke a hole in the theory, like this is a team who, in practice, are very good at applying that. So we'll keep our eyes on the positioning in the fight, because I feel like if Jankos or Vizicachi can find like a good flank angle, there is a world where you could blow up Nemesis or Crowny and basically deny them from, you know, being able to contribute to a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I also feel like Jin might have a pretty good time here because you don't necessarily have a lot of beefy front lines. Sure, Zhao and Poppy can get tanky with Poppy a little bit more so, because she tends to go a little bit more on the heavier tank side after her first item, if Chachi chooses to go for Sundered Sky first. However, I feel like still Jin does do pretty good amounts of damage on like pseudo tanks or bruisers, so like Rel and Zhao shouldn't be that much of a problem for him. However, I feel like I'm looking at these both drafts, and I feel like so much comfort has gone to both of those sides. We got Chachi Poppy, we've got Noe's Victor right here, and on the other side we've got Crown's Jin, who had like an insane something like a 30-something KDA on the first 3 games that he played the champion, which is crazy. And you'd think that this is game number 1, right? These are gone for game number 2, so comfort right here for both of these guys. The flash.
Yeah, full snap from Crowny already. Yankos not going to be able to find any damage. Now, we are seeing Baus in a bit of danger here. Goes for the taunt. Isn't going to make the connection, but incredibly low. Baus is just going to have to look for a reset. The good news for him is there's no jungler about. Yankos is not going to be making an appearance towards that top side, so he should be able to get his reset off and head back to base and come back in with some items. Just buys himself a Dark Seal and a boot. And gets himself a refill potion as well, actually. But Chachi definitely got the upper hand in this lane already. 34 CS to 22. Starting to build up a bit of a lead already. Where on the other side, everyone else is kind of playing a little bit more equal footing as far as the farming goes. Although Velia has been kind of just power farming. And is actually starting to build up a bit of a lead over Jankos. As Baus now feeling comfortable to jump in, but the steadfast presence. I mean, it's so easy to stop Galio with that ability.
I'm telling you, man, this pop is going to be so annoying to play around for Los Ratones. Galio, Vi, Rakan, all love diving in. And the thing is, Poppy W lasts for quite a while, so if one member engages without the other, if Los Ratones do not chain their CC and they're engaged together, it could be pretty bad news. We talked about them splitting apart a fight over in the backline for Nord, but if they don't all do it together, this could end up being really dicey for them. And we're saying this, there's not necessarily really much happening. Like, both teams are very happy scaling towards that late game. Of course, you mentioned it earlier. I feel like Nord are very much favored going into this late game. However, my caveat here is that this virus is not an on-hit virus. So you're pretty fine on those 1 and 2 item power spikes as Los Ratones will engage on the first dragon. Let's see if the handshake's going to go through with Jankos heading to the top side for the grabs.
Well, it's pretty typical of Los Ratones. They're very, very effective at taking first dragon. They actually look to forego the grubs. I'll be interested once we get down the line, once we move into the next patch where grubs is just a 3-stack and there's not 6 grubs. If that attention shifts from them, I'll be really, really interested to see how they handle the changes to grubs. That That patch is now live for everyone at home, by the way. So if you want to play on a very pretty map, current season has gone into fact. Atakan changed as well. You don't get the revive Atakan anymore.
Sag.
I'm so not sad by that. First of all, it barely ever showed up. I mean, especially in solo queue. Like, pro play definitely showed up a bit more, but even so. Looks like we might be seeing a little something showing up on the bot lane because Velia was making an appearance. There's going to be the shockwave into the knockback. No way, low HP. That's going to be the ultimate connected, but the first blood picked up for Nemesis. Doesn't get cooked by the Chaos Storm. Grubs are traded over.
I'd like to see the replay on that one more time because Nash was around. Jankos, of course, has to handshake the Void Grubs because the Dragon went over to Alar earlier on. And Nash kind of walked a little bit too deep to try and get some vision into enemy territory, right? Which is correct right there. I feel like Noe was playing too much on the right side of that mid lane. Ended up getting ganked by Valley right there. But also the flash was never used by Noe. He actually sat into that shockwave from Nemesis. Could have flashed away. Wasn't quite the case right there and ends up going down. That is actually pretty huge. I'm not sure if Velia or Nemesis got the kill. But if it has gone over to Velia, which is not, okay, it's not the case, not on buy. Still, a kill is a kill is a kill.
Absolutely, but Crowny going to be able to grab himself a tower plate here, I believe. One more auto from the minions. There we go. Bit more gold injected into him. He's always got those Swifty boots, so he can be very quick across the map off that one. I think he may be looking for a potential reset. Oh no, he's going to hang around in lane. Just wants to put some traps down as they're going to go get popped away by Inax. And tempo now with all of the objectives down has definitely slowed off a little bit. So it's just going to be a little bit more of a waiting game before we get into any more action. I mean, we got Grub spawning up another 3 minutes. 3 minutes-ish until the Dragon spawns up as well. So now it's time for the junglers just to try and hit their sixes and then make a play happen. I say hit their sixes. Velia's already hit level 7, so got a pretty big lead over Jankos. Definitely kind of out-tempoing him right now.
I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like looking at Vi and Zinzao, I would expect a little more early action. I mean, for Vi, sure, you need that level 6 to try and get a gank through, which he did. Straight as he hit that level 6, he went on to midway for no way. However, for Jankos and Zinzao really likes a fist fight in the early game as he falls off quite tremendously towards that late game. And he is kind of a pseudo tank as well because he goes for more of a bruiserish build with like Sterak's Gauge later on. So you really want to start fighting quite early. However, here I feel like for Nord, it's so important to try and get Victor and their Varus to like 2 items at least. You see that we're gonna have like a traditional Rod of Ages on that mid lane for No Way. So it's gonna take a while until he gets that extra level from it, to get the 10 stacks. And I feel like right here, I'm getting worried if I'm Nord. Because low Fortunas primarily make their mistakes in the early game, right? And then they have impeccable macro and they stitch up any mistakes on the mid to late game. And I feel like if you don't try to put them down early on, they might just run away with how good they are at running the map.
Well, seeing Bowser getting the use of those synchronized souls in early. Items being changed, so he will not be getting that empowered recall anymore, which means he kind of... That free play style that we're seeing right now where he's able to take a trade, lose a lot of health, quickly recall, and then not actually lose too much just on the farm front is really, really powerful, and that is the Bow's playstyle. Like the battle of attrition is very hard versus synchronized souls. So he's able to get the shove in, gets a quicker reset off Finchachi, and then is back onto the map as hold on, we are seeing a potential gank coming in. Chains are available to Inax, doesn't throw them out. Jankos has been seen on a ward though, so Lost Returner shouldn't be looking to make that mistake.
I feel like right now it's kind of like a battle on who's going to get priority towards that bot side of the map. The next Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. I feel like Nord would definitely, if they have the tools, want to contest that. As you'll see, talking about tools, Rod of Ages just completed on No Way, of course. 1 stack alone is not gonna... Sorry, 0 stacks alone are not gonna make a difference right now, but an item is an item, and if you can use that to hard shove that wave, you're in mid lane before Nemesis, you can push that through. But if you look on your minimaps right now, Baus was actually shifting from that top lane towards that bot side of the map to try and see if he could impact. But due to that big chunk that they took on to Crowny down the bot lane and him having to reset, I feel like Nord got a pretty free pass into that river.
I think Baus was actually proxy farming and got forced off by Chachi. And then was forced into an awkward position.
All the way to mid?
I think we are just going to see Los Ratones actually go for the challenge. I'm surprised by this. I mean, Crowny has ultimate, so he can still have impact from a distance away. They jump in. Jankos goes for Velid. Doesn't quite make the connection. Reckless comes in for the lockdown onto multiple people with the quickness. Here, the curtain has been called. The knockup lands onto multiple members, and Dragon should be just about secured. No Way takes that 4th shot. And that is going to be all that Los Ratones are going to be able to do. It's just a little bit of damage. They don't even force the they force Jankos' flash, and that is it.
Oof, I think Los Ratones committed a top esports scene right here, which is the river doesn't belong to us. Screw it, let's fight. It's neutral objective time. They had no vision in this river. They had no setup in this river, and they actually like just threw their bodies in there. I feel like particularly that Galio is such a huge piece of that Vi composition that if you cannot have Baus join you for these fights, I feel like it's not worth it taken from the side of Los Ratones. And Inax grabbing his first kill right here on the Varus, Ghostblade complete as well. It's going to be huge. Like this kind of Varus, the Poke Varus, is really, really strong, especially when you're contesting around neutral objectives and your opponents are forced to walk through those choke points. Those abilities and that poke is going to hurt a lot.
Oh.
Okay. Holds onto the flash.
That is a big time to get a chunk out of the mid as well. Nemesis does a lot of work there for his team. Crowny's rotated over. Grubs are spawning up. So this is prime time now for the side of Los Ratones. Although Jankos wants to look for Reckless. Lands the Wind Become Lightning. Gets caught by the knockup. In jumps the Galio. And I think that might just be Jankos going down. Baus secures the kill with the taunt. And it's going to be straight to Grubs for the side of Los Ratones. Although
very well done right
here.
Hold up.
Got a replay in the picture-in-picture,
right
but
there.
I don't think we're going to get the chance because these teams are not looking to give this one up. Chains of Corruption make the connection onto Reckless. He's able to break away, and now
Crowny?
it follows through. Crowny is popped in the middle of all of this one. Nemesis has rejoined the fray. Teleport comes in as Baus jumps into the fight. No Way gets caught by a trap and is forced to flash away from the taunt. That's going to be a kill secured for Nemesis. Chachi has now made his way into that fight. Reckless low. Baus looking for a window to try and find that damage off, as it looks like Los Ratones are going to get forced out. Chachi gets the wall bang down on to one. The knockup's there. Veli has to flash the wall. Chachi flashes after him. The steadfast presence is not going to be enough, but in comes the shield. In comes the turnaround. Chachi, can he find the kill onto Velia? Another wall bang into the ultimate out from Velia. It's so close. Chachi finds the kill.
We wanted fistfights. Fistfights we will get. There's no way both teams are completely disregarding Void Grubs and just going at it with each other. And I feel like Nord have really got a good upper hand right here. You see the second Inax joins a fight. The poke, the sear damage is coming through. That poke Varus in the early game. Let's watch this one more time because Jankos had seen an avenue, but Los Ratones bringing Baus and shutting down. That's a 4 versus 5 that's going on right here. And the fact that they catch Crowny early on means no curtain call, means no zoning, means no 80 damage coming through from the sort of Nord other than this buy. A very, very good TP from Baus right here to split apart Nord. But by the time this has happened, a lot of things have been committed already by Los Ratones. But hold up. Chasing Reckless.
Reckless. Actually, Jankos able to connect in, gets a fair amount of damage off. The problem is the attention is being shifted away to Baus.
He's like a magnet,
Baus,
man. He's a magnet.
I can't see because he's just got the level up thing on his graphic. Getting close, no R available to him. Taunt's going to come down. Baus gets the phase rush, and he's actually getting away. Dodges the Wind Becomes Lightning, flashes over the wall, gets the Justice Punch off for a bit more distance. How did Baus get away there?
There's no way. The Massive League has done it again. What's it called in football? A dribble? What's it called?
The
thing that you do?
What are you talking about? I mean, a dribble is something you do in football.
Yes. He's the Messi of League.
I don't know anything about football, man.
Oh, come on.
You're talking to the wrong guy.
Football fans will know. It's like the thing that you do, the Ronaldo thing with the ball that people lose their minds over, and then you don't know where the ball is going anyway.
When Ronaldo kicks a ball, everyone goes mad.
No, when he does the trick. Okay, whatever. You are terrible, Ace. I've probably watched more football than you in my life.
Look, man. I'm English. If I like football, that makes me a terrible person. Like, English football fans are not it. So I keep away from that sport. That was, honestly, for anyone who was actually a football fan, listening to that whole segment probably just gave them, like, absolute madness. Ooh, Crowny, quick cleanse. All that for a red buff.
That is Chain of Corruption, though, gone from Phoenix, and that's a huge tool to actually be able to engage and disengage, because if you look over on Nord, what is the realistic hard engaged. It's just Nash finding an angle, finding a flash. Right now, he doesn't have the flash. He's going to have to get creative with his Hex Flash. And not having Chain of Corruption gives a lot of avenues for Velia and Baus to play around shutting down that Varus that will now have to walk into this river flashless.
Well, they're looking for some damage off here. Teleport jumping in. Baus holding ultimate. As Chachi just joins up with his team. Baus has lost a lot of HP, though. This is going to definitely be an issue for them in the fight. As Nox is going to back off. Nord have first move into the river. Chachi gets the wallbang off on to Baus just to send him... Just to give him a message. A lot of damage actually coming out already. As here comes the curtain call and the fight looks to be breaking on. Chachi trying to break away. Nash taking a couple of shots coming in. Nemesis trying to get that ball position for a big shockwave. The curtain call is not really having all that much impact. In fact, No Way just ate the 4th shot and it did nothing through the shield. Reset comes in from Baus. He's got teleport. Are still going to fight this one? Shockwave lands onto 2. Velia's already low. That's the kill onto the Orianna. Nemesis is down. And the charm as well from Reckless used just to play the escaping game here as Baus now jumps into the fray. Gets a taunt off onto No Way. I've never seen Lost Retonus look this lost.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Remember what we said in the early game. Unless the combo works by Galio Rakan, you stun someone in place for long enough, you CC them down, you will be able to actually get a kill through, maybe make this a 4 versus 5. This is a Nord favored kind of ease of execution in terms of composition right here. You play the front to back, you see champion, you engage champion, you kill the first thing that's in front of you. There's not enough tankiness on the side of Los Ratones, and you have an almost 2 item poke Varus right here. Sorry, excuse me, nowhere near 2 items, a full item, I guess. Poke Varus, but this is more than enough. He deals a lot of damage together with early game Jhin. You've got 7 stacks on that Rod of Ages as well. There's a bunch of damage coming through from the side of Nord, and I feel like this is the most miscoordinated we have seen Los Ratones play so far. Yeah,
I think, you know, the lack of damage is always going to be a big issue for them, but it's also the execution, like you said, is not quite there. They're not able to find those targets, and I honestly feel like Chachi is the biggest shutdown to anything the Los Ratones want to do. Like, how do you deliver Velia or Reckless into the backline for Baus to jump to when Chachi just stands in front of his team with Steadfast Presence running? Like, it's so hard to catch them. That's going to be the biggest issue that they got to deal with. And also that shockwave from Nemesis was a little underwhelming off the back of that one. Now, looks like the Herald is going to get started up here from the side of Nord. I don't really feel that Los Ratones are going to do anything to try and stop it. They're bringing Chachi up over in the aerial, though. Los Ratones, 3 members strong. Chains of Corruption back up on Inax, though, so it's just not worth it. Nord going to grab that one. Probably look to crack mid lane with that as well and really open the map up as Baus. It's going the long way around. Does need to be a little bit careful. He's going to proxy, but... I mean, his wave's here, so he'll be A-okay. Chachi's going to rock up. I think Baus, it's probably time for you, buddy, to get away.
Nah, he'll be fine. I mean, right here, Nord used the...
Hold on. We went away.
He's of elimination?
Baus is so going down here. Chachi's going to get that kill. There it is.
Okay. By the method of elimination right here, Nord managed to get that Reef Trail. The second Los Ratones saw that Chachi had actually shifted all the way to that mid lane. It was kind of impossible to fight the 4 versus 5, and Nord keep on repeatedly taking those kills without necessarily letting go of pressure around the map. Like, that mid lane is pretty neutral. No Way was always towards that top lane, pressuring out the wave. There was one wave that Chachi did catch over in the bot lane after he's pushed mid, so it's not that they're giving too much up. However, if you look overall in the gold is dead even because there's always tower platings getting chipped up because Baus will stick on a side lane. He will pressure down the wave. Chachi is looking to make that towers pretty even right here, 1 apiece for both sides, as in 2 minutes we're gonna have our 3rd Dragon. If Nord manages to secure, then it will be soul point for them as well. And I really want to see actually Los Ratones properly set up for this particular objective. They need to have a proper front to back where Baus and Velia can actually cause some anxiety and some chaos and split apart that backline of Nord.
Well, looks like Reckless was thinking about making a move, although Inax is in the area. Got the Chains of Corruption available. Reckless able to make a grand escape there with his W. And yeah, it's constant fishing for picks here from Los Ratones, but they're not actually getting the opportunity to actually find said picks, and it's starting to be a bit of an issue for them. Baus will continue to pull people over to his side of the map. And I feel like once these last 2 tier 1 towers go down for Los Ratones, they will be able to kind of play the map a little bit more aggressively. But right now, it's only bot lane tower that is down. On both sides of the map, actually. Both mid and top are standing for tier 1s on either side of the teams. But Herald in the pocket of Jankos, so I expect it, like I said, probably to go down in the mid lane, to be honest. It's got a bit of time left on it, so just holding off for the moment. But we'll probably put that down and try and take the tower.
Yeah. They've put Nash in the middle as well, constantly pushing down waves, ping-ponging them back and forth with Crowny as Chachi. He's going to claim the second tower of the game, which goes over to the side of Nord. Does have the TP, same as Baus, if I'm not wrong right here. Yeah, he will have his TP available as well. And I feel like it's much more difficult to join a fight post first engage for Baus than it is for Chachi. So if Chachi manages to keep the Galio away from being able to insta-ult in, this is going to be a completely changed fight for the side of Nord in a very good way. As you see, Chachi has already started making his way down bot, which will then allow Baus to pretty much follow suit after he's pushed up that top lane wave. However, Nord again, first on that bot lane river. They have set up, there's not a single ward in this river for Los Ratones other than the Scuttle Crown.
Yeah, and Crowny's blue, which went down there, but Curtain's going to get called. Nash may just play the interrupt here off the back of this one. They've got the Vi coming in over the back line. They're going to deliver the Galio in. Velia finds the steal. Jankos gone low HP already as they're looking for the re-engage in, but that Magnet Storm into the Chains of Corruption was absolutely massive. Velia trying to survive. The Shockwave does nothing as down goes Nemesis off the back of that one. He flashes over the wall. No way continues the chase, but the arrow comes through from Inax. Crowny forced to flash away. And only 2 stand as Inax looks for the W, doesn't quite find it. Holy moly, Los Ratones was just exploded.
I have to say, huge props to Chachi. You're going to be like, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? We didn't even see him on the screen. Exactly. He kept Nemesis and Baus out of this entire fight. Let's watch this one more time. Eyes on the minimap towards the top side of the map. The second Chachi sees the flank from Nemesis and Baus. Of course, he can't stop Baus because he's joining the fight with the whatever his ultimate is called. But he's kicking Crowny out and he's skipping Nemesis from walking into that fight too. Both the carries from the side of Los Ratones could not get that damage down at all.
And this is what I was saying. There are 2 damage comp here for the side of Los Ratones. You don't have that, you're in real danger. Crowny gets interrupted, but I mean, Chachi's just too tanky, man. He's got the random zone, he's got the Everwinter and that Hollow Radiance. Like, Crowny right now, even with a Lord Doms, just doesn't hurt him at all.
Chachi, I feel like a lot of teams feel like it's a mistake to give over Poppy to Chachi, and that's the reason.
Yeah, I might agree.
Guy can actually blind pick that stuff and make it work as Velia. He's just looking for anything. There is the entire jungle on the bot side apart from that red buff, but seeing as Chachi is like dipping towards top fog of war, Velia's kind of making a beeline for it. It's not low enough yet. Because Victor is all the way down the bottom of the map. There is TP for Victor. Okay.
Oh, they just sent the jungle away, evicted. They need to be quick. Teleport comes in, wallbang goes wide. They're looking for the taunt onto Chachi, but I mean, they're wasting time here. Velia's got everyone on top of him. Atakan has been secured. The revives are there, and Velia has nowhere to go. Chachi is single-handedly shutting Los Ratones out of this game. They can't go anywhere. As I actually think Crowny might go down here.
I don't know if you guys can relate to that, but mosquitoes and flies are probably the most annoying thing about summer. That's exactly what Chachi is for Los Ratones right here. I don't know if rats care about mosquitoes and flies, but I can only assume that mosquitoes can only be annoying for any animal that there is out there or living being. And that's Chachi right here on his Yordle. That Poppy has been such a freaking nuisance. He's been stopping 2 people from joining from the side of Los Ratones, constantly zoning away key parts, which is usually their carries. And Reckless about to walk into 3 people.
Oh, Reckless not getting away from this one. I say that he's able to get the Battle Dance away to safety. And somehow Reckless lived, but I came at a pretty devastating cost. He's going to have to reset. His team are just completely on the back foot right now, and I don't know, Trouble. Is there a point where Los Ratones' comp have scaled enough to be able to actually do enough damage to kill Chachi? Because I don't see Jin as a particularly good Poppy killer.
I don't think so. We said it earlier, right? Like, Rel and Zinza will be fine for Jhin to kill later on. But Chachi didn't even go for your classic Sundered Sky into full tank. He went completely full tank on this Poppy. Just for the pure reason to be able to be completely unkillable from the side of Los Ratones. You've got burst damage through the Orianna and the Vi, and you've got very low consistent damage from Jhin in terms of what it does to tanks. So they do not really have the tools to kill this Poppy. And the problem is that even if they don't have the tools to kill the Poppy, Victor and Varus have so much range that it's just so difficult for Velo to find an angle to get into the backline. And even if he does, he's so far behind that it doesn't matter. Thus,
he's able to get a bit of damage off here. Actually, Inax losing a lot. He's able to jump away. Nash with the interrupt, denies that one as Crowley finds himself in danger. Reckless jumps in, finds the knock up on. Crowley still trying to make the escape. Can he get it? Oh, the flash over Velia's Q as it's a double kill for Inax. And just like that, they may even kill Inax here, Velia, but even if he can, he's still got the revive. There's nothing they're going to be able to do. That's Baron. That's probably game one for Nord.
8-0-3. Inax is having such a banger for game. 2.8 thousand gold up to crown his Jhin, who's been invincible for the entire split. This guy's an absolute monster on Jhin, and it feels like right here Nord have found a way to shut down Los Ratones. I will say, it's not the easiest game to execute from the side of Los Ratones. They don't necessarily have any tank killers. Their front to back is not necessarily front to back. It's kind of a front to back with a spice, where Vi can actually disrupt backline if Rakan is there and if Galio can follow up. But they don't truly have enough damage to make it stick into the backline. And that's becoming a little bit problematic. On the other side, I wanted to say that we wondered if Nord was going to look good, right? No Way hasn't necessarily been practicing too much with them since the start of the split as he wasn't there. And the really good face that Nord showed was with Sphero, when he was able to absolutely demolish anyone in the mid lane and actually take over games almost by himself. Now Nord, as a collective, with their main roster, that's the intended main roster, looks so good collectively.
Absolutely. Looking really, really solid. I'm going to see Jankos. Kind of complete brain fart what I was watching on my screen. Jankos secures Dragon number 3. Obviously, that steal from Velia means that this isn't going to be sole point, but ultimately, I'm not sure if that really matters. Like, Nord are just too far ahead right now. The gold lead significantly in their favor. And the really big thing is I don't feel like Nord have pulled a cheesy victory out here. They've just drafted better than Los Ratones, and they've just outmatched them in the macro. Every dragon apart from that first one, Nord were in the area before they got the vision down, they got the control, and Chachi has just made it impossible for the side of Los Ratones to step forwards, as Velia is just on the wrong side of the map right now. They're looking to just make a breakaway. Should be able to do so, although I say that and Chachi finds Velia. Velia going to go for the Q. Chachi doesn't get him with a steadfast presence, and it's going to be able to make a breakaway. But yeah, I mean, it's just been a lot of mistakes from Los Ratones in this first game of the series.
I feel like you kind of nailed it when you said it's not a cheesy win, because I felt like a lot of teams had to pull something out of their hat. They had to pull an ace somehow to try and cheese Los Ratones because they're so good at playing around the map. But I feel like this particular composition doesn't necessarily complement the playstyle of Los Ratones. You cannot necessarily sit on a sideline here. You're too squishy with the Galio. Nord has tools to actually re-engage onto the rest of the team when the Galio's on the side lane. I feel like right here, having that Galio on the side lane is not beneficial to Los Ratones because they really need him to be there. The second Velia season opening and has to go in, which hasn't always been the case. They don't really have easy tools to deal with Chachi's Poppy, even though it has been permabanned versus Chachi wasn't quite the case in this draft. Good news for Los Ratones, won't be available for the rest of this best of 3. So there's that, and they might be able to bounce back. However, this has been Nord favored from level, I'll say 6, 7. No, never mind. From level 10. Because 6, 7, it was the 1-0 from Valiant.
Yeah. It's honestly just been a very, very clean game, and it started to show that, you know, Los Ratones can be beat, because right now they've been pretty infallible. As we are going to see them go for a fight. This may be the desperation play onto the backline. The Galio is going to come in, but the Magnus Storm stops it. That is going to be enough to lock Velia down. Inax goes golden in the middle of all of the fight just to stay alive. What an interrupt from Nash onto Baus to make sure that Inax was under no threat there.
That was actually very crucial from Nash, because there's no flash on Inax. The second that Galio dives right on top, you can actually land a shockwave on top of him. You've got Vi plus Galio on top of a sitting duck of an AD carry pretty much, but Nash, he's been playing fantastically well today. I mean, I know it's only just game 1 of the entire series, but he has been on point with the engages. Mind you, he is the primary engage and disengage for his team right here. So his engages mean 10x, as if you had more champions to engage with. Nash been having a pretty good game, and overall Nord on 7,500 gold lead right here. They're gonna lead that mid lane wave over in the mid lane. There is quite a big wave clear scenario from the side of Los Ratones with Nemesis on the Oriana. Jin's pretty good at it as well, so they're not gonna drop another tower unless they drop another member. However, neutral objectives matter a lot when you're stuck in base, and in a minute 40, this will be soul for Nord. It's gonna be 3 mountains in a mountain soul. It's gonna be impossible to kill that Poppy if he wasn't before.
Oh, it's gonna be so hard, especially with the fact that Inax is about to get that Zhonya's back as well. So the two kind of like primary damage dealers for the side of Nord both have a Zhonya's to keep themselves alive, where like Crowny has Cleanse and Flash. There's an Archangel shield onto Nemesis, but like if you find one of them isolated or they're able to get onto the back line, they don't really have an avenue to buy space or time. Chachi's swinging the hammer. Is he going to hit? No, he's not. He's just going to cancel the ult, actually. Get it back off cooldown as quick as possible. But massive chunk out of Baus' health bar.
I don't like what Nord is doing here. They're basically just in spectator mode until the side lane minions crash inside the base of Los Ratones. So I'm not the biggest fan of just spectating that mid lane wave die until the other ones come through and then they die as well. I feel like making sure that all of those waves are pretty much synced, or at least 2 of them are synced, because you've got super minions both on bot and top lane. You kind of need to use one or the other for some pressure, so you can at least get a couple of hits on that mid lane tower, which they haven't been able to so far. Their primary target, of course, here is going to be the soul point, the soul for the set of Nord. Again, Mountain Soul on this spot is going to be completely invincible, but the biggest point is to cut off a lot from walking in. That's actually huge for them. Chain of Corruption down from Inax.
Yeah, this could be a window as Baus may find himself in danger. Starting to taunt up, goes in for the knock-up, the Deadly Flourish comes down, flashes away, there's the Magnet Storm onto the back line, but they're going to be a big Galioir, only hitting onto Nash though. Zhonya's used, Inax is low HP. So far, the deaths have only been Velia, but it's looking to change, because down goes Baus, down goes everybody else, they're forced to flash away. Nemesis is ignited as Nash secures the kill. Chachi's onto Crowny. Crowny is just tickling him here on the Jhin as the arrow chunks him out. And I think that's probably just going to be game here for the side of Nord. Crowny instantly comes in with a cleanse, but that will not remove the W stacks as Nord's Inax able to secure himself his 11th kill. 11-0. This just didn't look close. Los Ratones, they get demolished in their first game versus Nord.
You wanted spice? We got spice. Rats tuning in thinking this is gonna be a 2-0 stomp. No, we've got a freaking series here. And actually, I would say for Los Ratones, the bell is ringing, because you need to have a series right here. Else Nord will just be greeting you from the finals in Denmark already. This is going to be a very tough series. I feel like Los Ratones kind of did themselves dirty when it comes to draft. It wasn't very easy to execute. It didn't have very easy ways out, especially with killing the Poppy. And I feel like one of the biggest mistakes is giving Chachi that Poppy when primarily all of your champions are kind of like divers or want to jump around the place. And he shut them down so beautifully.
Yeah.
I think Inax did a fantastic job with that Varus, but the unspoken heroes for me in this game are Chachi and Nash.
I mean, I don't think Chachi was unspoken at all. Like, that guy absolutely just denied Los Ratones from playing. Now, the good news for Los Ratones is it is it is fearless. So the Poppy is gone. But this looks like a more organized Nord than the last time these two teams met. Like, this looks like a very, very scary version of Nord. And Los Ratones, you know, their backs are against the wall. It is only a best of 3. If they lose this next game, they're down to the lower bracket. We're going to pass it back over the desk, though, to break down that game. So, Archer, over to you.
Do you bleed? Because you will. We talked about this, Superman and Batman, and it came to reality. They find a way to finally pierce the armor of LR. And we started talking about Chachi. I think the Casas brought it up as well. I think he made a tremendous amount of work. But starting from the beginning, I also think Yankees getting all objectives, especially Drake, was extremely important.
Yeah.
Let me know your thoughts.
Yes, listen, you gotta look at it in the context, okay? Usually what Los Ratones win through, even if their early game looks a little bit shaky, they always aim to get those early dragons. This time it's the opposite. They get one dragon because it was not the fight that Nord could have taken, but they lose every single one after that and allow the enemy team to get to the soul point of a very big soul. They didn't get the soul in the end, even though Yankees did his absolute best to get it, but still those dragons gave them a lot of working points in the game.
Can we just emphasize the gravity of this situation with Nord beating Los Ratones? I would say this is the first proper loss that Los Ratones have faced. All NLC. Yeah, 2 S's on this one. All NLC, dude. Yeah, they did lose the game last split, but whatever, bro. That was a for fun game for sure. Right?
Yeah.
Not even counting that one. They just swept their way through the entirety of the regular season. Almost swept the way through playoffs, in finals and stuff again. Whatever, it was all chilling. And the same this one round, right? 6-0. Ridiculous that Nord not only beat Los Ratones, but dude, it wasn't really even that close. It wasn't even close. Like
Yes.
Los Ratones just lost really hard, honestly, and Nord completely smashed them. And big credit to Nord of the way that they played, and specifically in the early game, like their objective control, as you mentioned, was sublime.
I think it's interesting when they talk about fist fighting for the LR is so important because they always force you to fight on their grounds. It's the first time it didn't happen. Tell me, Solani.
Actually, that's exactly the point that I wanted to bring up. I wonder if it happened because Los Ratones didn't have any significant lead on the map at pretty much any point in the game, so they couldn't force the things. While Nord, we saw what we wanted to see from them in this game. We saw them getting behind the steering wheel and controlling how the game goes. They were forcing Los Ratones to fight, and I hope we're going to see, because that was the one more Drake that Los Ratones have managed to get in this game, but this Drake was so forced out of them and they didn't get much from it because it was not forcing them to fight there.
22-15, I think this is it, when you force the enemy to fight your objective for the first time.
Yes! And Los Ratones don't want to be there.
As you say, overforced, and Los Ratones, they had an identity with their team, and it started out as a good idea with Velia jumping in, followed up by Baus. We talked about that combo, Reckless Gunning, whatever. But the 2 carries, most importantly here for the Rats, they're not in the fight at all. Nemesis is getting zoned out. Crowny's main contribution was a curtain call. Wasn't it? Absolutely was not it. Like, they had an idea of how they wanted to play it, but just couldn't quite find that execution. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but the setups from Nord were far superior to that of Los Ratones, and it almost just looks sloppy. It looks sloppy. It's not a word I've used before to describe the Rats, but I'd say their team for execution this game was sloppy.
I agree 100%, and it's the first time we get to 20 minutes where LR is not ahead, and this is important. They chased down Baus, true, and they saved the CC, but this is not only a fight. Everybody fell prey into this setup. They wanted to help Baus. We know that's a thing, where every single time Baus late games gets at least focused, there's always a reply, and Nord were waiting for this.
Can we still acknowledge the fact that some moves from Los Ratones, like those micro movements in the fights, were still insane? Like, we saw some fights from Velia, for example, escaping the knock up from Visit Chachi or things like that. But in the end, it doesn't matter if you are so behind on the map. And oh my god, that damage on Varus! Brother!
That's just not legal. Surely there's legislator against that. Oh my goodness. That's just, Inax, dude, he's been popping off. He's one of the only AD carries with over 30% damage share, almost 1k DPM across all of his games. I'm pretty sure that number now has eclipsed the 4-digit mark. It's not just that number in a vacuum, because he was playing Lethality Varus with the Manamune and stuff like that. You expect high numbers with a Poke champion, but Crowny's Jhin there, 13k, like the lowest on his team. That's more or less, right? Like, and this is Crowny's Jhin, so good on that champion.
It has been his constant pick throughout the entire season. Aside from Jin, he hasn't played much. I think he only played a single champion in a single time, and now he's forced, and it was Varus, and now he's forced to pick something else. I remember Crowley from Ezreal on Winter Split. I don't know what happened, but his Ezreal is absurd, and it was the Ezreal that completely destroyed Nord. So maybe that's going to be the priority because LR picked the blue side. But to talk about that, we'll be right back. Don't skip a beat, because we have a series, and yet again, it looks like Superman actually bleeds. Match point for Nord. You thought I was going to say this any time in my life? Well, there you go. Versus LR. Oh boy, this is getting interesting. As it stands, Nord only needs to win another game so they can move up from upper brackets, sending LR to lower brackets, and then good luck everybody down there. But regarding this match, it was not a cheesy pick. It was nothing out of the ordinary. It was just stable and good old League of Legends that Nord brought up, and map control. Now, we were talking about highlighting an individual. I think he deserves all the highlights in the world. I mean, it's the legend. It's Chachi.
Yes.
And why are we
What
highlighting him?
Can I... Listen, there is a very big reason for highlighting him, because you gotta remember that this is a fearless draft, right? So a lot of comfort is gone for both of these teams. But you look at Vizichachi, and don't look at the numbers, even though they are insane. Look at the champions on the bottom half, okay? Cannon, Yorick, and Camille. First of all, these are three very explosive champions that Chachi pilots really well, and they can disrupt Los Ratones' team plan a lot. And second of all, he hasn't picked any of them in game number 1, so all 3 of them are available.
Yeah, he's got a lot still in the cannon, basically. He was super strong in that first game, and yeah, still potential to make it happen. Okay, so game number 1, Los Ratones finding themselves in a deficit here. Crazy scenes right now in the NLC. They have swapped sides though. So they picked red side for game 1 as the high seed they got to choose. They picked red side. After that loss, they have swapped. They now want to be on blue side. You can see the champions above are the champions that have been taken away, which does leave the question of what we want to perhaps prioritize here for Los Ratones. On the other hand, yeah, I mean, a lot of comfort was blown already in that first game.
It feels like it's a good point for Los Ratones to prioritize a good jungler for Velia. Because in previous game, Jankas did a lot of heavy lifting on that Xin Zhao. Having an early game proactive champion allowed him to have a lot of pressure onto the enemy and to secure objectives quite early in the game, which completely disrupted Los Ratones and put them off guard. So maybe right now, putting Velia on something that is comfortable and maybe also very proactive in the early game could be a reason that Los Ratones decided to go blue side.
I was thinking Gwen makes sense because it's also a decent takeaway from Chachi, and Velia's played Gwen, but that gets banned, so we're not going to see that one. To be honest, my eyes are also turning towards the bot side of the map for Los Ratones.
That's it, yeah.
I think that Crowny has to, has
It's a flex. It's
stepping
a
up
flex.
to do here.
Yeah.
It's a flex hit for the Pantheon, but I think this is most likely the Velia,
Jungle, yeah.
Velia Pantheon, right, in that jungle. So exactly as Solari was calling, getting some focus on that, and certainly more aggressive as a jungler than the Vi is. Georgia said it on the cast during the game. Like, there wasn't a lot of early game, like, actual scrapping and jungle focused plays.
Oh, Jankos.
And Pantheon can certainly do that.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. That is a slam in from the Fury. That is
Yeah.
a good. Wow, what a matchup! Pantheon versus the Fury. Love it.
I was kind of having Skane on the back of my mind because it's one of those champions Jankas pulls out when they want a pretty much guaranteed win. But I like Nefiri here because it's also a champion that you want at least to see a lot around the lanes. You want to see her a lot in those skirmishes, helping out her laners, securing some tower dives in the early game. And we have a Syndra for Norway. We were a little bit worried about Norway's champion pool going into Fearless Draft, but Syndra was still available, and it's a good pickup for him.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Okay, it's secure
oh.
then. No flexing
Yeah.
on this one. Instant reveal. LR not flexing to the second phase of picks. It's interesting, but when we're talking about on the other side, Nord, the Syndra Nafiri, that's the setup. You have the setup to get the gang. If you get another setup on the top side, for instance, that might be big. Ambessa versus Shogath. I mean, keep in mind, Ambessa does a lot of damage, but if you don't kill, Shogath will heal.
Yeah. That sounds almost like poetry. Ooh,
Ah.
Okay.
Think about it. Take some time. Take some time.
It's a little bit dangerous now because it's an opportunity for Los Ratones to ban directly versus Vizichachi and try to get rid of some champions that they want to see in his hands. But at the same time, I like the idea of securing Ezreal right now for Inax because it is a comfort pick for him, and you make sure that Crowny doesn't play Ezreal this way as well.
Take
That
the
is
Kai'Sa
true. And I
now
think
from Nord.
Crowley's he's kind of running out a little bit of, well, not running out. That is a complete lie. But he's not as comfortable, I would say, now in his champion pool from what we've seen so far, right? Because it's always been Jhin. We've seen him on the Varus a lot as well. Well, okay, I was going to mention Kai'Sa, but that gets banned. Although I also I don't think Kai'Sa's a particularly good pick with this team comp right now.
There's
So
the
yeah,
champ.
you're really pinning Crowley now. I mean, he's got a wide pool and he'll be happy with whatever it is. Like whether even if he just has to lock in that Sivir.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to reach deeper, even though it's only game number 2.
I think that might be the answer, or might be the angle. You want to give that speed to Shogath, to Pantheon, even Azir to put himself in different positioning on the middle of the team fight. So maybe Sivir could be an angle, since Lucian, that aggression on the bot side, is also gone. Now you take away the Nautilus, you take away what? The Leona, for instance? Because all those engaged tools are disappearing, but Alistar is still available if you want to. Braum. What's this Leona Alistar? Yeah.
Is it
Shake.
Muff? Is it Muff?
Yeah.
Crowley Muff? Is that where we're at here? Are we muffing it up?
What?
Because I can
They're
see an
red.
angle for that.
Oh,
I can see now. You know, you're very familiar with the muff. Set sail, blah blah blah.
oh
Blah,
god.
blah. That champion.
Oh,
That's a
the,
misfortune. Myth.
yes, muff.
Yeah,
Muff.
it's a little bit hard to connect the lines, but yeah, thank you
Is it?
for
Well,
the
you just-
sound. It helped a
Yeah,
lot.
Crowley. I'm feeling he's going to be a muffer in this game, and he's an. No, I
Muffer.
shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
It is the Alistar as you predicted there, Archer, for Nord. A lot of disengage, a lot of staying safe here. You got scatter the weak, you got jumping away for Ez, and you got that headbat. Yeah, close enough. Okay. Are we getting Pyro in lanes? Are we pushing? Is that what this is about here?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
We've lost it.
And
Yeah.
yes, we're bringing in a lot more mobility for Los Ratones than it could have been with pretty much any other AD carry pick for Crowley, and I love it because it's at the same time additional safety and additional aggressiveness if you want to go into the enemy. So you can play this both ways. Very good pick up there. And Jan, I was thinking with those bans from Los Ratones, do you want to add some additional engage for your support in order to go in with Pantheon, with Azure, with Cho'Gath, but in the end they want to go for additional safety. And again, the idea here is the same as with Tristana pickup. You decide what to do with that champion, whether you want to play
Yeah.
aggressive or if you have to play defensive.
Oh, we talked about
That is-
get the leads and
Yeah.
then split push. How do you stop a Trundle if he's ahead? Fox drop on the 1v1. Yes,
Yeah,
you
I
don't.
mean, yeah,
You don't?
it's true, but I don't know, dude. I don't like Trundle into high mobility comps and non-tanky comps. There's not a single tank on the Rats team because we all know Balsate picking Cho'Gath to slam down tank stats. And yeah, Tristana jumps out your pillar, Azir shot. Like I don't know about this one. You get kited by Janna too. Like this is pure split push Trundle, pure like Triforce, Titanic Hydra maybe, like Hole Breaker. That's the angle I'm seeing there. But I'm not sold on that pick. I'm not gonna lie. I could be wrong.
Highly
be
going
wrong.
for the Camille, where you can lock people, you can deal percentage damage,
Yeah.
you can sustain, get the split push. That's a Chachi pick. And now the Trundle. Hey, they talked about the cheesy pick. What about a troll pick? Salari Foxtrot. The cards have been dealt. I want to get a reading. What's the reading for this game too? So far, you're both 100% correct. By the way, you're winning the game show. There's no game show today, but you're winning.
Los Ratones win this one.
Yeah.
Fox.
Trundle's good in lane. It's a good lane matchup, but I don't know. I'm not following the vision, so I think we're going to game 3.
Game 3 might be deciding if we get there. North, can you do it once more, or LR will just push through the mist? With that in mind, toss it to the casters. Hit Brain in trouble. What's gonna happen? I want to know.
League of Legends is going to happen, mate. That's what's going to happen.
I can't tell him. I've seen the ending, but I can't tell. I can't spoil.
Yeah, we're not allowed to spoil the game, mate, against the rules. But yeah, no, kind of going into this draft, like that Trundle on paper seemed kind of big brain, and then, like Foxy very rightly said,
okay.
there's so many kiting tools, right? There's so many ways to stop Trundle from actually having any impact that Chachi might have happened to him what he did to Los Ratones last game.
Listen, I feel like in isolation, it works. Specifically, if Baus goes towards like a super tanky build. I mean, this was what primarily Trundle came out as, a counter to Sejuani jungle, because she was too beefy, right? And he would strip her from all her defenses, and he can do the same to Cho'Gath. Fine, you can do that. Take all his defenses, whatever. How the heck do you stick on anyone on Los Ratones? Azir ult? Janna ult? Tristana ult? Stun from Pantheon? Like, you name it, they have it.
They literally have every bit of CC. Every character on this roster has 1 or 2 bits of CC. So no way might find himself getting a little bit of damage put in. Velia has started Q and not W, so it doesn't have the lockdown onto No Way, but that is going to force No Way a little bit low. But ultimately, it is just going to be a little bit more of a chill start again. Although I say that Velia actually moving in, just placing a ward, will spot out where Jankos is. Chachi is going to have to make his way back as he was just covering the jungle. And that is going to be the end of the little invades and all of that action that could have broken out.
For a second, I was like, let's see if a lane swap's going to come through. I am truly traumatized. Truly and utterly traumatized. Went through an entire season, an entire year in the LPL where lane swaps were the norm. And right now I was like, what about a lane swap right here to get away from a Janna Tristana lane? It's not going to be the case. They are banned. Back to normal program schedule.
No more. Now, here's the interesting one, because Baus is probably going to have a bit of a harder laning phase. I mean, he has the has his passive for a fair amount of sustain, but Chachi already just getting a massive chunk of damage out of Baus. Baus can't even go near the wave, and that kind of damage done to you early is just enough to deny you from being able to really play the wave. So Chachi's going to be able to build up a pretty big lead already off the back of this one, and Baus is just going to have to kind of sit back and accept that this lane not going to be in his favor, especially when you look at the jungle, as Velia is moving bot side. So Baus is truly on an island up here, stuck with the troll.
Yeah, and Baus kind of needs a redemption game, right? I tuned into Gator's stream just a little bit after the game, and it seems like a lot of the times he will take the blame. He'll be like, sorry guys, it's on me, like truly not even as a meme, right? And I'll try to do better for next game, and that's exactly what he said after game 1 as well, as I've seen him miss like 3 CS here, I believe. So this is probably the Baus redemption arc game if he can versus Chachi. Trundle is a bully. He's pretty good at trading early on. His auto attacks really do help. He's got pretty good sustain as well. And Cho'Gath does really need those early items to start getting going, get a little bit more tanky, grab those first feast stacks as well from his ultimate. So far Chachi has been taking pretty good trades on him.
Yeah, I mean, you are seeing these when you've got the Vorpal spikes up and he gets like he procs the Hailer Blades. It's actually pretty brutal. Like, he can do a lot of damage. Now, Chachi will find Baus. Baus gonna step forward. He's got himself the Hailer Blades damage down. Like, the attack speed he gets and how much damage Vorpal spikes do, it's really, really big. Massive chunk out of Chachi's health bar. Baus is going to continue to look for him. He has the flash. The pillar comes down. Looks at the knock-up. Not going to make the connection as Chachi can't actually reset yet.
Jankos.
Oh, no. Baus going to have to probably go for the flash here. Can he find the silence? Jankos goes for the chase. Able to just use the W to evade Baus. Baus is dodging Qs left and right, and he's able to make his way to safety.
All right, one flash down. And Jankos was pathing towards the top side of the map, so he doesn't care too much. Velia is actually heading towards the top side because Nemesis has the priority mid lane. The TP is going to come through from Baus as well, so I think Jankos should just dash out the pit straight away.
Yeah, I think he's just going to jump away to safety. Velia flashes after him there. There's going to be the W from Jankos as he flashes over his wall. Flash for flash traded. Baus actually doing some serious damage to Chachi. Hailer Blades Cho'Gath apparently goes real hard here. Pillar Nan's in onto Baus as now Jankos makes his way forward. Hasn't got that knock-up quite available yet for Baus as he's looking just to put as much damage out as possible. Finds the stun, misses the knock-up. Velia's coming over, throws the Q down as the dogs eat most of that one. Lots of action towards the top side, Trouble.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth towards the top side. The real losers here are Velia, Baus, and Jankos having to commit their flash. So I feel like Chachi, for the time being, feels pretty confident walking up, taking trades, maybe overextending even just a little bit on this lane. I'm a little bit worried right here because Velia didn't take a reset after all this. He's actually continuing to clear the jungle as Jankos has already gone back. He's grabbed his pickaxe. He'll continue his clear. And to be fair, if any fight was to break out or a skirmish or a fist fight or whatever it is, Jankos would have the upper hand with the extra items. Baus!
Baus just goes down. First blood for Chachi. A lot of disrespect, and Chachi playing around the bush as well.
Oof. Talk about a redemption game right here. Not quite, at least at the beginning. And this is a little bit worrying, right? Chachi and Trundle, in general, is a very trade-heavy type of champion that likes to stat check you, particularly in the early game and on the 1 to 2 item spike as well. And now he's got his Tiamat as well. So he's going to be able to actually shove waves really quickly on the top side of the map and potentially roam around. We know that Chachi really does like to roam from the top lane as well. Jankos is going to play around that top side of the map. The second set of Void Grubs, the first set of Void Grubs is going to spawn around that top side. And with that pickaxe in the inventory, Jankos should feel pretty confident to play for some sort of skirmish or a 2v2 towards the top side of the map. Level 6 for Chachi.
Not going to use the subjugate yet. Baus going low. There's the subjugate, the flash in. He's got Tiamat. He's got the lockdown damage. Baus is going low. Finds the knock-up. Chachi is sent packing, but Jankos is coming in, and there's a wave crashing up onto Baus. Baus will be able to sustain some of this with his passive. Throws the silence down. Looks for the knock-up. He's just trying to hold the wave away, but Jankos making his way over. Able to clear out that wave in time. Baus hits level 6. Doesn't get enough damage from the feast onto Chachi. As down he goes. Jankos secures the kill.
Very, very well played from Nord. I feel like the whole concept of don't gank for Baus, he's gonna die, but he's gonna come back. Right here, it's sort of irrelevant, because Jankos is ganking him on timers. Talking about timers, Velia.
They find the knockback. Velia, he's got the stun available for No Way, keeps him pinned in place. As that is one dead Syndra. Velia secures the kill.
Good punish right there. No Way overextended in a bush that wasn't his. Ends up getting punished. You're most likely going to be seeing us in just a bit as Los Pozones happened on our screens. But again, going towards that top side and the global taunt that a lot of people talk about when it comes to Baus, I feel like Jankos has been really good at ganking on proper timers. Like, he's clearing towards top lane, he's going to gank. Which is also worrying, because when the ganks are so telegraphed, where it's like, okay, jungler's topside, don't die, and you die. Jungler's topside, don't die, and you die. When you fall to telegraphed ganks, it becomes a little bit difficult.
And the big problem as well is, like, you're injecting a lot of money into Trundle, who obviously spikes quite quickly. His power very much is loaded into the early game. Now, he does have places later where the stat stealing is very impactful in team fights and can kind of make him a little bit more effective as a frontline. But we've already talked about what the Trundle does in this game, and it's not team fight. Injecting gold into a split pushing Trundle could genuinely be catastrophic. Los Ratones won't have an answer to him. Like, eventually Baus will just not have a 1v1 at all. Like, that's already starting to happen. Once you're like 2-3 items in on this Trundle, like, it doesn't actually matter how big Baus gets. I genuinely feel like Trundle will just be able to out-duel him. So it gets scary where, like, the side pressure from this Trundle, from Chachi, could really undo a lot of the game plan here for the side of Los Ratones. So they even need to put some attention into Baus and try and, pull some control back into this lane, or just accept that this Trundle's going to be a menace and they need to be faster around the rest of the map.
I feel like right here on the Titanic Hydra spike, I don't think anyone can patch Chachi at this point. However,
Ravenous,
I feel like he's going Ravenous. Okay, never mind. He's going to go for the heavy hitter build. Nemesis is going to be pretty fine versus the Trundle later on, because you can evade by dashing onto your soldiers, and you also have your ultimate to double down if he gets too close, right? So I feel like at least right here, Los Ratones do have an answer in terms of that side lane pressure with that Trundle. You can bounce waves back and forth. Cho'Gath, once he gets a few points into his abilities as well, he can pretty much one-shot waves, right? With QEW using the whole clip right there. It's pretty easy. Baus is stuck. He's stuck.
He's caught in place. I believe he doesn't really have any backup. Velia has ultimate, but I don't think it's even worth it. He's putting some damage into the dog, though. Knockup goes wide. Jankos secures the kill and the feat of warfare for the side of Nord.
I've watched too much LPL to know what an Afiri with 2 kills in the early game can do.
Yeah.
This champion is absolutely busted, and right here, Jankos has had a phenomenal early game. Again, those ganks have been on clear timers towards the top side of the map and completely avoidable. I feel like Baus has kind of like fallen for the trap right here, and the top side of the map has been the beneficiary right here from the side of Nord. Not even 1,000 gold in the lead right here, because if you look towards the bottom side of the map, in terms of CSing, I mean, 90 CS at 8 minutes. Nemesis Choving over in the mid lane on the Azir. And I feel like this is the win condition for the side of Los Ratones. Play towards the Tristana, play towards the Azir. Try to get the Azir strong enough to the point where you can have him on the side lane versus Trundle if you need to, but you can also pull him in for team fights as well.
Right now, Baus has been pulled away from that top side. The attention has shifted out, but Nord have reacted, and they've sent their bot lane up towards the top side as well. So the 1v1 continues to be in favor of the Trundle versus Cho'Gath, as Inax is getting shoved in under early here. Jankos does have ultimate. Nemesis needs to be careful now. Bot top side, we do see Crowny going a little bit low, but back into the mid. Nemesis gets forced out. Jankos doesn't commit ultimate. Just gets a bit of a chunk out as now Baus getting jumped onto. Misses the knock-up. Chachi with the King's Domain. Has so much move speed. It's actually very hard to hit that knock-up onto him.
Ego Fleet as well right there. So it's really difficult to pin down that Trundle. And it's actually pretty helpful right here for Chachi. Because he needs to be able to dodge those really, really quickly. As no way he's found Nemesis. He's going to hit the Sky of the Wicked. That's about it. But they're engaging on him.
They've used the Grand Starfall. It's going to come over. They put the wall between. There's going to be the knockback. There's going to be the lockdown. Velia, the one to secure the kill again. Nice little pick up onto the mid there. No way goes down for a second time.
These feel a little bit like solo queue mistakes, I want to say, from No Way. Walking up just to hit a Q onto Nemesis doesn't really justify walking into Fog of War when you haven't seen Velia for a while, when you don't really know exactly where he is on the map. And if I'm not wrong, I think they even had a ward inside that pit that Velia was in, so you gotta respect the fact that Pantheon has that semi-global presence and not overextend. No Way has overextended twice. And the first time it cost his flash and his life, and the second his life as well, so No Way needs to be a little bit more careful, because right now this Pantheon's got 2 kills.
Chachi uses ultimate. Baus thought he had the drop on him, but Chachi with a subjugate forces Baus to go for the flash. Meanwhile, we are going to see Los Fraternus, their bot lane is also bleeding out. Like, it is getting a little bit dire. Chachi definitely looking quite strong here. Baus walks up, gets caught out. There's a pillar, there's a knock-up available. Chachi's just looking to run Baus down, catches him in the pillar. Baus feasts for a bit of extra health, but it's not going to be enough. That's got another kill secured over to Chachi. 2-0 on the Trundle. Definitely starting to get a bit dicey for them over here.
And he must be getting really, really close to his first item as well, as Reckless and Crowny are trying to do damage control on the other side of the map, trying to get as many terror platings as they can. Anyone but that Cho'Gath is having a pretty good time, and I will say what all people will say about Baus, he'll come back. He's just playing a tank, you know, eventually he will be a problem, and even if he's not, like, who cares? Chachi was gonna shred his defenses anyway with this Trundle, so he's just gonna be that nuisance on the side lane. Talk about nuisance on the side lane, we have hot dogs.
Yeah, well, he gets caught by the knock-up the pillar, but Jankos jumps in. Baus, he has a bit of armor, but it's not gonna be enough. Jankos is on a killing spree. Chachi completely dominating this lane. Looks like we might see something mid, though. No Way, unaware. Grand Starfall coming up momentarily as Dog comes forward. Just get a little bit of damage off.
But these are so unavoidable. Like, if you look at the wave, he's pushing towards No Way, and No Way ends up overextending again. I feel like the Los Ratones have really pinned down that one lane that they can actually abuse to grab some kills back from Nord. And unfortunately, it comes from No Way. I feel like he's overstepped one too many times. He's burned his flash twice, then they capitalized on that with the kill. So this time, now that No Way is again flashless, he really needs to start paying respect to this Fog of War, and especially when that wave is pushing towards you, there's absolutely no need to overextend and punish right there. He's doing it again. He's doing it again.
They're going to look to put the damage down. Nemesis doesn't have ultimate, though, so it's just going to be a big old chunk. Jankos puts some damage into Velia. Out comes the shield from Velia to make sure he doesn't lose too much damage. Jankos already doing a fair amount of damage with that Spear of Shojin in his inventory. First tower's already sorted as well there for the Norders. Chachi's now going to move up towards top side. This Trundle is a monster. He's got himself the Titanic Hydra, another Vamp Thector, and the Boots of Swiftness, and the upgraded Boots of Swiftness off the back of, well, not fully upgraded, but they're partially upgraded through the feats.
You know what? I just realized that Nord team spikes so well on 2 items for every single one of their champions. So I feel like if they can actually manage to snowball that early game, they could win out super hard if they can get to push their advantage on those 2 item spikes. Because again, like, where are we gonna find him towards the top side? Of course, that dragon went down, and right here, Baus knows what's coming for him. Really clever to try and push out that wave as fast as possible. And Chance is gonna go into Baus mode, and he's gonna be the one proxing. Here's the diving bot.
They're attacking bot. Inax is low. He gets bot back, and I think that's enough for Crowny to secure the kill. Nice pick up there from the side of Nord. They should be able to finish this tower off, although Nash is actually being a bit of a menace. Get some damage off using the help at the tower. The problem is top side. We probably want to be looking up there because Chachi has now joined up with Baus. So this tower's under threat, but top lane Baus is going incredibly low.
He's cleared out the wave.
Chachi, subjugate's already been used. Baus Don't think he's going to be long for the Worlders. There's Chachi securing the kill, and that will probably be a second tower for the side of Nord.
But look at them over in the bot lane. Baus died knowing that Chachi was taking that trade on him, but he pushed out this wave, which means that Chachi now has to wait for the next wave to push out so then he can take that tower. And the first tower has already dropped down bot lane for Los Ratones as Nemesis trades out positively right here into Jankos' Nafiri. And if I can talk a little bit in TFT terms, if you guys are aware, QSS in TFT, Quicksilver Sash, stops any incoming CC for the first 16 seconds, I want to say. It might be wrong, but it's 10-something seconds of the combat. Chachi wishes he had that QSS in this particular game because he's very strong, but his sticking power onto Los Ratones is going to be absolutely minimal. We talked earlier on about all the ultimates that they have to push him away. Hold on for a minute, though.
Nemesis gets caught by the flash for Pulverize. He gets the flash away to safety himself. And Nord, they get a bit of damage off, but Nemesis was able to put that tower down in time. He could have gone down otherwise.
All right, really good gank right there over on the top side as well. Nash, again, on point on this Alistar. They haven't necessarily really managed to capitalize into that bot lane. Of course, Ezreal, Alistar into Tristana, Janna. Like, Tristana, Janna pushes any time, so they weren't very vocal. And talking about how vocal they are, 1.3k up for Crownie onto this Tristana. He had a really rough game onto that Jhin. He wasn't able to capitalize on any kills or any early game pressure. But right here on the Tristana, he actually has the tools. They've transitioned him over in the mid lane as well, and they're going to Chachi.
Well, Chachi's very tanky, but again, we talked about how he's actually relatively useless versus the full Los Ratones lineup. You already saw Crownie with one item jumping into his pocket and doing a lot of damage. Now, luckily for Chachi, he has a lot of lifesteal, so he's back to full HP already. As Baus has now shoved that bot lane up and is now moving to rotate into a potential fight here. Crownie jumps forwards. Jankos has to jump over the wall. They're waiting for an opportunity. Nemesis doesn't have flash, so he can't get a big flash shuffle off. So I think it's just going to be onto this Rift Herald and see if they can bait Nord into a fight that maybe they don't want to be taking. Ultimates are up on everyone here for the side of Los Ratones, including that feast on the Baus. So it's going to be quite hard to secure. Velia going to be able to pick up the Grud. Nord, are they looking to go for the fight a little bit further? They are chasing forwards. They get a scatter off on the Baus, but I think that's going to be all they can achieve.
Yeah, I feel like Los Ratones right here saw no way down the bot lane. He had super low mana, so they knew he'd have to reset first and then TP in the fight if he chose to TP for that fight. Was the case later on, but right here, I feel like Nord are playing spectator mode.
Nash has been caught. Crownie's putting the damage in. The ultimate's pretty big for Nash to keep him going for the moment, but Nemesis will be shut down by Jankos. Velia's on the backline. They're able to take out Nash. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Velia's incredibly low. In comes the ultimate from Jankos. A great block with the E, and in comes the Monsoon to keep him going. Crownie flashes forwards. One more auto is all he's going to need. Can't find the reset. Los Ratones fire back.
And they're gonna pop that Rift Herald over in the mid lane as well. This is gonna be mid lane tower guaranteed for Los Ratones. Gold's still about 1,500, but primarily all this gold is sitting in Chachi's pocket, who's all the way up the top lane. So Los Ratones are taking full control of that mid. Someone reset, please!
No, they can't!
Press B! Press B!
Reckless with the tornado just to be a nuisance to No Way and slow. Oh, it was Inax, sorry. Slow is back down. Is that... Oh, Nash? You're not going to smite that one away, Nash. You're a support. Is that... Let's have a look at the fight once again.
Yeah, right here, I feel like as a Nord are playing spectator mode right here. No Way flashes through, but there's no flash onto Alistar, so they end up going down. There's nothing to fight right there. Maybe you can take some control into enemy jungle, but who cares? There's no creeps up. Chachi had already pushed that wave up top lane, so it's pretty much a non-needed fight right here from Nord, running into Los Ratones territory that they have absolutely no vision of. So it ended up backfiring for them, and they burned flash onto Syndra yet again. Now Nash and No Way, they're waiting there.
Looking for a potential pick. Not going to find it, though. Meanwhile, they've actually sent Nemesis up to go deal with Chachi on the top side. As the dragon spawns up, Nemesis and Chachi both have teleport. In comes the True Shot Barrage. Knockup doesn't hit onto anyone and bounces low. Silence is not going to be enough. Inax secures the kill. Teleport from Nemesis. Making his way over. Chachi now going to be a little bit late to that punch on the teleport himself, but the man advantage is still Nord's. Velia, I don't think he wants to go for the hero play. Just going to throw a Q out, and it was damn close. I'll give it to him. It was damn close, but not close enough.
I wish Chachi hadn't TP'd. but there was no wave over on the top side of the map. It had already been burnt out by Nemesis before he TP'd into this fight. So even if Chachi remained over on the top side of the map, there wouldn't really be much he'd be able to do. He'd have to wait for the next wave to push another tower. However, by TPing in, you pretty much guaranteed a 4 versus 5 in favor of Nord, and Los Ratones pretty much threw the white flag right there. They couldn't fight that 4 versus 5, and Baus is so squishy. He's going for more of the mobility build again with the dead mans, but it currently is just not enough because that Nafiri is super fed. Chachi is also super fed as well. So the 80 damage coming through plus the shred from that cleaver in Jankos' inventory is really hurting that Cho'Gath. Yeah,
when you got a 0-7 Cho'Gath, it is quite rough for you on the side of Los Ratones. Now, I will give Los Ratones this. This is my little copium take for our LR fans. The gold is actually closer in this game, even with everything, than it was last game. There's definitely more of a chance, and you look at people like Nemesis and Crowley, I feel like they're actually able to have more impact than last game. Last game, they kind of just were not able to play the game at all. As Velia is caught by a scatter of the week from Noe and a second Q, but he'll be okay. Atakan's going to get started up. It's not the revive Atakan, it is our Roses Atakan here. As Jankos is making his way over. We're going to see if he can try and potentially steal or force this one away, but he may get himself caught by the knock-up. Has to use the W to break away. Crowley putting some damage down. Scatter of the week, not going to hit. Atakan half HP. Los Ratones are going to get forced off. Chachi does a 180 as he decides to run away from this one. I think the action has cooled off for a second.
Yeah, the second Los Ratones took their hands off of that Atakan, Chachi insta-B-turned for that mid lane wave. Baus had already followed him all the way from that bot lane, and I feel like even though usually within teams, it's any other team, but Los Ratones chasing that top laner, right here, Baus has had to respond to Chachi this entire series. Chachi has been an absolute menace on a side lane. He's been an absolute menace in these team fights, and just the pure threat of a level 15 Trundle walking up to a level 11 Tristana or Janna is more than enough to dissuade any situation that Los Ratones are trying to start. He was 3 levels up on Baus before Baus just cashed in on that wave. Yeah,
that is genuinely terrifying. Velia looking to see if he can make his way over onto Chachi. Chachi will get spotted out by the Scryers. So he's just going to lob down the King's Domain and get out of there. Chachi playing a lot of respect here because when you're this fed, especially on something like Trundle, there is that kind of like innate instinct just to kind of mindlessly shove waves and take towers, but like he is waiting for a reason to do that. He's waiting for something to pull the team away, so he knows that he's at least in an isolated 1v1 with Baus.
Yeah, and also he has a pretty beefy shutdown on top of his head as well.
Yeah.
Something like that, Pantheon would love to get that money. Grab that second item, which is very crucial. As you can see, he has fallen just a little bit behind to that Nafiri as he's heading back to base right now. He should be close to his second item, if not completing it right here. I'm smelling a black cleaver coming through for Velia as he leaves the base right here, and it is going to be the case. Now Nord, they are looking to establish some vision towards the top part of the map, but they should be primarily focusing their attention towards that bot side. It is going to be Dragon. Reminder, that was their win condition in that game number 1 as well. And right here with Los Ratones having the primary 2 dragons in the game, you do want to stop the dragon stacking from Los Ratones to actually get a win condition done for yourself by stacking them up.
Alrighty, well, Los Ratones still on that back foot. The gold lead, very minimal, but I don't think the gold lead really tells the story of like pressure right now. That's going to be the major thing. Is Chachi, I actually think he could just solo this. He's got double life steal items. He's actually upgraded his Swifty boots as well. They do spot him out with the Scryers, and I think that's enough for Chachi to back off.
It's like Master Yi.
He is unkillable.
If you've got a Master Yi in solo queue and suddenly you don't have vision of Baron, Master Yi could be soloing Baron. That's the exact situation right here with this Trundle too. Yeah.
He's on Atakan again. Inax is just getting some damage off on the Crowley, even through the shield. The Atakan not actually getting too low. Looks like Chachi is actually playing respect here, deciding it's not worth the risk. He knows that he can shove out this lane and just continue to apply pressure this way. Now level 16. His ult is maxed. Like, that subjugate is huge at this point. Throws the pillar down onto Baus. Doesn't know where the rest of the team are. And Los Ratones, they're rotating the whole team up. So Chachi, very respectfully, does reset off and decide to leave, but that dragon is on the table, and with a fed Chachi, you know this Atakan can also go down.
he's 5 levels up on Reckless.
It's so
He walks up to Reckless. He'll just 3-shot him. We're very scared of all the peeling that comes through from the sort of Los Ratones, but if you kill them in 3 shots, then there's not going to be no peeling done. And going towards what looks like it's Deadman's Plate as his 3rd item for a little bit more mobility. Chachi is now going to push another wave top lane. He does have TP to join his team right here. And this is probably going to be the closest fight Los Ratones will get. 2 items completed all across the board, and they are first in the river as well.
Yeah, they're going to look to start this one up. The problem is topside Chachi's killing
Oh
Baus.
my
He's
God,
able to take him
no!
down.
What?
North now forcing their way through. The Scan of the Weak hits. That's going to be the Dragon secure, but the kill onto the ADC is absolutely decimating for the side of Los Ratones. They have to make their way out. They lose the tier 2. Chachi is into the base. Look at the attack speed on this guy. He is going to melt through towers. Chachi, he doesn't need minions. Down goes the inhibitor tower. Nemesis is coming over. King's Domain's up. Nemesis chases forward, gets the shuffle back. Chachi's trying to stay alive, but I think he will fall. The sustain is not there. Shut down to Nemesis.
I feel like this is the time if Los Ratones really want to be in the series.
He's caught. They're going for the chase. They found the ultimate on. The Qs are connecting. And Jankos will
Baron.
take the kill. That is going to be Baron for the side of North. There's no way Los Ratones can defend versus this.
Oh my god, Los Ratones are getting dizzy. Chachi's making them dance circles around him. Let's watch this one more time. As the Dragon's going down by Los Ratones and they will secure it, Chachi gets a solo bolo onto Baus. This is supposed to be their tank in the front line for Los Ratones, and it goes down to Chachi. Chachi still holds that TP, but his team tells him not to do it because they've got that one under control. It's not quite yet going to be that Baron, actually, for Nord. They needed the resets right here. Extra items too, but Reckless might get caught.
He's on his own. So he does have Monsoon. Oh, no, he doesn't have Monsoon. Teleport's coming in as well. Nemesis making his way over. In comes Chachi. As an open inhibitor, there's a Baron. Chachi, Hole Breaker now finished up. I think the attention right now will just go towards Atakan.
Keep rain. Keep rain.
Go
I
on.
will say this, just for the sake of the series, this is unlosable by Nord. They are at such a good spot. This is unlosable.
Well, Chachi, he's going to test that Fury, jumps into Baus's pocket, has that subjugate, he's going to throw it down onto him. Baus is just being melted, Atakan has been secured. Baus finds the knock-up on the Chachi, but he is already chunked. The slows are pretty big. Chachi's going to be able to break away for the moment as Los Ratones don't lose a member, but now Baron is on the cards. They need to be so careful.
I feel like right here, it's time for Nemesis and Crowny to really, truly step up. All this chovying that Nemesis has been doing around the map, 283 CS in 27 minutes. The 2 items, 3rd one almost complete, is going to be the Void Staff very, very soon for Nemesis.
Chachi.
He needs to start playing a little bit more aggro. He will see Chachi. Chachi, though, is still 2 levels up onto Nemesis and plus more on every other member of Los Ratones. You're going to need more than 2 members to actually take him down. And Velia might actually get surrounded right here. Doesn't have flash.
There's the pillar to keep him locked down. They're going to throw the dogs in. The knock-up comes through. And that is one dead Velia. And that's the signal for Baron now. Nord are showing us that gods can bleed. They don't even need to send Jankos over. It's just going to be Chachi to solo Baron. He's got so much lifesteal. Jankos will make his way over. Summon up a couple of extra dogs as we see a tower go down. I think that was a Zir tower. So nothing too major, but that would be Baron. You thought a Hole Breaker level 17 versus level 14 top lane is going to be a problem? He's now got Baron. He's about to ding level 18. I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop Chachi in the side lanes.
We're talking about how difficult Bao's supposed to deal with. Chachi has been an absolute god this series. Now hitting level 18. First on the Rift. 3 items deep, and Baron buff, as you mentioned. However, I will say for Los Ratones, not the best soul, but still a win condition for them. 5,000 gold in deficit. They've come back from worse. We've seen their screams. They have made it. Again, they do have champions that scale really well. 3rd item completed for Nemesis. I will say, I'm not sure how much I agree with that Rift Maker this time around. I know that it's a meme and it's fun, playing AP and full solo bolo and blasts. But I feel like right here, Baus, the purpose of that Cho'Gath is to be a frontline. Maybe the idea is that Since the subjugate's gonna come through from Trundle anyway, might as well do as much damage as possible. But he will be thin as paper to take down.
Yeah, he will be very easy to pick up as Nord looking to finish up this tier 2 on the bot side. Chachi will be pushing up mid side as well, as actually Crowny and Velia looking to jump in onto him. Still got that subjugate. Jankos, ultimate available. We'll just jump onto Crowny. Crowny busts the shots in back. There's going to be the W from Jankos. He flashes forward. Reckless is trying to make himself in the area to save the day, but Velia has bought the ire of Chachi. As down he goes, we see Bounce fall as well. Los Ratones lose 2. There's the scat of the week. No Way's looking for Nemesis. Nemesis is incredibly low. No unleashed power. But Nord, there's only one more tower outside the base standing between them and victory here. There goes the final tier 2. There's only 2 tier 3s left as Crowny forces Inax to shift away. Crowny's going to do a lot of damage if he's given the opportunity. Inax is very chunked out. The problem is Chachi's inside the base. Crowny continues to try and pressure onto Inax as Chachi now has 3 members collapsing in onto him. Reckless is going to look for the slow with the Zephyr. Makes the connection. Crowny jumps forward. There's going to be the flash out from Chachi. He's actually losing a fair amount of HP. Crowny gets the resets off. That might be enough to find the kill. Crowny finds the dunk.
Meanwhile, bot lane Nord take yet another inhibitor from Los Ratones. And that's exactly what we were saying earlier. Nemesis, Crowny, they're going to have to step up. Constantly, you saw that in the mid lane wave. He kept jumping onto Inax, using his E to try and trade onto the Ezreal. Shutting down Chachi top lane. Huge. Nemesis and Crowny are going to have to step up massively here. Los Ratones' hopes of going to Denmark lays on their shoulders. Whoever wins this guarantees themselves at least a lower bracket final and guarantees a show in Denmark in our LAN finals. This is a huge deal of a game.
If you lose this, you are forced into that lower bracket and you have to go the long way around if you want to make it to finals. And last season, it was Nord forced out by Los Ratones into that lower bracket. So the potential revenge arc is here for Nord. Chachi's finished up a wit's end. He is almost full build on this Trundle, man. This could be the revenge for Nord, although it looks like Los Ratones fine. Jankos, nope, that ability's really broken. Don't worry, he's okay.
W.
I hate that ability. That ability needs to be burnt in a fire.
All right, Los Ratones right here. One foot in the coffin, unfortunately for them. 7,000 gold in deficit. Can Nemesis and Crowny make the impossible possible? Nord pushing without Baron is very, very difficult, especially since the other 2 waves are not synced up, which we also saw as a reoccurring theme in game number 1. When they had Baron, they were pushing. But without Baron pushing into Tristana and Nazir, it's almost impossible to get in contact with any of the towers. So Los Ratones right here, they'll take the resets and the backing off from Nord to try and establish at least some vision in their jungle to see if they can get a pick early on.
Baus is going to make his way down towards the bottom side. He's not even level 16 yet. Chachi's been 18 for ages. Baus hasn't even got his final rank in his ultimate. It is going to be an incredibly hard struggle here for Los Ratones to pull this back. And if they find the win and somehow stop Nord from taking this, which I think is an incredibly slim chance, Los Ratones have to then find another win. Like, they have to do this one more time.
Well, first, they have to go through this one to do this another time.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate how incredibly invincible Los Ratones have been over in Winter Split and now.
I mean, they won EMEA as well. Like, these guys have looked undefeatable. And Nord have just absolutely taken it to them in this series. Chachi getting caught out here by Velia, but does put the pillar down, and he's going to be A-okay.
Yeah, I feel like Nord are about to pull the biggest W in the NLC ever, taking down Los Ratones, not in just a game, but in an entire series. If they can manage to close this out, they've got so much vision towards the top side of the map as well, and they can actually bait Los Ratones in the jungle. They have no vision. They have no way of checking out vision. Velia, if you walk too far forward.
Velia, you can only go so far. They jump
Wait!
It's shut down! What a pick there! As now Velia jumps in forwards. Nord trying to see if they can find a turnaround, but being without their ADC for 44 seconds. could be devastating. The big problem, though, is in the bot lane. Trundle will be making his way towards this. If Nord can just slow down Los Ratones on the Baron, Chachi could potentially end it. I'm so glad we got this picture-in-picture so we can see the action, because there is a super wave making its way towards the base, and Chachi, I don't think Nemesis alone is going to be able to hold this one off. Los Ratones have to be so quick. Baus has a feast, though, so he can go for it. They're going to Monsoon. They're going to heal back up. As this is a slow push forward. Jankos jumps into the pit. He steals the Baron. Jankos has done it. Nord flash away to safety. In comes the headbutt pulverize. And down goes Crowny. Los Ratones are falling apart at the seams. Nord rip them apart.
What a call right there from Jankos to dive into the pit and steal away the Baron. It is a 5 versus 3 for more than 40 seconds for Los Ratones, and they have to defend an entire base that will currently have only their Nexus tower standing after Nord have entered their base with 5 men.
No one expected this to be a 2-0. Let alone it being a Nord 2-0, but they are taking down the final inhibitor. Los Ratones, gods finally bleed. Nord just need to dot the I's and cross the T's to close this series out and knock Los Ratones into the lower bracket. They're not going for it yet, though. They're going to play this as controlled and as just as patiently as possible. Resets coming in, Dragon on the cards. Los Ratones are not out yet.
You have to remember right here, level 18 on Nemesis as well, 4 items. The gold lead is pretty much insignificant when it comes to Crowny and Nemesis. That Tristana and the Azir hurt tremendously. So if you don't go back to base, reset, grab items, grab new wards, get more vision, you might as well end up paying the big price right here. Los Ratones have so many super minions just running, flooding their base. They do have tremendously good wave clear, and let's watch this one more time. Jankos will dash through the pit and steal that one away. I mean, this is almost unacceptable by Los Ratones here. You have Janna and Cho'Gath. You need to make sure Naafiri never, ever, ever makes it through the pit. I'm going to hold on to this, though, as they're looking for Jankos.
Jankos is getting caught, but the W comes out. There's the flash away to safety. Not going to be able to pin that dog down yet, as Jankos just continues to pressure forwards. Baron in the pocket, waves crashing across the board, and Los Ratones now left, scratching their heads. The Azir tower will slow down this mid wave, but not really enough to do much. As in they crash, it's going to have to be one hell of a fight from Los Ratones. True Shot Barrage doesn't clip onto anyone. There's the scat of the week. Velia has to throw the E up just to keep himself alive for now. But the wave after wave will start to collapse in as these towers are getting exceptionally low. A solid defense, though, through the Baron is coming out here from the side of Los Ratones. Chachi puts a pillar up just to play interrupt for the moment as Nemesis takes a little bit of poke. This tower staying alive for now. There's going to be the Monsoon out from Reckless to keep his team alive. Baron still ticking away. They find a knock up onto Jankos. He's able to jump away to safety. Inax is going unbelievably low. Crowny's fighting his heart out here. Baus is getting low. Subjugate has been thrown down. Chachi's going incredibly low as well. Nord have been forced out of the base. How have Los Ratones held on?
Reminder, without powered up minions, it's so hard to push and get in contact with towers. Look at their entire composition. Super short range. Ezreal cannot walk up because he's walking up into an Azir and a Tristana. And together, Azir and Tristana have insanely good wave clear. Add Cho'Gath's abilities at this point that are fully leveled up on top of this. It's just so hard to come in contact with towers. Nord are gonna need to rely on the next Baron up in 2 minutes if they actually want to crack the base open. By then, a bunch of those inhibitors would have spawned. Not a bunch of them, all of them would have spawned at this point. Los Ratones get a second to breathe right here. This is actually pretty huge because with all these resources running into the base of Los Ratones, a lot of them have actually completed full item builds. Tristana 5 items, Azir 5 items. This is where the gold lead becomes completely unimportant for the game.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead was always close. It was always about the map pressure. Regardless, Nord still do have the most map pressure. They even if they lose a fight, there is a lot that Los Ratones will have to do to be able to close this series out, or this game out. So They almost have I wouldn't say it's a get out of jail card for free, but it's a get out of an instant loss unless it is one hell of a mistake. Chachi's waiting for an opportunity. If they can find a pick onto one member, they may be able to muscle their way through. But Crowley on this Tristana, level 18, that means he's got the max range. Remember how much range Tristana gets. Gonna be a problem. Baus is gonna get jumped onto. They're just gonna commit and full send it. Down he goes. Nowhere with the unleashed power. Secures the kill.
Oh man, everyone from Los Ratones was waiting patiently, so the base. And Baus steps out. Everyone thought that the 10 death power spike was going to be it. It wasn't enough, and now Los Ratones, or the remaining members rather, have to do the dirty work. Again, for Nord, it's really, really difficult to come in contact with the towers, especially when the waves are so unsync. Nord, sync up your waves for one push, please!
Looks like this mid inhib is about to respawn. So is the top one. They took that bot inhib not that long ago, so that should stand up for a little bit longer, but the inhibs are coming back, and that is just slowing down the game once again. Los Ratones somehow holding on. Oh,
that was very scary for Crowny. This is the problem, right? You walk slightly out of your base, suddenly you've got Alistar jumping on you, Syndra Balls, Ezreal, Naafiri, Trundle. It's so difficult for Los Ratones to actually establish any control outside of their base. Now with Baron coming up, they only have vision onto Inax and Jankos, and Jankos even has actually left the pit. Wait, is no one gonna help Inax finish this Baron? Nord are looking to potentially catch Crowny, as Crowny is disrupting that mid lane wave.
Yeah, Crowny's trying his hardest, but early smite comes in from Jankos. They know it's not going to be contested. There's going to be the Baron. Soul now spawns up in 9 seconds, and Los Ratones have moved into the air. Remember, whoever secures this dragon does secure Soul. As Nord are going to step their way forward there, so True Shot Barrage goes a little bit wide. Los Ratones, they're going to secure Soul, but Jankos has to throw the W down. Baus has also joined into the fight. The pillar comes out. Crowny jumps over the wall, and Chachi's actually the one under fire. Los Ratones not done yet as they do chase forwards, but Baus is coming out. Jankos flashes into the pit, or into the bush. A little bit of a mistake. Chachi's inside the base, though. They're just going to stop the recalls. They're going to stop Los Ratones. Chachi onto the inhibitor. He's going to be able to take this one down. Nemesis is getting healed up by the Monsoon. That's going to be one kill picked up on the side of Los Ratones as Crowny is doing his best to put the damage down. Chachi joins into the fray, into the fight. Nemesis over the wall, looking for Jankos, but Inax is able to take him down, and the resurrections are coming in. Baus is going low, but Crowny remains untouched. Baus will fall. Crowny slowed down. He gets a grand in his pocket, and now he's chasing forward. Crowny made the mistake. What a huge fumble from him. Nord are going to run into the base. They're going to close this series out. It was so tight towards the end, but they finally held on strong. They finally held on fast. Down go the towers. The Nexus will fall, and Nord 2-0 Los Ratones.
Where were you when they said NLC is a for-fun league? Where were you when they said no one can beat Los Ratones? Because open your eyes, Nord did this pretty damn convincingly back to back. There was no cheese, it was proper drafting, it was proper gameplay, and I feel like, wow, if I had a hat, I would take it off. Chachi. What a monstrous freaking series by a veteran who's been around for more than 10 years in the scene, together with Jankos, of course, but damn, Chachi, the Poppy, and then the Trundle, like, insane.
He looked absolutely amazing, and keep in mind, Los Ratones haven't actually lost a series in the NLC at all.
Ever.
And this is the first time they've done it. Nord, they were knocked down last season by Los Ratones into that lower bracket. This season, they're the team to knock Los Ratones into that lower bracket. We're going to pass it over to Archer to break down this historic victory for Nord.
Trouble, I got you. Heads off. Heads off to Chachi, heads off to Nord, heads off to everything. They made what we were talking about. It's a possibility. They believe they can lose, and Nord explore that non-stop. Let's start with expectations from the draft. Trundle, so good when ahead. If he's not, he's gonna be dead. But Yanka saw it coming a mile away.
Oh damn, you're speaking in pointer today for the whole day, brother.
Yeah, that's true. He's rhyming away. He's got it.
Yeah.
Nah, if
I didn't even know.
hosting doesn't work out, then maybe SoundCloud rapper might be your next job title. Nah, I was super skeptical of that trundle lock-in for sure. The only thing it's good at this game, is a 1v1 versus Baus, and that was really only for the lane phase, unless, as you say, you get really far ahead and then you're just unstoppable. Well, yeah, Baus was like 0-7 at 15 minutes or something like that. Like, yeah, I guess fair enough. You can get ahead from that, and I think potentially this is the exploit against Los Ratones that we've been talking about and sort of expecting to see ever since their inception. Baus does die a lot and just attack through the top side. DMG even tried it in the last series. Maybe teams are starting to clock on to a way to beat Los Ratones.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
it looks like Nord, I mean, for sure, Nord are the first team to actually crack the code and bring down Los Ratones, but it's so interesting the way they did it, because we usually talk about I don't play around trying to kill Baus because it doesn't work, but here the idea was we don't just kill Baus, because just killing Baus doesn't really lead you to anything. We make sure that we set our lane ahead, and this is a laner playing on a competent champion that can do a lot by himself when he's ahead, which is what happened here, because Chachi was playing on the Trundle, plus he had a lot of support from Jankos. Jankos was babysitting top for like the first half of the game. And on top of that, you don't lose anywhere else, which is what happened to Nord in this game, and that is the recipe for victory against Los Ratones.
Slowly we got to see that Tristana Azir as the answer, as the way to, hey, we can put a band-aid on whatever is happening, but even that was not enough, and multiple team fights were really close and interesting. I think this is one of them, as they were always getting no way.
They were trying, they were focusing Norway. That was the window in for Los Ratones. It worked a lot during lane phase, but in this team fight, as you saw, it was basically a trade. The mid laner for a support doesn't really work in Los Ratones' favor, but Crowny was always trying this game. It was really far ahead as well. Like, we talked a lot about Vizicachi and the lead that he had, but Crowny was like 4-5k up, like quite a significant lead in that one. But it was always not able to be tenacious in these team fights, make things happen, because even when the team fights didn't work, in the minimap you saw the Chachi was still pushing in the side lane. That's
Time.
yeah. I actually think even though Chachi didn't group that much, he still grouped too much.
He only started grouping when he bought Hullbreaker, okay? Which doesn't make any sense if you think about it.
There you go.
Which is interesting, isn't it? Like, I got myself the split push-it item. Guys! I'm grouping up.
Start the group.
Here I come. Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting, but he always found the best windows to split push. I think his decision making was stellar. I told you, I would have died 30 times by the time he died once. Like, this guy was aware of everything. It always starts like this. What do you do as Baus? You miss Rupture, you miss life.
Yeah, you don't do anything. The only thing you can do in this situation is just die. And at the same time, your team cannot help you. You cannot help your team either because you're dead. Chachi doesn't need to group up with the team because Nord are feeling fantastic even without their top laners in this fight.
That's it. You don't want to group. And I was getting a little bit nervous for Nord towards the end there, where Chachi was looking like he was going to group a little bit more. And I was like, dude, you have a winning formula. You know, it's been working the entire game. You know this Trundle ain't going to hold up to snuff if you do start grouping in these team fights. So I was like, Chachi, get away from there, get away from there. When they were 5-man stacking, pushing mid, nope, get away from there, go somewhere else. And yeah, that's when Nord had the winning formula.
I still think there were multiple deciding moments where LR could have brought it back up. A few mistakes coming in from one side. But, oh, the Baron. This is the Baron. I think this is the greatest. Someone picked this up because this is beautiful.
Does it need any comments?
Wow.
It's brutal. It's brutal across the board here for Los Ratones on this one. So many things went wrong. Janna, I don't know how Nefiri gets into the pit when there's a Janna there. I don't know how Nefiri outsmites Cho'Gath Nom. And I don't know how Crowny just killed Ints at the end of that one as well, right? There was no logic there. He was just mad about losing it, I reckon. All the while Chargie's pushing bots, so really right from the get-go, this game was in the pocket of Nord. Lots of times had a few team fights that looked like it could have worked, but man, Nord just really showed up today. Super impressive stuff.
I agree 100%. Hey, a comment from the chat, by the way. Professor Foxtrot, is it time to
It's
drop
time to-
LR from S tier?
Yes, dude. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Ooh.
I mean, they weren't hot today at all. They've been almost infallible. They looked a teeny bit shaky versus DMG. Even that, I think we were kind of overblowing because we want to say something that isn't glazing them. But this was just not good. This was just not a good series at all. I mean, obviously, big credit to Norden and this man on your screen here.
This man on
XP
the
at
screen.
15, 2,000, gold at 15, almost 3,000. What are you talking about? You know,
You're
from evolution of man, we always started with a tool, which was a stick. And Chachi proved us that we don't need anything rocket science to succeed in life. A stick is enough. And they just took down the Immortals. I want to talk with any of them. Nord, I think it's Inax. Bring him in. I need to talk with them. Inax!
Oh, what's up, my boy?
Inax! You got it!
Yeah,
I
man.
have to say this. You crazy son of a Timo. You did it. How are you feeling?
None of you predicted us. You guys are stakes. None of you predicted us.
You know, I was talking with the desk and I said, I need to repent my sins because I wanted to vote Nord. I accept my sin. You did it. But 2-0, I mean, come on. Not even you expected 2-0.
Oh, come on. Of course we were 2. What do you mean? Easy. No, I'm
I
joking.
saw
we
Yika stream early in
expected.
the day.
Oh. Oh.
Tell me.
No, I mean, no. It was. We expected. Obviously, we expected it to be a bit closer. I don't know if they just had a bad day. Like they're good players, obviously. But I think we
100%.
played. You know, we drafted well today. We played really good today. Personally, I'm really happy with my performance. Apart from that Eon mid lane, I don't know what the hell I did there.
Oh,
But,
I want to know more about that. It's on the interview. I really want to know your thought process to think they're grouped there. This could be deciding, betting this up. I got an arcane shift.
That's just you
How?
just expect enemy to be. It's so bad you expect enemy to not react to it. That's the way to do it. Nah, it was just a bad play for me. I don't know. I choked or something. I don't know.
The
I
voices,
wanted to.
the voices.
Yeah, there
I
were
know.
some voices. Yeah, but the rest of the game was chill though. We didn't manage to kill Reckless. You can't kill Reckless.
On any of
Jana,
the
it's not
games?
possible. No, you can't. You just can't kill him, man. Bro is the Demon King. But no, it was. I'm
Now
really
with
happy
this in
everyone
mind,
stepped up.
NX, you are confirmed in Copenhagen. Regardless of where you land, it's confirmed. You flying in.
Nice.
You playing in Copenhagen. How are you feeling? Either it's like lower brackets or finals, or at least upper bracket.
I don't know how the not ladder, but like the format is, but I'm happy to be going to Copenhagen. I think the arena is going to be huge. Obviously, Los Ratons. Hopefully, they make it there. I think they will. There's no way they will come back. They will come back for the rematch. And then yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of people there. I don't know how many thousand it was. I'm just happy to play in front of a crowd again. I love it. It's nice, you know.
True.
It's lovely.
NX, we gotta build this up, okay? If you win NLC Spring Split, not only you're going to EMEA Masters, but also you took down the Rats, you took down the throne, it's yours. I'm not talking about eyebrows, but what will you do if you win NLC?
Nothing, bro.
Nothing.
I'm
What?
not gonna do Yankos. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Yankos type thing.
That's why I
shave
said
my
no
eyebrows.
Something
No.
interesting.
Nah, I don't have
Don't you have a
anything to
hidden
do, man.
talent in life?
I mean, I don't know. I can't think of anything right now. But no, I don't have anything,
cook,
man.
go cook,
If
go
I win,
cook.
I'll be happy. I'll be very happy. That's
I hope
basically
so.
it, man. Yeah. Do you qualify if you're second place to EMEA? NLC won.
I think
so.
second place, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
second place gets it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
NX.
MA was the goal. Winning the finals is the goal. So that's it. You know, no shaving, no pink hair, no nothing like that.
I love it. Your performance was outstanding. Chachi as well. Like the team was outstanding, man. Congratulations, the Phoenix is revived. Best of luck for the next one. We don't know against who. You'll find out
Yeah.
after this series. But congratulations. Anything to say to your fans before we move on?
No, thank you to my supporters, to North supporters, and obviously I'm happy. Obviously, my family's watching as well, so I appreciate the support from them. And yeah, well, my dad will be happy from this game. He loves when we play aggressive, so he's gonna be like, good job, good job. But yeah,
Maybe
I
you
mean,
saw that
thank you to the
arcade
fans
shift,
as well.
he was like, my boy.
Yeah,
That
for
was
sure,
it.
for sure. But yeah, no, it's nice, you know. We have a lot of supporters. It's nice. Team is lovely, and yeah, I'm happy with today. Gonna go relax, enjoy my day now, go for a drive, enjoy life. You know, sunny day out here in London. It's rare occurrence, so gotta enjoy it.
You know what? Fly high. You just did an amazing thing. I'll see you soon.
Thank you,
boss.
man. You have a good one, boss man.
So good from NX stepping
Wait.
up.
I love
Yeah.
that.
There you go. He's going to take a ride on his car, but also we're just going to move on. No time to waste, because after this, we have another banger. It's going to be the Bulldog Esports versus the Ruddy Sack. It's revenge time. Who's going to take it? Third time is the charm? I don't know. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. No time to lose. Bulldog Esports versus the Ruddy Sack. We've seen this before 2 times in the favor of the Ruddy Sack. Just in winter. Spring already we had a face-off. It was chaos. We had it on the interview. Gaithan versus Cayman. They were talking about each other. And yeah, we're expecting a high brawl. Hey! No time like now to jump into Champion Select. And we talked about the champion Ocean Solari for the Ruddy Sack. Bulldog Esports are a little bit more confined in what they bring in. I'm just curious. I need a good game. I'm just happy.
Yeah, that's what we all need, to be honest. But that's why I really love that in the first game for Bulldog, they are sitting on the blue side, because that allows them to secure potentially some picks for the positions where they might be a little bit more contested in terms of the champion pool. I'm looking at Cayman, I'm looking at Blueless, for example. They might want to pick their champions in the first rotation here on the blue side, just to make sure they don't get outbanned later on.
These two are going to be the stable. Rangar Mundo, prepare yourselves. There's no comfortable pick for Nari.
Yeah, Natty Nat, known for those two champions, never. Yeah, he's not getting his hands on those at all. Getem, we saw in the top side, quite leaning a lot more towards split push style champions. Now, I've not been a fan of how the Sackers has executed those team comps, but it is something that we have seen quite a lot, to be honest, out of him. Might be again the direction here, especially if you're red side and get that counter pick. And with these top lane orientated bans coming through already from the Sack, might just be, you know, indicating that we're setting up for a favorable matchup up there.
There is a potential for Ezreal first pick now that I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at Exafang. First of all, I hope Exafang is playing on a good setup today, not like what we saw just recently. But second of all, for Exafang, it feels like this is one of the big picks that he has been able to showcase to us massively throughout this split. And it's going to be the first pick for Bulldogs.
Look at that.
With the reply
Slam
for
dunk
Lady
that.
Carey.
Crystal.
Because Jin is also available. That could be good for Nata.
Alrighty, I see what you're doing there. Okay, first of all, just good pick for Peng. Second of all, taking that away from Cayman. We talked in the pre-show how Cayman has been popping off on Ari and Talia, and they take Talia away.
Okay, Talia Pantheon combo. That's a nice little setup right there. You jump in with the point and click stun. Bleh. I say that right? Stun. From that. And yeah, and then you just flip him around like a burger. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So. Yeah, Bulldog now having to pick something safe, I would imagine, in the top side. You want a little bit of like mobility there. This is the difficulty when you play versus Talia as well. She punishes mobility, right? Because of the work, the unraveled earth that she puts down at E. So yeah, I like the Zinzao response can go toe to toe with Pantheon.
The idea is we want to accelerate lanes. We have... Okay, that's a good answer for Cayman. That's another of the champions he pulls out quite a lot. It's hard to say that he's as explosive on Victor as on Talia and Ari, but hopefully that is still going to be a stable lane. The most important here is to not lose the lane, because then your scaling is starting to kick in, and it's going to be a bit easier for you to play later on.
A lot of you go in, I follow through. Kai'Sa versus Ezreal as well as table 1. I've seen this before. If you want to play safe, she only needs to hit you comfortable and just follow with a killer instinct. On the other side though, bans. Are we going for the support? Because jungle, mid, and the carry are revealed. So you probably want to
engage.
throw punches on support.
Ruddy Sack, yeah, they want something that can follow up here with there's a lot of jumping forward and going in, right, from the Sack so far. You need champions that can facilitate and can combo with that. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that being something from Marlon here, especially support usually facilitates that role right here. You can see I'm a bit surprised though, like Bulldog reading an Alistair ban, like that could potentially be a matchup thing, but I don't think the SAC would be looking towards something like that. Like I think you're all dedicated to the all-in, going crazy, going ham here. And maybe you even do something. I mean, Gessen has such a wide champion pool, but like,
yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say until you see what Bulldog's gonna pick up. But I wouldn't be too surprised to see like the Aatrox or something.
When with the rail, you have the Nautilus. If you do the other way around, you're good. So either you leave both open, try to fight fire with fire.
Okay.
Rail is given away.
Yeah, but it makes sense to ban out Nautilus out of these two champions at least, because Marlon has been playing a lot of Nautilus, and it feels like one of those comfort champions for him. And it's used with the team quite nicely, both in terms of the laning phase with Kai'Sa and in terms of fights later on.
Yeah, and it's great into Ez. Because Ez shifts away, stays really far, but you're not getting out of a depth charge no matter how far you run. So yeah, we've got the rail coming down on the bot side here for Ruddy Sack. That's the engage. That's the hard CC right now for those lots. And now Bulldog in response.
Okay.
I'm not too surprised. We're just gonna play it chill from the top side, and Kasing as well. I mean, we've seen some disengage options from Kasing. That could work if you want to go that far ahead and do that. I mean, maybe even see he did pick up Janna before. I don't think it's terrible into this team comp, to be honest with you.
There are a few angles, but you can bring something to help on the engage. We've seen the I'm gonna say it anymore.
I like it. Yes,
Makes
thank
sense.
you. They need frontline. Just relying on Nat alone and his Mega Nat form is not enough. It's not consistent enough for you to expect in the team fight. So Poppy is going to have a very big value here as a frontliner, and with her ability to stop champions from engaging into you.
Yep, exactly. So still has that disengage. It's a great pick. It's a great pick. You know, I was talking about disengage, but you're very right. Like, you're very thin on the front line if you pick something like an enchanter to do that. So Poppy just does it beautifully. And then the Gwen to round out the composition here from Gessen. Again, he loves his 1v1s. Yeah, she's chilling. She's got all the way through here, and yeah, I like it. I like what the Sack has done here, but I do think it's a relatively hard team comp to execute, especially into the likes of, you know, like Victor, you know, Ez and Zin, who just, they're easier to pilot and are good at just keeping you at arm's length. But the Sack need to get in and to go forward. So a lot of execution, I would say, from the Sack could be the question mark in this one.
Team tags that off. Who's gonna win?
If name tags are off, then it's going to be Radisak.
All right. Well, I'll be
If name tags are
contrarian.
on, it's the opposite, but...
I'll say, okay, name tags off, it's Bulldog.
Yeah.
With the name tags on, Roddy Sack, no question.
Wow.
I don't know what this one's. I don't know what. Sorry, I don't know what this one's
Okay.
talking about. She's crazy, bro.
I am...
Let's see what happens within the Rift, but let's start the second series to understand who's going to be fighting versus Nord, who move on the upper bracket. Without further ado, take it away, Caprine and Triple.
There's a lot on the line here because obviously winner wants to stay in the game because they stay in the upper bracket and they don't want to drop into that lower bracket. But like, if you lose, you're not avoiding Los Ratones. Like before, losing was kind of like a good way to get around Los Ratones, but now it's like you're dropping down and you're immediately fighting them. It is
Right
all
into
to
the
play for
Sharks.
in this one, Trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, again, reminder, since we're still in the upper bracket, winner guarantees to play in the LAN in Denmark. As Cayman will find Nata, or Natinat, sorry. As Natinat finds Cayman, and they'll exchange a few blows here and there. I was watching this draft, and I was like, what's happening to Nico in Europe, man? Like, we were discussing this just a little bit, but Nico is just such a lane dominant support, especially together with Kaisa's Marlon.
EXO?
It's gonna jump around. I don't think he
Marlon
can
just
reach.
used W, so I think EXO's
Yeah.
okay. But oh my word. Okay.
Actually, this
I
is
mean,
very
he's gonna
clever.
just reset.
This is very clever because now he'll reset and he will not be able to get back in lane just in time to get any push done. And I feel like Kaisa and Rel are very, very happy with this exchange right here. Ignite, not the longest CD as well. They'll be pretty happy to just use it for an exchange right here. Now, when it comes to Radisak, I was talking about LPL and Nico, etc. But
Yes.
their composition is very LPL-esque. It's all in. Everyone presses the R button at the same time and somebody just disintegrates into thin air from the sort of Bulldog Esports. And looking at the type of champions that they do have, I see a lot of squishiness overall on the sort of Bulldog Esports. So they do manage to have a pretty clean game. Come mid-game after level 6, level 7, level 8, they should really be happy with anyone who engaged from the sort of Radisak to just follow up on that and make it a 4 versus 5 for themselves.
Well, right now we're having a look at Lulish, who is doing a full clear, heading up towards the top side. Natty Nat making his way down towards the bottom. So does mean the junglers are split where they are, although that ward that was placed down, I believe, by Peng was enough to spot out where Lulish is. So they'll know that he's moving away and towards the top side. So does mean that, well, Gatham's going to be aware of that, but Gatham's so far away from actually getting caught right now, just the fact he's heavily shoved in. I think jungle action's going to be relatively tame just because they're both heading towards lanes that are a bit too pushed right now unless they want to look for that dive angle.
Now, I feel like right now, the jungle in general is pretty tame unless you want to make like a super crazy level 3 gank after one quadrant of your jungle. I feel like right here, they're both playing it so safe. They are gravitating towards lanes that have priority for themselves just so they can grab that skull crab from the river and guarantee themselves that +1. And I feel like this is exactly what's happening right here with both Lulash and Natinat on the other side. Again, pretty tame right here. I'm expecting to see at least level 6s coming through for Radisak. You know, Talia roams, shoving in that mid lane, being able to play around side lanes, play towards Marlon and Nata. If you get that Kai'Sa ahead, this is actually probably the strongest AD carry in the current meta that there is. So.
Steadfast used
hold
there.
up,
Kasing
Kasing?
actually gets the wallbang off, repositions in, but in comes Natty. There's no Steadfast to keep him locked. First blood for Natty Nat.
Really clever gank right here. Kasing overextends, flashes forward. Natinat instantly capitalizes. Now Exofang has to walk off his tower. Doesn't have the flash. He gets engaged underneath the tower. He does have his cleanse though. So I guess this is what made Radisak walk away. But this is the first kill right here. It's gonna go into Natinat on the Pantheon as well. So he can definitely be happy about this. I feel like the first kill, especially when it's on an aggro jungler, is moving gold around your map. So you're technically got this gold lead no matter where you are around the map. And this is very, very beneficial, especially when that champion is sort of a champion that kind of wants to fist fight and find opportunities in the early game, such as Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really nice little gank angle. And ultimately, like you were saying, we weren't really expecting to see the gank, but as soon as Kasing committed the ultimate to try and find the wallbang and it failed, and the Steadfast had been used, like, there was nothing stopping Natty from pulling that gank off. So it was honestly just a mistake from Bulldog, which gifted the Rodisak that first blood over to themselves. So they were sitting happy off the back of that one. Dragon will be spawning up fairly soon. We'll see if any team feels like they want to go for an early Dragon, or if we're just going to see the standard change of objectives as Peng puts that ward down, spots out Lulish, sees exactly what they're up to.
He's going to be spotted going towards his top side right here. And I love the point that you made about Kasing, you know, overextending, expanding his flash, trying to play more aggressive. I feel like ever since the lane swap meta came undone, we all felt kind of like this is Bulldog Esports' meta. They've got a pretty strong top player in Emiatech who plays mostly aggro picks, likes to get ahead, likes to be, you know, secondary or first carry for his team as well. And then for Exofang and Kasing, we thought that we're going to find a pretty stable 2 versus 2, especially with how skilled Exofang is and the experience behind Kasing. We thought that this lane was going to be an extremely strong lane in the entirety of the NLC, right? And it hasn't necessarily always been the case for Bulldog Esports. However, their early game has never been their strongest suit. It had always been their team fights. And seeing how their champions do truly really scale around that mid to late game, and they've got a pretty favorable front to back as well, this could be the angle that they're looking to play for, those team fights later.
Absolutely. Well, looks like Lulish is just going to be moving over towards the Grubs. We've seen that Kasing has moved over to make sure that this is going to be a freebie here for Bulldog. Natinat was able to secure that Ocean Drake early for the team, so it's just a slightly delayed exchange of objectives. But even so, Bulldog going to be happy with this one, and not under any threat really with their Ezreal Exofang. He's only just made it back to lane, so he's not going to be getting jumped onto anytime soon. As Gatham, level 6 now on the Gwen. I forgot the name of that champion there for a second. Does have his jungler, well, did have his jungler in the area, but looks like they're kind of happy just to put Gaethan on a bit of an island here. And I mean, Gwen typically a champion who does need a couple of items to really come online, so probably going to be playing it, you know, a little bit more chill for now, while Miatek on this Gnar is going to have the bully angle. And you were talking about Miatek's kind of laning. Already got a 10 CS lead over Gaethan. Has that level lead as well. I mean, that probably won't last for long, but has got a lead in this lane. And currently just doing a good job of kind of containing Gaethan and keeping them, you know, under control right now.
Yeah, for starters, it is kind of like how this matchup goes, especially in the beginning. And of course, when Gwen finds an opening onto Midnar and you get to stick onto them, you get some favorable trades right there. But Mega Gnar is where you truly really struggle into, as Miatek just about to turn into that. And Gaethan is going to push further away, trying to shove in his wave. For Miatek right here, I feel like he needs to play a little bit more safe, not go too far forward. There's a lot of sustain on Gwen, particularly with the level 7. You've got the ultimate right there as well. And that wave is pushing towards Miatek. So he overextending right here, turning into the Mininar. Natinat is around. They might be looking for a dive. Yeah,
they're bringing Peng down as well. Miatek recognizing this is going on. The wall comes out. Miatek goes for a hop, skip, and a jump, but he is caught by the Unraveled Earth. Is going to be able to make his way to safety, but Gaethan's going to be able to deny a wave, grab a plate, maybe even 2. Nah, it's just going to be the single plate for him, but even so, Gaethan, really, really nice little tension given in by his team. As now Lulish makes his way over, chums over the Unraveled Earth. That was a bit of a mistake. They've got the needlework, they've got the lockdown. The snips will be coming in. Lulish's ultimate times out. Gaethan has one more charge, I believe his ultimate. No, it's timed out, but doesn't matter for Miatek. He's about to gnar out. He has the ultimate as Natty connects the spear. Oh, Peng! Going low, came in, is looking for the kill, finds the lockdown. There's the knockback. How did they get away? What?
Rodisak getting away with a top lane dive, killing Miatek in the end. Nice try from Peng, also trying to predict. Oh, hold up.
Gaethan, I think he's in danger here. He's got W, so he shouldn't be getting hit by any death lasers.
Gwen is immune.
Bot lane, we're going to see some action. Trouble, they don't want you talking. I feel like these teams are against you because every time you open your mouth, something happens.
It's fine. I said Gwen is immune, right? Which is exactly what happened right there for Gaethan over on the top side. But let's watch this one more time. So Miatek evades the first gank, and then Lulish walks up thinking, hey, Gaethan is super low on HP, no mana at all, but Natinat had stuck around to try and escort his top laner out of that sticky situation. And for Miatek right here, he was super close to narrowing out, but he didn't quite have enough rage bar. And as we're saying this, Peng and Natinat are looking for yet another dive towards the bottom of the map.
They walked over a ward, so they have been seeing Kasing. Steadfast Presence, Lulish is also in the area. They're going to miss everything, actually. Natty loses a fair amount of HP, gets caught by the knock-up. They got the wall bang as well to keep him pinned in place. Teleport's making his way over. Natty's able to break away from this one. Marlon comes in, as that's going to be Cayman securing the shutdown. Lulish going low off the back of this one. And Ruddy starting to run low. Cayman jumps underneath the tower. Exafang's continue to try and put some damage out. There's the True Shot barrage. Natta going low. Kasing launches into the fight. Exafang tidying it up. Oh my word, a triple kill with an Exafang.
The prodigy on the champion he likes to play the most. No, my words, his words. 3-0, 10 minutes into the game. You get to Trinity Force, it's GG for the mid game. And let's watch this one more time. Radisak really dead set on that play, and Lulash has already sniffed it out. You get the TP coming through from Cayman on the backside as well. And Kasing right here finds a fantastic E later on. Now, Lulas gets completely bailed out by the gravity field because that stun landed on Kaisa, and it bought time enough for Cayman to be able to walk underneath his tower, and that's where Exafang actually ramps up. And if you look at his mana bar, he just about gets mana for that last Q that gives him the reset. And look how close he is right now to that Trinity Force. About, I want to say around 1,000 something gold.
I think it's
It should
1,100
be
at
pretty
this point.
easily done. Yeah.
It's pretty close. It's very, very close to being done. And there's the Void Grubs picked up for the side of Bulldog. That's 6 grubs to them as well. So if they are given the opportunity to get onto a tower, that tower shall melt. Nasty Nat is able to secure Dragon number 2. So the Dragon's Soul win condition is somewhat set up here. 3 members bot side, though, attacking Exofeng on his Ezreal, just trying to slow him down. Trying to see if they can get some of that shutdown in his pocket, but he is not having any of that. Marlon forced to jump away as Exofeng shifts into his face. Now we're seeing mid lane. Nice knockback there from Peng. Came in. Don't think he's going to be able to survive this one for long. He has no flash. He has nothing to work with. Shutdown goes to Peng. Nice little pickup.
If anything, Pantheon and Talia are really good at punishing overextensions, especially with their mobility and the way that they can actually fly through. Right there, they didn't have to fly anywhere. They didn't have to use any of the ultimates. Came in overextended on the mid lane. And Natty Nat was at the perfect position to shut him down. Peng's going to get that push over in the mid lane. Now, of course, we do have that Trinity Force that we were talking about onto the Ezreal. But if you look over on the map, the game is still pretty damn even. That triple kill that went onto Ezreal, it really boosted that Trinity Force to come a little bit earlier in the game. However, Radisak is pretty even in gold with Bulldog Esports right here, and you do have Yuntal also completed onto Nata, onto this Kaisa. So in terms of power and strength, you could say that these two teams are pretty even, and we are looking at about a 3-minute window where you're not necessarily going to see too much fighting going on. You transition your strongest members over in the mid lane, with at this point going to be the Kaisa and the Ezreal, and you pretty much ping-pong those waves back and forth as Lulash and Kasing are going to take that mid lane prior to look for Natty Nat.
Oh, Natty has been caught. There's the wallbang coming in from Kasing. Knocked back into the knock-up. And down he goes. Lulish will be looking for this one. Natty flashes out! I thought that was a dunzo, and it was not. Came in now, needs to be a little bit careful. Should be A-okay. How did Natty survive?
Natty Nat has to blow his flash right there, but he's out of dodge real quickly. I'm wondering right here, they're trying to trade first tower, so the TP from Gaithen is going to land over on the bot side. The second Bulldog Esports see that. They're going to actually commit to that top lane tower, and 6-6 Void Grubs are pretty good at taking down towers. As Cayman.
He is mispositioning quite a lot, unfortunately. Forced to burn the flash, though.
I think it's
as it actually looks like Marlon is just going to stop Cayman from resetting here. Hex flashes forwards. Blaze Beam comes out and Cayman be okay. Bit of a rough one there from Cayman.
Alright, he managed to survive though. Burns the flash. Well, that's all she wrote. First tower's gonna go down, and now next neutral objective for either of those teams is going to be feats of strength. And seeing as Talia and Panther are really quick around the map, I think it could really benefit Radisak to get that extra movement speed for themselves as well. As Bulldog Esports, I'm going to start setting up a little bit of vision around that bot side area. There's so much red dots. If you look on the minimap, particularly towards the bot side river, there's so many red dots established by Radisak. Like, Their ward control, their vision control has actually been impeccable this game. And if you want to play around Talia and Pantheon and making picks through halfway across the screen, you really do need to have really good vision. Mutek is only mini. I'm gonna spot Marlon now.
Yeah. He snuck in, though. Does get away with it as came in. Got that rower, 5 stacks on it, so getting a relatively tanky at this point as Bulldog. They're just kind of hovering around Exofeng, who now has that Triforce finished up, is working his way towards the Manamune as well. So slowly but surely coming online, as it feels like the tempo has been very kind of explosive. And I say that, and that might just be Marlon getting himself caught up. The knock-up into the double knock-up. He flashes away. The wind does not become lightning. So that pony gets away. Bulldog have been making a lot of good picks, but they've struggled to actually connect these picks into anything meaningful. As we are going to see a second tower go down, 6 grubs again for Bulldog. They may even actually wait this one out as Exofang goes incredibly low. Nata committed ultimate. Exofang very, very low. Could just die to a single W here.
Actually, I feel like for Bulldog Esports, they don't actually have to commit to a kill onto Radisak. Just making sure that they have numbers advantage on the Rift allows them to walk up to these towers, take them down, and then slowly but surely you start sipping your vision deep inside enemy territory like they've done right now. There's a control ward over on the Gromp side of Natinat's jungle. There's another ward that just right now Marlon had to take down. So I really like what Bulldog Esports are doing here. They're committing but not over-committing, which has been something that's really plagued them in the past. They are incredible at team fighting, but they didn't know when to stop. And right here, they just put enough pressure down just so they can get into objectives. They reset on the map and they come back out, which is exactly what they've done right now. Kasing and Lulash bundling up together as the TP is going to come through from Peng to join his team for that Dragon Fight.
Looks like they're going to be closing in. Lulash makes his way over. Not going to get too close here, Natty. Stays on that dragon. Just came in. He's just catching the wave before he makes his way over. Gathan's also here. Neartech nowhere near having the ultimate, and that wall's beautiful, actually splits the members apart. That's going to be the dragon secured for Radisak. That's almost soul point now for them. And it honestly looks like Bulldog, they can't actually take anything else. Ruddy just going to be able to walk away for free off that.
I mean, this is very difficult, right? Their composition is not necessarily really built to engage. You don't have any good engage tools. Anything you have might be just a Mininar, but the mid would have to find the right flank, the right angle, the right timing with the correct bar, being Meganar, having the ult, finding the angle. Like, there's so many parameters that need to go right for Bulldog Esports to actually find an opening into those fights. Primarily, the engage lies on the side of Radisak, so unless they push the button for Bulldog Esports to be able to engage into a fight themselves as well, it's just very difficult. Radisak are just using this to their advantage to try and take those neutral objectives away, as well as feat of strength, as you mentioned. And I feel like having feat of strength plus Cloud Soul is actually going to be huge movement speed boost on the map.
Yeah, they're going to be very, very quick off the back of that one. As there's going to be the Rift Herald. That should now result in another tower here for Ruddy. That mid lane tower is incredibly low. Once you take that mid lane tower, you really open the map up for yourself. You can be a lot more aggressive with your ward placement and your kind of position on the map. So, Light Sim should look to take that one down. Top's also incredibly low, so Ruddy could also look to take that and potentially turn it into a tier 2. Which is like a big injection of cash. Right now, gold lead is in favor of Bulldog, but not a massive gold lead yet. It's a relatively tame one.
Yeah, game is pretty much dead even, especially if you see that the gold lead is on Kasing with 1,000 gold up on support Poppy. So it's not any gold lead if you want to think about it, because all the other gold leads on the map are kind of neutralizing each other. So both teams are pretty much dead even. Again, there hasn't necessarily been a fight where it's broken apart the entire map, and we will pretty soon have Atakan spawning in a minute and 20. As seen by the red symbol, I'm guessing this is going to be Voracious Atakan. I don't see the purple.
I can never remember. Sometimes I think it's Voracious and then it's not. It could be. It's not been that many kills, to be fair. So, yeah, we probably will get Revive Atakan in this game.
I think that percentage has changed. So we'll
yeah, I never know. I didn't know where the threshold was before it got changed. I don't know where it is now.
All right.
It basically never shows up. Hence why they're removing it. Or, well, if you're playing on live patch, which we're not, it is now removed.
Sad. Okay. Talking about being removed, Scuttle Crab is going to follow suit right here. Now they're going to smite it away. It's disappeared off the map too. At least you can only see his antennas. And right here, Bulldog Esports, they've got a pretty tough task. Again, just because they've got the items doesn't suddenly mean that their engage tools have appeared as well. Miatek is going to have to do some really dirty work to try and find angles to sneak either into the backline or try to engage for his team, because it's just not easy for Bulldog Esports to start fights. Yes, they have the poke, and yes, they've got to disengage, but unless Radisak push the button right here and engage onto them, there's not much fight to be had. And I feel like Radisak have been using that to control everything around those neutral objectives and the dragons. The fact that they are the ones with the trigger, Bulldog Esports have been very much respecting that. However, in a minute and a half time, it's going to be Soul for Radisak, and Bulldog Esports are going to have some sort of setup to sneak Miatek into the backline. I feel like we're going to need some deep wards, possibly towards that blue buff, to try and get that Gnar over in the backline to find some sort of engage for them.
All right, now we're just in a cool off in the action. Like I said earlier, it's been a very interesting game where like there's been moments of like explosive activity, but ever since that dragon was secured, the tempo really slowed down for Bulldog. It feels like you said, they need to be engaged onto to actually do anything. And Ruddy know that. They know they can just muscle their way into an area and then just play peacefully. They don't need to start those fights unless Miatek has that Narbar. There's actually nothing to fear. Does look like they're looking just to get some level of control of the wave right now. Miatek going to jump forward, looks for the slowdown. There's going to be Marlon jumping in. Exafang's untouched for the moment. Marlon's going low, able to isolate one member as Peng has to flash away. Miatek does have flash and ultimate. It's not going to pull that trigger. Just as we were talking about it, Bulldog get engaged onto and they win the fight.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward fight right here. Talking about awkward, Kasing gets caught by Peng right there. That was a little bit of an awkward fight because Nata got split away by a mini Gnar. And that looked very sus right there because Miatek does not want to be jumping into these fights as a mini Gnar, and he did. But Marlon's engage was only into one person, so I feel like Radisak didn't find a reason to commit to that one. However, Radisak are going to use the time that Bulldog Esports are committing onto this strat to try and take a few hits onto the mid lane tower. They're going to take a second bop here, but I think that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, Sing's over to make sure it stays alive as Xfeng will play defense. Dragon will go over. Atakan is also up as well, so we'll see if they decide to turn their attention towards that. Looks like the action or the plan is not to for now. So Sing will spot out Natty. No, he decides not to. Decides not to walk into the river blind. Makes sense. And there was one kill. It's a very different series from what we saw in our first series of the day, Trouble. That was very action-packed, very contested, but a lot more controlled from both teams. You know, they both recognize the strengths and weaknesses of their current comps and not willing to overextend on that.
I mean, I'd like to inject some LPL into this series, for sure.
Yeah, I'd like some madness.
Primarily. Atakan's still on the map, and we are having our top laners over on the bot side. Now, what's very scary to me is that I haven't necessarily seen Natinat and Peng like really play for a side lane, try to catch me, potentially take his flash. And there's been talking about it.
Came in. I think you might be dead, friend. In comes the ultimate, though, from Natinat. Xfeng able to jump over the wall. They do find the lockdown as the Chaos Storm as a death roll there from Cayman is able to take out Nata. That's a big pick there. Kasing's found himself onto the flank. Miatek's about to Gnar out. Getting close towards it. Just needs to find the angle. Has flash. Has Gnar available. They find the knockback. There's the flash. There's the knockback of the multiple people. Xfeng remains untouched for the moment. Kasing is low. Marlon trying to find the lockdown onto him. He's not able to do so. Xfeng outputting so much DPS, but Natty is still healthy, still tanky enough to stop him. As now Natty chases onto Xfeng. He's looking for the shots onto Gatham. Can't quite connect the damage. Getting those E's built up. There's the flash, there's the cleanse, there's the shutdown for Natty Nat.
And Radisak are TPing on there to get that Atakan as well. Full ace for Radisak, and that was a very, very messy fight coming through from Bulldog Esports. We thought it was salvaged by Nata falling down, but there's another 3 carries on the side of Radisak. And let's have another look on how this started. I think Akasta cursed it. I said I haven't seen Peng really go into it with the wall, and he just did. They caught Cayman overextended. Xfeng had to jump over the wall. However, they do trade with Cayman's ultimate onto Nata, so it's a carry for a carry. But this is where it goes really wrong, right? Bulldog Esports need to play more patiently. Their only engage again is the Mega Gnar. Right here, it's a Mega Gnar that throws people towards the Ezreal. The Miatek splits up towards Peng. Peng dives under, walks towards his own tower. his secondary tower, but kills Mythic in the process. And then Exofang is just left all on his lonesome to fend off against all these people that were thrown in his face by the Mega Gnar, right? This is where the Mega Gnar shines, playing through those choke points. And unfortunately, they're right there, Bulldog Esports were just not patient enough and ended up overextending.
Yeah, and I feel like the target focus was a little bit lackluster as well from the side of Bulldog there, which did end up costing them pretty heavily. Sort of true shot go down, doesn't actually hit onto anyone, but it's a relatively short cooldown at this point. Revives onto the side of Ruddy. They're feeling very comfortable off the back of this. They can now look to try and pressure and force Bulldog to engage in onto them, knowing that they get a bit of a freebie. Don't want to coin flip Baron off the back of that as Kasing be able to dodge away from Peng. 7 kills to 9, 25 minutes in. Dragon Soul spawns in the next 2 minutes. Roddysack could look to turn their attention towards that one as Kasing needs to be careful. He's been relatively poked out. Nice interrupt there from the Steadfast Presence to make sure he doesn't get caught. I think the pinks for Baron are coming out. They're looking to go for it. True Shot won't scatter out yet. Exofang 7 seconds off. Teleport's coming in though. Bulldog don't want to give this one up. They're very slow to the play. Good Unraveled Earth will slow them down. Meertek looking to jump in. He's about to gnar out. Peng incredibly low. Marlon will be getting cooked out in the middle of all of this one as Exofang's looking for the natty. Came in, able to survive. The withdrawals are coming through. And Ruddy not really able to find much. As in comes Gathan. Massive needlework. Nash is able to secure the kill. Kasing has to flash away over the wall as Peng is incredibly low. Cayman's looking for the laser beam onto him as Gathan jumps over with the E. Secures the kill onto the Poppy as now more and more members are getting isolated. Exofang escaping away from Gathan, but if Peng finds him, Peng will kill him. There's going to be the knockback. There's the E from Exofang. Gathan uses the W to stay alive. Meertek making his way over, misses the slow, and that may cost his ADC his life, or it may cost Meertek his life. The withdrawal comes out. Bulldog find the partial ace, but everybody else is back on the map and hunting. Marlon can just go for the Hex Flash over the wall. Exofang's out of mana, and Meertek, I don't think you're long for the world, friend. He does have his Gnar coming up. I don't think that's going to do him too much here. Just is going to send him into the wall and lose his life.
Damn, the movement coming through from Exofang on Ezreal. However, again, because that trade went on for so long, 40 seconds on Meertek, no TP, is going to now guarantee Roddysack that Baron. And look on your minimap, because they know that Baron is guaranteed. They've got 3 men sprinting towards that dragon. If they can transition all the way to that bot side river, they can stop Bulldog Esports from advancing onto this dragon and take the soul for themselves too.
Bulldog going to try and push forwards here, but they have their jungler and ADC on the side of Roddysack making their way over. Meertek, no teleport, and he's not even up for 8 seconds, so this is just a fight Bulldog can't take. They're going to have to give up soul. And you said it earlier, they've got the feat of strength boots already. Now that they've got the Cloud Soul, they're going to be uncatchable, especially when they upgrade those boots. The 700 golden upgrade, that is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, Bulldog Esports right here, I feel like they're paying the same price as Los Ratones, right? When you do not have guaranteed engage for your team, or an easy way at least to start these fights, you really are just relying on how your opponent wants to play the fights, and mostly they're just going to start it under their own terms, which means you're never going to be in an advantageous position or from where you want to be. Like Lulash doesn't want to be there.
Down the ultimate, but Nada's got him. They're too quick. The Cloud Soul makes them too speedy. Lulash picked up.
And now they've got top lane pushing. They've got to send someone over in the mid lane as well. It's going to be Gathan pushing down that wave as well. Second to last. Tier 2 tower is going to fall. Sorry, not second to last. The mid lane tower is still standing right there, which is where the rest of Roddysack are going to be transitioning as the wave was pushed over by Gathan. And look at that transition. Gathan pushes that mid lane wave as top lane is pushing. And now he's going to transition over to bot side wave as that mid lane is falling as well. And very good transitions right here from Roddysack, just taking every single other tower that remains for Bulldog Esports.
Little whoa, oh, Natty. Jumps in onto Meertek. It's a nice little chunk out of him. Tower will not be long for the world as Gathan going to start this one up. Down goes that tower nice and quick. Roddysack going to make their way away. Just go for the reset, cool it off for now.
And remember how when we were talking over in draft, I was like, it's a Rakan or bust kind of situation for Bulldog Esports, and then they locked in the Poppy, and I'm like, but their champions play through so much range and they've got their own self-peel. You really, really, really need a champion that can really engage and make things happen for your team. And Kasing was incredible in the Rakan games that he has actually played. This and last split as well. Not quite the case, and now you're kind of waiting for Radisak to push into your base. As Kevin might get caught here, does have the flash.
Oh, does a lot of damage to Peng though. One more laser beam maybe enough to finish him up. Kevin flashes away. It's a little bit too late. Gathan jumps in with a snip and secures that kill. This tower probably not long for the world. We are going to see Gathan go for a reset. He has the teleport, but in comes the ultimate actually. They're just looking on to Kasing. Natty has to wait out the steadfast presence. That was enough to force them off the tower. Radisak have actually pushed their way into the base here. Inhibitor goes down. Mid lane Inhibitor won't be long for the world either. They may just look to close this one out. I mean, they don't have Baron or anything, but I think they're feeling comfortable enough to potentially push up. Wave clear on Cayman, down for another 26 seconds. Ruddy, they're going to try their chances. They're going to cut through those towers real quick. There's going to be the interrupt. Three members sent packing. Actually, just one. But it doesn't matter because the fight is on. Mirtek's going incredibly low. Massive knockback into the wall. Could cost them so heavily. It doesn't matter. The gold lead is too substantial. Ruddy, it was a slow and measured game. But man, they took it all the way. Down goes the tower. 30 minutes on the clock, 19 kills on the board. Peng goes gold, and they're going to make it a nice round 20. Ruddy Sack closed this one out in 30 minutes. Game 1 to Ruddy.
Too little, too late from the side of Bulldog Esports. No engage, no party. Every single fight, every single objective were under the orders of Radisak. They had the engage tools, they had the side lane tools, they had the two semi-globals with Talia and Pantheon. And even though we didn't necessarily see too much impact over in the early game, they just knew they had the tools to dictate every single fight later on, and that's exactly what they did to Bulldog Esports. I feel like it's back to the drawing board for the dogs to see what they can do to actually figure out a draft that really does benefit them. I feel like Singh really shines when he engages for his team and he finds openings for them, and in this particular game he was just playing guard duty and it was kind of impossible for him to do that.
Yeah, it felt like Bulldog were on the back foot for the vast majority of that game, but we're going to pass it back over to the desk to round that one out. So, Archer, over to you.
Day is full of surprises. What a lovely day! Well, Ready starts with a 1-0 versus Bulldog Esports. The team that went into Nottingham today is facing another run on the lower bracket by the team they've sent to the lower bracket on with, I know, a lot of things. Let's start about expectations from draft. As soon as we saw that draft, Gwen R5.
Yeah, first of all, how come Gwen is not banned? Second of all, how come you give her away on R5 and then you don't do anything about her in the game? Because as soon as you see that Gwen in the draft, you realize that you are set on a timer. Because as Bulldog, you want to scale up. You want your Victory especially to get to the items. You want your Ezreal to get to at least 2 items. The problem is when your Ezreal gets to 2 items, Gwen gets to 2 items as well. And Gwen on 2 items shots everybody in your team when Ezreal cannot do the same.
Yeah, it was the strategy of Radisak is eerily reminiscent of what they've done before when they put priority on getting in the top side, right? With their draft as well. Last pick, top lane, get the counter pick, get the carry come through for him as well. But I would also, I would give a lot of credit to Ruddy's ability to get to that point to the mid and jungle, right?
Yes.
Natty Nat. Like you highlighted Solari in the pre-show, you thought Natty Nat, you know, a very talented player, but maybe sometimes a bit, I guess, unreliable as a carry for Radisak. And I agree. I think that he is super talented, and we just haven't quite seen him take that next step. But this was a very solid game, great early on that Pantheon, and paying on the Talia as well. Great combo, and some of those Weaver's walls to separate in the on the dragon objective was really cool, to chase people down for kills. I just think as a combo there, mid and jungle, they were pretty sublime.
Yeah, and we've been
that interview.
highlighting this duo. Right? Yeah, actually, in the interviews as well, they've been talking about each other a lot here, Archrum, and we've been highlighting these duo as having so much potential when they play together, because they tend to play around each other a lot, and it's so nice to see that they're growing together throughout the split as well. And this combination, this duo of theirs, is also helping Natty Nat find his own identity in pro play.
I agree. Even with Exo Fang Ezreal, which has been a beautiful sight for the Bulldog Esports for a long time. Like, you get to a point where he's not able to do it. The team, then they needed him and he needed the team. And I think Ready Sack was just one step forward.
It was close to being all over Roddy Sack at this point, though. Exafeng was, yeah, he's great. He's a great player. He's done a lot of good things. The fact that he was able to make this play work, a triple kill right at this stage of the game,
Look at him.
also gives credit to Lethal Tempo Ez, by the way, which is not something you see that much, but able to, even when he was out of mana, to still sling a lot of doubt because he was using his auto attacks, which again, not something you see from Ezreals all the time. That actually spam their Qs. It was a bit dicey from that point on, but they found a way.
I mean, Exafang just showed in X how you arcane shift forward. That was beautiful, wasn't it? It's not that hard.
Not even here, bro. He's out enjoying the weather. He's out on a drive.
Yeah, he's riding his car.
His phone's blowing up. Oh, you never guess what Archer said about you on the stream.
But no, beautiful play. And yes, I think that's a good statement that you brought up, Foxtrot. This game could have went both ways. When you look into Exofang and the way he was carrying at the beginning of the game, getting enabled, accelerating his itemization as well with his Ezreal, that's what you think and feel. Yeah, Bulldogs will bite. But just as Cayman said, eventually they look like Chihuahuas.
It was a little bit more bark than bite, unfortunately, in this case, because Exafang, yes, he got a very nice triple kill, and his positioning is still so nice to look at during those bigger fights, because he is very precise with those. But the thing is, there is nothing else happening for Bulldog. There is no consistent damage to play through. There is no burst damage, especially like here, because Cayman dies very early. And on top of that, it's just so hard for Bulldog to be playing this team composition as well. They rely on somebody else on top of Ezreal to be ahead, be it a very big front laner that is going to absorb a lot of damage, because that is also not something that's been happening for them, or be it a second damage dealer.
A lot went wrong in this fight here for Bulldog. Came in getting insta-bop, wasn't great.
Yeah.
Lulush wasn't there. He was running from spawn when that play first started, and yeah, Mietek. I mean, yeah, we saw what happened on that one. Not ideal. Not the greatest Gnar out there. So yeah, unfortunate for Bulldog in this one. There were some moments where it looked as though Bulldog would have a chance here, specifically through Exafang. Obviously, I mean, I feel like we say that a lot, but it's always true. Exafang is just a beast. But I do think as well, Georgia made a good point during the game that they didn't have great engage tools, right? Like that Gnar in that last fight couldn't quite find. It was just him trying to find the good play. Imagine if he was, you know, mixed up in with like a champion like Raul Leon or whatever, who could jump in and do some sexy things. Then maybe that would have looked a bit different.
They've used a few ways cards to win this one, at least for the Ready Sack. Let's see what happens on the second one. Talia is out, but Diari is still in. Will Cayman be able to bring this into game 3? Or will the Ready Sack actually clean up on the 2-0? We'll see that answer after the break. I'll see you soon. Welcome back. The Ruddy Sack winning 1-0 versus Bulldog. I think this is the first, by the way, on the match between these two teams. Requirement. Bulldog, they have to step up. They picked blue side since they lost, but this is exactly what happened in the previous one. Tell me, Salari, there's a lot to say, apparently.
Yeah. Listen, they're blue side, right? Game 2. Do you know what's gonna happen? It's gonna be by
RB1?
Ari.
Ah, okay.
It's gonna be by Ari. But it has
You
to be
picked the
probably
Ari
the other way
first, or you
around.
picked the Ari?
That's the thing, though. That's the big question. Probably you pick Ari first because you can survive without Vi in this composition for Bulldog. But Vi without Ari, if you give Ari way to Pank, that is going to be way harder for Bulldog to play. So I think Ari first.
Okay.
RB1, okay.
Yeah.
We're cooking. Foxtrot, what's the follow-up? Hey, you don't have time.
Yeah, this is it. I was gonna say we're gonna get into jump sect anyway. Well, this is it. So I think Vi-Ari is a good combo for sure, but you can only pick one to first pick. It's not a terrible takeaway to slam down that Vi if you're Bulldog first. I wouldn't be surprised to see that as an adaptation. It's good for you, but also is a decent denial away from Natinat. And when you're already pinching Natinat, right? Like he's gonna see that Mundo ban, he's gonna see that Rengar ban. To be fair, Rumble's been banned all day as well. So yeah, I think you get that buy, and then maybe like a champion in mid lane that needs a bit of setup but can make some sexy things happen. Like Talia is a great example, obviously, that we saw in that first game.
Thing is, because Talia is not available anymore, Victor is not available anymore, if Ari is not available either, what is Cayman going to be playing on this mid lane? Because we haven't seen him pull out a lot of champions. Maybe, but do you really pick Sylas on the blue side? It's such a counter-pick champion.
Yeah, that is.
But then with no
that's a very good
Talia
point.
available for the other team, maybe there is an opening for you as
If you
Sylas.
B1 Silas, I swear. I swear.
Just go
Yeah,
Swain!
no, that one
Just,
sucks.
hey, just go
That would
Swain,
be
okay?
sus.
Please.
Yeah.
Akira has played that, and it could be an opening here as well, but we need to see what Radisak picks first.
Yeah, you can potentially mind control Radisak to pick Malphite mid if you B1 Sylas.
Where are we
Work
going?
in that situation.
lost
I
the
don't
sauce.
anticipate that.
We've lost.
That's an interesting super we're making here.
Yeah.
Azir, there you go, taking away a few comfortable picks coming in from Pink. Rumble, Jace, what else do you pick?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen a lot of Aurora priority in the
True.
NFC so far. Both Peng and Cayman, have played that champion.
True.
About to round out. So,
Yeah.
it's,
And you can-
you could maybe see that.
You could pair her up with really good junglers for a lot of teamfight setup and lane setup as well. You can go with a proactive jungler. Do we have Xinjiao? We did have Xinjiao in the previous game.
Yeah,
Okay, that's not available anymore. But you still have Jarvans, for example. You have Jinx. So there are combinations possible.
Even the Skarner is rare. Like, if you're
Yes.
looking to set up something like that, it's a champion we often forget about
Yeah.
because of just how strong he was before, and he's not as strong now, but still obviously very strong.
What?
Ooh.
Okay.
All right.
Kalista B1. That's not
An
something
XFX
we
Zans?
expected.
Yeah,
And
that changes things.
R1 Fiora. Oh my god.
Nah, that ain't happening.
Nah.
Hey,
That ain't happening.
hey, he's a main, by the way.
Yeah.
In main set, so I don't think that's the pick. This could be more in line because you can split push, you can help the
I don't think you
team.
pick it
Or you
at
can
all
go
right now.
actually to the bot lane or the jungle.
Yeah.
And it's going to be an inf, as you said
Muffin
before.
it, muffin it up.
Muffin.
Love that.
I'm not bringing it back. I'm not giving you that window. But Muff is back. Hey, with Vice.
See, that's the problem on the blue side. If you don't pick either of the two, the enemy is going to read through it, and they're taking the Vi away from Bulldog. But also, as Will already talked, it's a good pick for Nadanat as well. He can play the champion really well. And paired up with Miss Fortune, you're providing a little bit of setup for her. We need to see a little bit more. We need to see actually a lot more crowd control coming out of Radisak right now.
Yeah, I like the idea from picking MF into Kalista. It's a good lane matchup, but also
Yeah.
Braum Kalista's not like an amazing pair, which is often the support that you see
True.
into Misfortune, right? Because of that wall.
Yeah.
That's going to completely ruin the bullet time. It's going to be the Maokai. I would anticipate this to be Lulush, but this is a flex between Kasing and Lulush, right? Both
this-
of these players
no.
like this.
I disagree. This has to be Kazing Alistar, no? Because as you said, you can't really pick Braum here, but Alistar works really well with Kalista, and it's a really good pick into Misfortune. Plus, paired up with the ultimate from Kalista, it's such an easy way to throw him into Misfortune to stop her ultimate.
Yeah, but... Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
wow. Okay. That's...
Yeah.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, Renata Calista is just a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good setup because the weakness of Misfortune is her ultimate ability time. She stands still, right? She stands still. Anything that you can just throw towards her while she's standing still, like the Twisted Advance, is that SW? I don't know, like the ultimate from both Maokai and Renata Glass. It's something that can be a bit hard to deal with. And you're hyping up Ari Vi, Solari. You were doing it. You just called it on the wrong side. But we are going to see it here. We are going to see it for Radisak.
But do you see what Radisak are doing for the second game in a row? This is nasty, and I love it coming from them. They're taking away the picks from Bulldog, specifically from Cayman. And they're like, hey, we can also pilot the champions, by the way, and we're going to be pretty good at that too. But what are you going to do when your champion pool is suddenly shrink to non-existent?
I mean, it's great. It's great for Radisak. They're the two most played champions for Ping and Natty now. I feel like this is potentially a bit of a whiff here from Bulldog, because you could have got this yourself, but not only do you not get it now, but you've given a strong combo that Radisak is very familiar and comfortable playing. So I think it's definitely throwing down the gauntlet for Bulldog.
This is interesting. You take away the Ashe with the Misfortune picked. You thought the Ashe and Misfortune would be the pair to get that initiation. There are other tools like Fiona and other engage tools. I know Rel is out. Nautilus for Marlon. He loves that champion.
Nautilus
Yeah.
would make more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to go for that route, I just feel like point and click is the way to go against a slippery girl such as Calista. Right?
Exofang with Calista, you need a point and click.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
You stop right there, because otherwise, it's not going to work.
Well,
But
that allows you to take the point and click. The Nautilus is open. Maybe even something for Gaethan on the top side, like the Camille, if you really want to lock in that. There she is.
Trouble is out there screaming.
yes,
Joy.
yes,
Always
yes.
advocating for this Nico support. I think I like it as like a disengage option as well. And then, brother, if we're seeing Swain too, then Solari is just
down.
hitting everything. Like,
Salani, you got this. Calm down.
it's happening.
But that would be a good pick. Look at the proximity they're
happening.
bringing into the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the bird.
Yes.
Finally! Thank you so much, David! I will never ever doubt you ever again. Thank you. But no, this is a good pick here. Because if you look at that, Vi wants to be up close with you. Ari doesn't have a lot of range and she will be up close with you. Nico, pretty much the same situation here. Especially if there is also going to be most likely something melee on the top lane for Gaethan. Swain is really happy with enemies getting in close range with him. Especially the moment he builds up that relay, it's going to be really hard for Radisak to engage into Bulldog.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
got
the
the
game is
Aatrox.
secured on the top side as well. It's got to be the Aatrox. Do you think so?
Well, I mean, it's kind of the boring answer. Getting last pick for top lane. He can play so many different options here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just wants to do that. Like, you've got enough
Bringing the
additions.
set.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, actually...
Hey, there's this
Actually?
Swain, you push him out like, hey,
Yes,
let's have a conversation. But then,
exactly.
the Aatrox makes a lot of
Alright,
sense. Makes a lot of
okay.
sense. Okay, it's on. How are you feeling about this matchup, both of you? Let's start with Foxtrot, because I know as soon as Solari opens their mouth to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking
Swain.
at Bulldogs, I'm looking at Ruddy Sack, and I've got to say for this game, the ball is in the sack, so to speak. So I'm going for Ruddy in this one. I think they've got it. I like what they've done here.
Punishment. Solari, how are you feeling?
I am contractually obliged to say that Bulldog are going to win this game, and they're going to win the next one as well, just, with the inertia. Sweet pick, finally, thank you!
Okay, well, the dices are revealed, and with this in mind, will Ruddy finally win versus Bulldog Esports? Will Ruddy move forward? Will they win with the power of friendship? Or will Dominate finally smile watching Ruddy? We'll see soon. Take it away. Hip Brain and Trouble.
It was a rough season for Ruddy last time around, and they are one win away from making it to at least guaranteed finals, which would be absolutely massive for them. Let's do a bit of analysis then. Let's talk about the comps. Trouble, what are we making of these comps? Have Ruddy got it?
I'm actually so freaking excited to see Nico finally. She's such a lane dominant support, if not the most lane dominant support currently in the meta. She's been blindly B1'd in the LPL and paired up with things that can really skill check you in lane. It's Kaisa, Kalista, we have Misfortune here. You need a very strong lane if you're gonna go up against Kalista, Renata. A lot of the times this strong lane relies around Ashe. That is a really good counter into Kalista, but this primarily will stat check that Kalista, Renata to bits. Great wave clear and really good stats early on for trades.
Well, there we go. Bulldog went for a little bit of cheese and get hit by the Q.
Was that a
A little bit
plane?
more damage on the way out.
Was that a plane? Is that a bird? Did
that a
Aatrox just
Nico?
turn into a plane?
Oh, it's his mech skin. Yeah, he turns into a...
Is it the Transformer skin? Okay.
Yeah, he just turns into a
I
plane,
was
I
like,
think.
what is that?
I mean, Malphite turns into a drill in his mech skin.
True. All right. Obviously, this is important for a lot of reasons for both teams. Radisak,
Yes.
you mentioned it. They had a super tough split in winter. You know why? Because Bulldog Esports knocked them down to the lower bracket in playoffs. And then they eliminated them when they themselves fell down to the lower bracket and made it all the way to that lower bracket final. So right here, Radisak have the chance to not only take revenge on Bulldog Esports for what happened in winter, but to also solidify themselves at least to get to that LAN in Denmark, Copenhagen. So this is huge stakes right here for Radisak. All they need is one more win right here in this best of 3, and they will lock themselves a LAN experience.
It's all to play for as right now, Kasing getting pretty heavily bullied out. We expected
Nico.
from the Nico, like you said, a very lane-dominant kind of bully down here. To be able to apply a lot of pressure to Kasing and XFang early. You do get a bit scared later once you have the hostile takeover and things. Is okay from just have a little bit of fun. Has been nice though, nice little start actually. Bulldog have been able to get some control of this lane. They're getting the shove into Nata and Marlon, so early, kind of winning the level 1 fights as Gaithan himself also getting forced underneath the tower. He's gonna get that Deathbringer stance back though, so heals back up and pushes the wave away from his tower.
I would have liked to potentially see right here Lulash invading together with his bot lane and potentially stealing away that Gromp. As you can see, Natinat is on his way down to the bots of the map, so this could potentially have been a takeaway right here from that Maokai, and then you just sit back onto your topside jungle as well. I feel like when you have lanes like Renata with Kalista or any Tristana kind of lane, it's just so easy to just calculate that bot lane push, crash the wave, and then enter that enemy territory and still at least like a Gromp or maybe blue buff. Right here is just going to be purely for vision control, making sure that you know where Natinat is at all times, especially since you're playing a hard shot lane. Now, something that we didn't mention is that even though Bulldog Esports have a lot of tankiness, they don't necessarily have a lot of damage coming through. There is not enough burst, there's not enough consistent damage. And on the other side for Radisak, they do have damage everywhere. There's not a single champion in their roster that does not do damage. So tankiness is going to come in handy for Bulldog Esports, and if they manage to out-sustain and outlive a fight, they should be able to turn this one around later on.
Well, again, it's a relatively tame game. Both these teams in our last game were relatively relaxed. It's kind of just shove wave, grab wave, chill out. And I know we're only 4 minutes in, so it is early days. But we haven't seen any potential gank opportunities like we saw in the last game. Natty went bot very early, was able to secure a kill. This time around, definitely playing it a little bit more relaxed again on that tempo. Just looking to kind of scale up and get some farm under their belt as this top lane, Gatham is consistently getting chunked out by Miatek on the Renekton. Gatham doing his best just to hold on. Got a lot of sustain though, he's on the Aatrox.
Early game Renekton things, still like this champion has not changed. Like his early game is pretty strong, especially into melee champions. He's got enough sustain, his trade pattern has remained the same. You slice, dice, go in. Take the pattern. Sorry, you slice, get your pattern of trading, and then you dice out. As we've seen on the minimap right here, however, very good call from XFang and Kasing, playing away from the Misfortune Nico lane over on the bot side. But instantly, the second that Marlon and Nata do not see response down bot lane, they push that wave, instantly reset, and match the top side. 1 minute remaining for the Void Grub spawn as well. So definitely you want to be matching when you have that misfortune, Nico.
Yeah, you really do. You really, really do. Now, having a quick look at the levels, people will be closing in on that 6 ping. First player in the lobby, actually, to hit 6. That's the big thing. When Marlon hits 6 and finds those pop blossom angles, whether that be through using the minion wave or through finding like just a good flank angle, that would be a big turn in a fight. Nata layering their ultimate on top of the pop blossom is a guaranteed team fight win if it hits multiple targets and there's no interrupt onto Nata. Came in now also getting the demonic ascension, so level 6 available to them on the Swain. As it looks like the dragon spawning up. Natty actually looking to put his attention onto that dragon, and Ruddy, they played for Soul last game and gave up the grubs. It looks like that could be the attention this time around as well.
Yeah, both Natnat and Lulash around that level 5 mark. I don't think there's going to be any contest right here. I think both of these teams are very happy handshaking the early neutral objectives, and particularly for Radisak because they want to force Bulldog Esports to play into them. With, again, Bulldog Esports, not a lot of engaged tools other than the Maokai ult right there and the root, of course. They definitely want to have Radisak sort of run into them as a composition. Now, some really fun facts about Nico. On played her recently to absolute perfection from BLG over in the LPL. And one really funny thing that he actually did is that he used the W to send the clone in the middle of the fight. It wasn't the clone. He actually sent himself in the middle of the fight. But
hold on.
Still, he made it look like it. Hold up. What?
Natty's just getting killed by Miatek. Okay. Didn't see that going on. Don't know why the crocodile was there, but Natty not going to be too happy with that one. First blood goes over to Miatek. Bulldog able to start this one up as Nata actually going a little bit low here. Could get caught out. Marlon has to use that swirl seed. Doesn't quite make the connection. Gets the slow down for a second. Now Gathan having a fight here versus Miatek. Just a constant little exchange of health bars, but nothing too major. No one under any real threat either side.
Yeah, it's a little bit of trading back and forth. Apart from the... I'm wondering what... okay. So very good catch right here from Miatek. Sees Natty Nat dash the back of the pit as the dragon goes down. And just ends up following him.
Kill coming in onto Natty though. He's going to look for Kasing. Kasing throws the bailout out, and that is not going to be enough to save his life. Nata secures that kill. As now Miatek gets interrupted. Infernal Chains get thrown down. Miatek is forced to use the flash. Gathan can keep the pressure up. Lands the sweet spots onto him. Lockdown coming in from Miatek though. Able to make the breakaway. Ultimate committed from Gathan. Nothing more will come of that.
Great trade pattern right here from Gathan. Knew that Miatek had previously expended his ultimate on that fight with Natnat in the jungle. Now take his flash as well, gets to push in that wave. As Radisak take a kill over on the top side of the map. Natnat super quick to pull the trigger right here. Hits that level 6, instantly translates this into a bot lane kill for his team. And the kill, of course, goes to Nata. It's a huge, huge deal for Misfortune to get to that Bloodthirster as fast as possible. Not only is she durable through it, but her trading patterns become so potent as well.
Marlon, pretending to be Natty Nat, has been quote-unquote seen, but I'm not going to know that is very likely. Although now they see Marlon switch into the Misfortune form, so definitely have a little bit more information on what's going on. No dragon for a little bit. It's just a reposition of the laning. Tops are heading back towards the top side, and the bot lanes are heading back towards the bot lane. Gathan just continues to be aggressive here with Miatek. Now, the issue of Renekton, we talk a lot about how you're a Vi hater. I am a Renekton hater, partly because I have to listen to Aragon go on about it for long enough. But I've said it before, I genuinely don't think anyone in this region can actually play this champion all that well. And the biggest problem with Renekton is he just kind of nosedives in power. Like, the champion just becomes like a stat stick, eventually, where it's just like, as long as you got enough damage, you can kill him. Or enough, like, you know, he just has to deal with his health. Man, I have to hold that because Marlon throws down the Pop Blossom. The hostile takeover does hit. They bring back Kasing. They find the lockdown. Marlon, he's just popped. All of the ultimates committed. Do secure the kill onto the support.
Yeah, Marlon thought he was engaging into a 2 versus 2 over in the bot lane. but Lulash was there for Bulldog Esports to secure the deal. Kill going over to Exofang, 1 apiece for both AD carries. And map dead even in gold and almost in kills as well. Again, we've had a very slow, calculated game between these both teams. However, Bulldog Esports definitely have more tools to play those fights this time around, particularly with Lula's playing more of the engage tool with the Maokai right here. However, I am worried because Radisak don't necessarily want to play particularly a front to back. I feel like there's way too much agency in the way that these champions like to play the fights, and if they do choose a target to dive onto, Bulldog Esports in the early game are not tanky enough to withstand that. Mind you, Maokai does build towards Leandri's first item, so even when he is the one face checking, I don't think he can really withstand damage coming through from Bai and Ari.
I don't think Bulldog can actually do this. They don't have the ultimates. They burnt 3 ultimates just to kill Marlon earlier, so they're happy just to get a bit of damage down. Now Mirtek's coming in, teleport's making their way over, Smite comes through. Mirtek has popped the ultimate, he's looking for an angle in, but I don't think he's going to get it. They do find the lockdown, came in, throws out the ultimate, he's just going to be a frontline menace. Peng jumps over with the Spirit Rush, doesn't make the connection. Nata gets slowed down, came in, comes in for the pop. Marlon trying to make a breakaway here, finds the lockdown onto 1, but he's just continued to be slowed and continue to be taken down. Nata throws out the bullet time, but I think it's too little. I think it's too late. Bulldog take 2.
Bulldog Esports, again, have the tools here to chase down fights, run them down. Radisak, get that first Void Grub, and then get chased out by Bulldog Esports 2-0 onto Exofang's Kalista right here. And came in, the second he got that Rod of Ages, he just pretty much became the frontliner for Bulldog right here. So much sustain through that Swain, and Solari made a really, really good point. It's like, everyone wants to play on you. Like, Ari closed the distance by Aatrox melee champions, Nico very short range champion as well. So, particularly around 3 to 4 champions will be in range. Talking about range, looking for Nata, no flash.
Vision of Empire didn't make the connection, and Nata, it's misfortune. That champ is so quick, even with Boots 1. Able to break away. Ruddy, though, still turning their attention towards this Dragon. Dragon's starting to go a little bit low here. Natty trying to finish it up. Has got the smite, but it's getting a bit too close. Just charging the Q up to see if they can get into range. Coming in for the Q. There's going to be the pop blossom, and he lands onto 1. Dragon does get secured from the side of Bulldog as Natty finds himself in a bit of danger as Exofang makes his way over. Secures himself the kill. Lulash able to survive. Exofang continues to chase forwards as Peng secures the kill. Exofang gets caught by the charm, though, coming in as they find the root from the claw. And Exofang gets another kill. It's a double kill, though, picked up in response by Peng, who flashes over the wall. Cayman continues to chase forward. Vision of Empire goes for the slow. Catches onto the wrong Nico. Marlon's able to give him the old alley-oop and run away. XFN continues to chase forward.
Where's he running to? Oh,
Marlon is he's just outpacing them, man.
He just keeps running in circles. He's out.
No way.
Oh, that was so magical. Okay, you know what? The best way to juke them is to not juke them at all. Just keep running in circles. Eventually, you're going to outrun them.
Apparently so.
This is another win right here, of course, for Bulldog Esports. Jokes aside. And this fight looked very, very chaotic. You said Nat has the smite. Yeah, but he has no friends. Misfortune is stuck in a choke point. Peng on that Ari is stuck in a choke point. And Kasink overextends right there and ends up dying instantly. But then you lose the Vi as well. Once Exofang gets into the fight, he's not touched at all. Because Peng dives behind the pit trying to assassinate Lulash. And then they just let Exofang free hit this entire time. And Kalista, without any proper CC onto her, so you can just get to skip, hop, and jump around the whole time, just dealing damage free.
Yeah, well, we did tune out of that fight into Peng getting into a scrap here with Cayman. Cayman is going to be so hard to kill for Peng. Like, I don't actually see how Ari ever kills a Swain here, because he's going to go Crystal Scepter, probably second. That's even more health. Then there's probably a Leandri somewhere in this build. I assume third. Is Crystal Scepter or Leandri to be second or third? Like, he's just going to have so much base health. And he's going to just bring so much utility and the kind of slow burn damage from that Leandri's and the Crystal Scepters. Marlon making his way over with the minions. Yeah, you don't want to be the first minion in there, Marlon. I think you gave yourself away a little bit there. Just going to back off. Like, is that Peng?
Hold on a minute. This minion's got a mind of its own. It stopped right before the tower shot. But this has to be a complete, a constant concern for Bulldog Esports, having to count them in waves, knowing where Marlon is, his exact positioning. Nico is very dominant right now in the FPL, but so mechanically hard to play. C requires a lot of practice. You're very squishy. You miss position once, you end up instantly going down. The ultimates are not very easy to land, even with Rocket Belt and Flash. So it requires a lot mechanically for this to come out on top as a pick. And so far, in terms of laning phase, Bulldog Esports have had the upper hand. We've been talking about the LPL for quite a while in this particular game, but Renata Kalista were the strongest bot lane for the LPL throughout the entirety of 2024 and 2023, if I'm not wrong, for a reason. This bot lane could dive level 2 versus 2 without attention of a jungler. That's how strong it was. And it still is in terms of pressure, right? So right here, Kasing and Exofeng have done an excellent job of getting out of lane. They kept constantly swapping away from the Nico and the Misfortune. And right now, Exofeng finds himself 3-0. Again, in a pretty good position to carry the game. However, Gold still did even second set of, Rift Herald has actually spawned. And Radisak first in the river, looking at Cayman.
Yeah, they're looking to lock him down. They have the ultimate from Natty. He's going to spot him out here with some of the vision. He's looking for the Q. He's going to commit the ultimate. They're looking for that lockdown. He's able to flash away. Gets himself the grab onto one. Peng goes for the reposition. Marlon forced the ultimate. No way is he 1v2 in this. Marlon goes down. The bullet time is pretty huge. They throw down the ultimate. Only lands onto Peng, who can now reposition. The flash comes out from Exofeng to avoid getting caught by the charm, as Peng has to reposition with the Spirit Rush. Looking for the knockup. Lulish is starting to go a little bit low here. Nata trying to put some extra damage out. Radisak just can't kill the Swain. He's lost a third of his health, and that is it.
He just 1v4'd right there. He's only got Rod of Ages on 5 stacks. It's only going to get worse. The cool thing about the Rod of Ages and that gives you an extra 1 is that by level 15, he's going to be level 16, which means he's going to have 3 points in his ult at level 15. And he gets that spike, which is huge, because Radisak only have burst damage, Misfortune bullet time, Charm and Q from Ari. Vi is a one-way street of a champion, right? You press R, you pretty much don't come back after this. And then Aatrox was just looking to get these big Q3s in the backline, also a caster of a champion. So it's really, really difficult if you don't have consistent damage running through those team fights to take down champions virtually.
Oh, they look for the lockdown onto Cayman. That might be the burst they need. As long as Natty survives, he's just about out. The Triumph keeps him alive, but the flash comes in from Miatek. Peng gets a light reposition off as he jumps back in. Jumps straight back out of that one. Lockdown onto a couple of members. Nata chasing forwards to see if an opportunity is there. Kasing's going to lose a fair amount of HP. They find the knock-up onto him, and Peng secures the kill. Resetting that Spirit Rush. Jumps in with a charm. Hits the tree. Finds the lockdown. Lulas flashes out. Radisak. They went low in this, but they did not come down. Continuing to fire as there's a good charm onto the Crocodile, looking for the Pot Blossom, finds the knockdown onto him. That Croc is down, turning to shoes. Exofeng on the run. Orbs coming through. They can't quite connect enough damage to kill him off, as Exofeng will survive for now.
Wow. I would like to apologize to Cayman for absolutely nothing. That positioning sucked. He was way too far out. And he ends up getting caught. He actually TPs.
His teleport. Yeah, the teleport was just
He TPs
tragic.
at the front wave. And even though he's really tanky, he is not tanky without his ultimate. The bailout goes down, and they just about commit that kill onto Natinat, but not enough in time. So Cayman ends up going down. So yeah, apology, not given.
That was a tragic teleport. I mean, he literally didn't get to get ult off, which probably could have saved his life. So a big denial there. Pick that kill up onto him, and Peng is 5-1. They actually found the lockdown here onto Cayman briefly, but he's going to be able to break the chains of corruption, or the infernal chains, sorry. That's Varus' chains of corruption. Able to make a way. Now, next Dragon or Rift Herald for Bulldog is going to be that fateful soul point for them, as Kasing uses the bailout and Nata kills him. So the question is where's the attention going to go here for the side of Ruddy? They need to get 2 jungle objectives if they want to get that feat of strength.
Yeah, I think they're going to start with the Dragon right here. They're dipping into both side river. They've got the numbers advantage. They're pulling in the TP from Peng on this Ari, who, as you mentioned, 5, 1, and 2. Very, very close to the Shadow Flame as well. And Bulldog Esports have absolutely no business without a support walking into that bot side river. I feel like Dragons can become huge win conditions because you can force fights, apart from the obvious, the soul, right? You can also force fights around them under your own terms. And I feel like Radisek, particularly in game number 1, they were very, very good at playing very low profile around those neutral objectives. And right now, they're going to actually grab that Voracious Atakan as well, right under Bulldog Esports' nose right there.
And
Which will
Bulldog
actually give them a lot more power to force fights later on.
And Bulldog are thinking about coming over. It's going to be a bit of a harder one. There goes the Rift Herald. Going to throw it down in the mid lane. Looks like Bulldog decide to give up on that Atakan, and the revive will come in. The tower will crumble, although Gatham may be closing in on getting that revive fairly soon, so it's feeling somewhat comfortable playing the interrupt. We'll be able to pop the Rift Herald before it does anything more. Atakan secured for the side of Ruddy. Gold lead incredibly tight. Bulldog have a 1,000 gold lead. It's actually not even that. It's a 100 gold lead. It is so close between these two teams. But I feel like now that the revives are in Ruddy's favor, they can force a big fight.
Yeah, right here you also have to look at the items, right? You got the second. I'm gonna Cyclo Sword. There you go. I think I got the second part of the name right.
Yep.
There you go. So you got 2 items onto the Aatrox. You got 2 items on the Ares Shadow Flame, complete Infinity Edge of Misfortune. You are actually spiking right here for a team that actually wants to play around burst kind of champions and first click engage. Talking about first click engage.
That's going to be the lockdown onto the Crocodile. Peng has ultimate if he wants to chase further forwards. It's just going to go for it. Natty secures the kill. Resets that Spirit Rush as well, but looks like they're actually going to just reset the Ari off. Nope. Peng's going to rejoin back up as he goes in for the charm. Makes the connection. That should be enough to finish Kasing up. Nope. Kasing is going to be able to survive. They don't full commit. Natty just going to quietly steal away some jungle camps, although I don't see who smited that. I think Lulish did. Yeah, Lulish smited that. He's going to lose his blue.
I mean, you have to make a choice, right? You either protect your pride by smiting the thing that's already been taken, and then you're like, well, I'll give you that one because I don't have smite, you know? Then you just back off.
Oh,
I think that's what it is. However, Atakan, unsuccessful for the set of Radisek. Usually when you take such a big objective, that really does help with, well, withdrawal. Okay. Atakan worked, I guess. Anyway, when you do take such a big objective, right, and they did spend a lot of time, they lost their mid lane tower to secure that Atakan, you're expecting for it to get, like, something big on the map, either, like, a big neutral objective or a couple of towers. So far, it got pretty much nothing from the set of Bulldog Esports, apart from a kill onto a Crocodile, and that was about it. It was more for stalling Atakan, rather than Atakan that's kind of game breaking right here. Again,
Nata immediately throws out the cleanse. They're going to throw all of the ultimates forwards. Came in trying to catch on. Looks like the lockdown will connect onto one. Nata still continues to play the escape game here, looking for that opportunity. They're going to jump in. That's the backline. The bullet time is completely wasted. Came in, gets caught by the charm as a massive ultimate comes in. Pop Blossom from Marlin finds the knockup on the Came in, but Meatek can chase forwards. They've lost the revives. A complete fumble of a fight here from the side of Ruddysack as Bulldog able to take control.
You say they lost the revives. Nata died with that Atakan at the last second of the buff being active. Yeah. Just about, yeah. So, at least got use out of this Atakan. But again, you can see the power of Bulldog Esports, right? You press Maokai ult, you run them down. It's just as easy as this, especially when you have such a powerful Kalista that can follow up on the Maokai engage right there. Unless there is a fight or a pick on Ruddysack's terms, where you get a pick onto the Renekton on the sideline, potentially came in when he doesn't have an ult, it becomes really difficult to actually walk up even to this mid lane. Nata had to burn his cleanse, and almost his flash as well ends up going down. Thankfully, Atakan didn't really cost his life, as that was just a clone from the Nico. However, in a minute's time, Dragon's coming up. You see how Bulldog Esports are able to actually commit bodies into the river to take a lot of control. And let's see, through that, it could very easily be a Dragon fight straight into a Baron.
Yeah, it could be. It came in now level 16 as well, while Peng is only level 14. That rower really paying off for him. So it looks like Natty is potentially looking for Meatek. That Crocodile may get caught, misses the Q, finds the lockdown. Are they going to commit the ultimate? I don't think that'd be worth it, but they can just use the manpower to force the tower down. Meatek forced the ultimate here for actually nothing.
Tower. One auto, guys.
One auto away. They're just waiting for it to be safe. They're going to secure it there. There is the tower secure for the side of Ruddy Sack. Able to move away. Dragon, like you said, spawning up fairly soon as well. So tension will shift over. Baron also up and available. Ruddy, they're playing this tempo because they know they are literally one good team fight away from potentially securing a spot in Copenhagen.
Absolutely. And that was a very quick rotation right there from Ruddy Sack as well. Kevin is looking.
Use away to safety. Oh, could have been risky there for Natty. Peng's actually used the Spirit Rush. Didn't see what he was going for there, but
probably
a charm.
But now Ari is a non-champion, or at least until she has her ultimate back up. I think Peng tried to find a pick onto Exofeng. There have been a few times where Peng is a little bit trigger happy in general. Right here, you are looking to sort of chain things up. Even if you got that charm onto Exofeng right there, there weren't other players around Peng to actually follow up on this. So even if you did hit the charm, it would have been just a chunk of damage done onto Exofeng. Kasing still had heal, so it's not like you would be able to take down the Kalista. And I feel like a lot of the times when Peng does engage on his own, it does really hinder Ruddy Sack's macro on the map. And right here, he needs to wait again for his ultimate to be back up. Especially if you're going to play around side lane, you need to have that evadability onto the Ari to not get caught. Talking about getting caught.
Well, they're looking for Cayman. They're going to commit on. He uses the stopwatch, gets caught by the slow. Marlon's going to find the lockdown. The flash immediately comes out. They're going to follow that one up. There's the lockdown onto one. It's only the clone. Cayman gets the revive, but he gets immediately popped. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but the kills are coming in. A 2-for-2. It's so tight. Miatek trying to break away. Peng with the flash charm into the lockdown. Slow. Miatek will fall, and Ruddy walk away as the team fight victors.
What a fantastic fighter here from Ruddy Sack. They see Cayman walking at them. We said he's a raid boss, but no, if he gets caught all on his lonesome as Gaethan is trying to escape the roots from Lulash right there. Lulash is alive. He does have a smite in general, so Ruddy Sack to 2-man this Baron without smite would be a little bit too dangerous, but this fight is actually really worth watching over. Thank you very much, production, for the replay right here. Cayman walks up straight into Focal War. There's no one around. Exofeng has to walk through a very tight choke point if he wants to follow up for Cayman. And actually, Cayman right here gets the reset through the bailout from Renata. But it's way too little, way too late. There's no team around. He's overextended. He got caught. They had to expend way too many resources like the bailout and the Seeker's Arm Guard to save him. And that was a great, great pick by Ruddy Sack right here to buy themselves just a little bit more time.
That was actually a pretty tragic hostile takeover because it hit onto Marlon. But Marlon was caught by the root from Lulash's ultimate, so he couldn't do anything. He just stood still during the berserk. He didn't even auto one of his allies once. His nice little hook actually lands in onto Nata, just gets a big chunk out of his health bar. Nata does have himself a bit of sustain though with that Bloodthirster, so he's back to full HP. Do you see a lockdown coming in? They find Kasing, gets the lockdown onto Miatek, who pops the ultimate out as well. He loses half of his HP. Peng comes forwards, throws out the ultimate, connects onto the charm. There's going to be the bullet time coming through, enough to kill the crocodile. Peng charms forwards once again, gets caught by the roof. The knockup comes in from Gaethan. Everybody is low. Hostile takeover is huge as the shutdown comes in. Kasing will lose his life as the bailout's pretty big. They find a double kill though onto Exofeng, and the turnaround is there in favor of Bulldog. Ruddy Sack fumbled the team fight victory.
Oh, that is so messy. They saw all the low HP bars and they just dived under tower. Bailout active. Renata ult active. They just got instantly baited into Kasing's Renata. It was a pretty good fight to begin with. They kill Miatek right here, but then they just overcommit. You see Lula's overextends right there. The Q from Peng did so much. But look at that. Kalista ult onto Renata to not die. The bailout came through. That also had Renata ult. So everyone kept living. Ruddy Sack kept throwing bodies under this tower. And they got none of them back.
Nice burst onto Kasing. Just shakes half his HP off. Peng now with that Shadow Flame. Got a lot of extra damage coming out from him. So it's very much just waiting for the next dragon to spawn. I feel like that's where our next kind of like explosion of action is going to be. As all they are looking for the kill. Oh, just about evading it. Kasing able to escape.
It's actually very, very scary, if you think about it, for anyone from Bulldog Esports to walk into Fog of War. There's so many CC tools on the side of Radisak that if you get caught up in one of Ari's charms, then the root's gonna follow up. Talking
well,
about
there you
it.
go.
Oh.
Tree is going low. Lulush burning down. Nasa hasn't found a window in, but he finds himself the auto. And Lulush will burn to the bailout. Meertek finds a lockdown onto Gaithan, but Gaithan now says it's my turn to fight as he finds the knockup. In comes Peng. Misses, lands the charm, mind you. Gaithan secures the kill. Came in going low. Has to throw the ultimate down as he comes in, but the bullet time will separate and isolate him from his team. A bailout onto came in, but it is a double kill as the lockdown onto Exofang from Natty is huge. Exofang falls. Peng finds the kill onto Kasing, and it is an ace onto the members of Ruddy Sack. Somehow Nata goes down in the middle of that, and that might save the game.
Peng sacrificed himself right there. I don't know what for, but the tower is gonna fall, the inhibitor is going to fall, and Bulldog Esports have the game in their hands. One misstep from Kamin earlier on might have just cost them this game and their opportunity to guarantee themselves a LAN appearance. But for Radisak, what a turnaround, what a revenge story. What a storyline to beat Bulldog Esports that took them down twice. And I was just talking about this, I think, how difficult it is just to face check into the charm, into the Vi, into CC from Nico, and Lula just walks in. Mind you, first item is Leandris. This Maokai is not as tanky as he wants to be, right? And on the other side, Bulldog Esports overextended. It's still a 4 versus 5 right here. And what a fantastic bullet time right here as well. To separate, as you mentioned, came in from the rest of the team. Ultimate even said if it's that late into the fight and Vi still has ult, something's gone very,
It's gone
very
bad.
wrong. Yeah.
You know it's gone very wrong. Nata, I think he just underestimated the tower ramp up there.
All right.
But
Or
that
he
does
thought,
actually, I
or
think
he thought
probably
he was a
stops them.
Nico clone. He thought he was the clone.
He thought he was the clone. That's how that chat works. I mean, that probably did stop them from potentially taking that Baron. They decided to reset instead and spend that money. But now you've got the Infinity Edge onto Nata. You've got the anti-heals. Oh, Peng! He finds the damage onto Exofang. The shield is enough. He's been so clean on the Ahri.
All right, Gaithan needs to get out. Oh,
no.
He's pulled back.
Interrupted. Marlon looks for the knockup. Can he find it? Charm goes very, very wide. As that is going to be the end of Gaithan. Cayman gone low though in the middle of all of this. Almost gets caught by the double up. Nata continues to chase forward. Has the bullet time and the E. Going to look for the potential lockdown. The Charm. Peng is on a killing spree. Nata flushes the wall into Lulush as he takes him down. There's the chase forward. In comes Nico. Gasing's able to break away with the lockdown from the Vi. Natty finds it. The bailout will not be enough. And once again, Vi somehow has ultimate until the end of the fight. Ruddy don't need Baron. They don't need Dragon Soul. They just need the 2-0. They are guaranteed to be in Copenhagen. Ruddy find their revenge for Winter. They're going to take out Cayman. A glory kill for the end. An absolutely flawless victory for Ruddy. They're going to Copenhagen.
What a storyline today has been. Our first best of 3 being the Winter Grand Finals with Los Tratones going down 0-2. And now Bulldog Esports with a great record versus Radisak, actually throwing them straight out of the playoffs over in Winter, now ending up going 0-2. What a huge, huge spike right here from Radisak. And honestly, incredibly clean gameplay. I feel like the fact that they got it together in this game and used their ability to pick members of Bulldog Esports to not play these team fights front to back as Bulldog Esports wanted them. Like, huge props to them. And for Bulldog Esports, good luck in the lower bracket, because knowing what's down there, man, it's scary.
Yeah, you're jumping at the frying pan into a crocodile's mouth there. That is a rough one for them. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to the analyst desk to break this one down. So over to you, Archer.
Oh boy, today is a day. Today, clean sweep on the banger day of all days as well. Hey, Solani, look at it. Hey, that is a smile.
Okay.
I'm afraid, actually. I'm afraid. Let's talk about this one. What happened on this game? Because you see the Swine, you see all that close range capability. Something didn't click.
It was clicking for some time, actually. It was looking rather good, I gotta say, for Bulldog in early game. Up until that one incident on the mid lane, I would say, that is when things started looking rougher and rougher for Bulldog.
The TP.
Yeah, that TP, the came and TP on the mid lane. The big question mark next to it, big missing pink next to it. But before that, things didn't look bad for them. They looked promising. We have Exofang on Kalista, who was not doing bad on the bottom whatsoever. We have Swain, who was really looking good into that team composition of Redisac.
Yeah, things were clicking in the way that sometimes your knees click when you stand up from sitting down for too long.
Wow.
Not a good kind of click. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm an old fogey. weren't bueno for Bulldog, to be honest, across the board. Like even the adjustments they made in draft, it just didn't. It was unfortunately one of those situations where no matter the advantage that Bulldog got, Redisac was just always 2 steps ahead, and it looked like even though the game was close, I was never particularly convinced that Bulldog were going to be able to pull it out. And to be honest, like Redisac just always had that extra edge, and it shows. 2-0, right? The revenge is complete. The revenge of winter is done. It's finished. Redisac got it, and yeah, I want to see. I mean, I don't want to see our predictions because I know they're cooked, but I want to see moving forward how these teams bounce back, because both Los Otones and Bulldogs, I'd say, were favorites coming into today.
Yeah.
Everybody was talking about them going into Denmark, and someone else was going to join. And that is no longer the case. Oh, wait, now that I'm thinking, yeah, that means that only one of those teams will be able to move forward.
Oh my god.
Yeah, these 2 teams that just won today will move forward with the brackets. So, we'll talk about that as soon as the bracket shows up. Oh, we have some reveals. Now, with this game, as we were talking, Bulldog, yeah, they've shown some compromises on the past that other teams had to evolve, and Bulldog were not getting ahead as they needed to be. And I agree with you, Salati. Everything was going smoothly until
it wasn't. Until we decided.
Look at this.
Until we decided to TP right into the enemies, and we can't do that as Swain even if we have the chance to actually press our R button and go into the ultimate. But here it never happens. It's a very big shutdown.
That was 600 plus gold, Solari.
That hurts.
Oh mate, that wasn't it, was it? That was an unfortunate play by Cayman. Cayman giveth and Cayman taketh away. It was from that moment really a little bit of an uphill struggle.
You know when you
Bulldog
really
there.
want some chicken, you're like, I don't want to get out of the house. Comes in the chicken itself and delivers. It's a self-delivery of 600 plus gold to Aatrox.
Bruv. Chickens don't caw. That's corvids that caw. Chickens cluck. Okay? You really clucked that one up, didn't you, Archer, bruv?
I swear I can't listen to you sometimes.
Am I wrong?
No, but
You
the
are
thing
not
is,
wrong,
600 gold got delivered out of nowhere.
Yes,
the team fight breaks loose, and the Redisac is like, well, we lost Fox, focus! Focus,
sorry,
okay?
bro, I can't do it. I can't
Focus on the show. There you go. Thank you.
My bad, man. I was thinking about chicken.
But
dude.
yeah, that was the beginning of the downfall, Solari. And even though Swain provided so much and the capability of the rest of the team to be handling the team fights as they wanted, also Exofeng with the Kalista, the first team fight, he just shined through. But if no one is protecting him, what do you do?
That's the thing, right? Because Exofang is still great on that Kalista, and that Kalista had a lot of damage. The thing is that Kalista needs somebody to protect her, or she needs somebody to create space for her to make sure that the enemies are not coming anywhere close to her. Ideally, that should be A, Cayman, B, a support, C, a jungler. And here we have the situation where they're not tanky enough. None of these guys are tanky enough to hold the space for Exofeng for long enough for him to survive, or to peel for him to make sure that he doesn't die when the enemies decide to all in onto him. So we have a team composition that has a potential, but it's missing so many elements. And I am still mad about that Renata pick, because even though Kasim was good on that Renata, I still feel like there could have been a different champion that could have benefited Exofeng more and enabled him more.
When I look at that replay...
my knee just cracked. Holy.
Oh, it's clicking.
It's clicking!
Oh dear, it's cracked. Not like Bulldog. They're not cracked at all. But when I look at that replay, right, the thing that comes into my mind isn't even necessarily like the start, like, oh, the combat, they're not tanking, blah, blah, blah. Came in, caught his pants down once again. What's he doing there?
Yeah,
and that forces Exafang to walk forward, try and save him, whatever. And you saw how he died right at the end. It was Peng from downtown, over his shoulder, behind him. We didn't see him coming. The Ari swoops in, whoop, and boom, sorted, finished. Like, that's it. And it's because of the positioning that they were forced into in that fight, because they just weren't there.
Yeah.
And I love Cayman. I'm a Cayman. I don't know what's the opposite of hater.
Enjoyer, fan.
Yeah, enjoyer. Yeah, I'm a Cayman enjoyer.
You're
Ever
the
since-
native,
even
by
in-
the way. Focus.
Yeah, I can't.
was
English
very
ain't, it's not my jam. Since last split, right, he had a lot of some questionable performances, but I was like, no, I've watched him play. I actually have faith in him. And I think he lived up to that faith in winter, towards the end especially, right? And I think at the beginning of spring as well, it's been sick. But man, does he just do this sometimes? Does he just do that kind of thing sometimes?
Clicks.
I love the man, but it's, yeah, sometimes this happens, dude. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, as
I
you
think
said,
this is
came
the
in
one.
give and came in
Oh,
take.
look, who's walking up. Actually, this might, I shouldn't say that.
No, this is not it. This is not it. This
This
is
is not
Lulu's getting
Kane's clip.
caught. He
Yeah.
still survives a while and he gets brought back up. But the thing I really value here is the fact that no one brought in Grievous Wounds, especially versus this thing.
Look at that!
Look at this.
Of Gate
I'm
Fun.
getting low. No, I'm full HP. Low, full HP. Low, full HP. It's a broken record. If you can't kill him, he doesn't care. And then bullet time, obviously.
How do you kill him? How do you kill him? That's the problem. You don't. You
don't
don't have
fight
enough
him.
burst damage to go on to him. The only one who can burst him quite literally is Exofang.
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
questionable there as well. The game should have been over there, but yeah, it didn't happen.
Wow.
It was just tough. It was tough, and like Exafang's damage there, I don't think it's necessarily a reflection of him playing poorly. It's just, it's really difficult being the lowest ranged ADC in the game, playing versus someone like Aatrox, Ari, Nico, Vi, you know, all these champions that want to get in your face. The reason why Swain was good in Bulldog's composition is the same reason why Kalista sucked. It was really hard to pilot, and they B1'd it, right? They B1'd it. We talked about the Vi Ari combo, and you Slar, you wanted Bulldog to go Vi Ari combo, but they had to play against it, and it was
No. This combo could have been played so well with Kalista as well, but they needed the enemies to go into them, and we saw all the
Yes.
time that came in was so far ahead into the enemies that Kalista had to follow and find herself in a situation where she dies.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, Reddy was just happy. They were playing at the top of their gameplay, and also they were just happy Bulldogs were just overextending. As Cayman said, well, they look like chihuahuas. But now to talk more about this game, we have for the first time on the show, the coach from Reddy. Welcome, Yamato Cannon. How you doing, boss?
Hello. Yo, how you doing,
But you're
man?
not standing, you're not walking. What is happening?
Bro, I'm resting, bro. If I have to run 1 kilometer for every death that boss has, bro, I'm already tired, man.
Yeah, the Trundle game is enough cardio for you, boss.
It's tough,
Tell
man.
me
It's
something.
tough.
Congratulations, you got this one. I think the team is clicking. They're looking good together. The synergy as well. As soon as I saw your thing at the last scrim saying, "Hey, everybody has to say something good about each other," it's a different team, isn't it? The different vibe.
No, it's completely different because, you know, in the previous team, I always said it. Like, I was asked in an interview, I was asked a psych, so what is the potential of this team, whatever, in the previous one that I had? And I always said, you know, it's like, I don't even know if the players are going to stay in the team tomorrow, you know, because there was no carrot, no stick, no motivation. Here, everybody's motivated. It feels so good to pour effort into something, and it's very, very rewarding because it's like we work hard and we're progressing. So it feels just fantastic, you know. I couldn't ask for anything else. It's evoking all of these emotions of the past, and it feels good to be useful, you know. It feels good to be useful.
And that smile is a reflection of that. That is a really true smile, man. Tell me something, Yamato. The Nat player, I love Narinat. I love Narinat. And rebuilding him from a solo queue mentality with those specific players to click with the team and get the synergy that he has with Ping. How do you work through that as a coach? Because you know he's a diamond in the rough and he has so much potential. How do you work with that?
No, it's
a common problem that you face in league coaching is that you have players that have this come up in solo queue, and they learn very specific habits that are good in solo queue. Like for example, Nat, if you give him Rengar, Mundo, you know he's going to 1v9, whether it's in NLC, LEC, or whichever league you want to put him in. But the enemies are banning this. Every game they're banning it, naturally.
Yeah.
And that comes with a certain playstyle that he has, right? He looks at the game through the lens of himself. But now he's slowly coming to terms that he's blessed with very good teammates. And, it's like I don't know if you know about the allegory of the wooden spoons, but basically it's like we have a nice soup in the middle and everyone will feel a lot better if we feed each other, But because sometimes the tools that you have, you can't feed yourself. So you need to feed your teammates and pass around, the goodness, making sure that everybody is fed and on the same page. And this is something slowly that Nat is coming to terms with, He feels good about giving time now to Paying or to any of the teammates. And he feels like it's rewarding because these are things that you need to map out, And in this term, you kind of figure out what your identity is. Whip always said this in the past. It's like when you feel good about your teammate locking a specific champ, then you have reached like a good point. It's like, oh, when Peng has Ari, if I can get him to this goal point, we're going to win. That's like the beauty of working together as a team. Because when you feel good about certain champions and you know that if I give myself to my teammate here, it's a free win, no problem. That's how you win.
I love this mentality, Vas. I love this mentality. Tell me something. Today was filled with surprises. The clean sweep from both sides. And now you have to face Nord, who took down Los Ratones 2-0. What should we expect?
Honestly, like Nord, they played pretty damn good. I think the prep work against Los Ratones was very effective. I think that, I was listening to the Los Ratones comms in draft and so forth, and they seemed kind of unprepared. I think that they, of course, have to face the challenge of, after winning MA Masters and finding like a peak in terms of like the high, and then start from scratch to find the same level of intensity, motivation going through NLC again. Especially when like the first BO1s they played seemed so easy. I can understand the challenge of not being able to push yourself to the next level. So them being punched in the mouth was like the best thing to happen to them. But on the Node side, I do think that they showcased like a lot of discipline today. I think they had like good strategy planned in order to isolate Baus. I think they also had a very, very good read on the champions that the enemy is like effective on. And I think they made a good plan around it because usually I think Los Ratones don't draft like a lot of hard engage or engage. So then the second game, they play like this poke composition, and they made sure that the Trundle was super, super strong on site. I think in terms of the, let's say, the characterization of the specific players on Nord, there's certain elements that you can, abuse and leverage against. I'm going to be just honest with you. I'm super, super excited to play them again. I already have a bunch of plans cooking in my mind, we had 2 banger games that we played. And I think that Nord is a formidable opponent. Respect to Jankos, he showed today that he still has it. But the youth, the future is for the youth, Jankos. Same for you, Vichichachi, and all your homies here. You guys, your average age is fucking 34. It's borderline. I could play on this team, with the age. So it's like the youth is coming to fucking take over. So don't worry about it, man. It's just the passing of the torch. That's life, Jankos. You were a GOAT in the past. That's all good. You're the GOAT jungle of LEC, but this is the NLC, baby. It's 2025. Like, come on, Jankos. We worked together in fucking 2015. I coached you in Rockat. And you still think you're going to be able to beat us in the final, upper bracket final? No way, bro, Jankos. We're coming for you, man. We're coming for you. And now we've made it personal. You made it personal with us? Big mistake, bro. We're coming for you, Jankos.
I need a reaction video from Jankos. I need it. I don't know if he can raise his eyebrows out of disbelief, but Yamato, final question for you. And this is related to coaching and drafting as well. This is really deep, okay? You brought in the Nico, which is really used in other regions. But the previous time you did was for Peng. So last game, Peng did 6,000 damage with Nico. So did you brought it to Marlon specifically because he can't hit the champions, Peng? Or is that another reason?
No, it's there was no thought about it. I think that Nico draft was one of the worst drafts we've ever done, I feel bad for Peng because that draft was so shit, I went to my stream because I co-stream and I was like, guys, I think we're losing. My boys need to play so hard. But Nico support, the main issue with Nico mid is that items are not useful. So just put yourself support. You're there to outflash, just fucking do it from the support position. Nico support, pretty damn OP. We pick it into the Nata. We were happy with it. We were cooking, It's funny because it's like we scrim and everything is available. Like they sniped our Ashe support. We were looking for that Ashe support. They were ready, There's some details that are fun to see when everything is in the public. Because like the other element of it is pretty much, a lot of teams kind of overthink the information too. It's like sometimes, like for example, us getting Gwen. Gaetan is a crazy Gwen. But I look at our scrim data, we always, in the fearless draft, enemy team first pick Gwen in first scrim and we play against it. So people think we don't play Gwen, but Gaetan is like the best Gwen ever. So people get mind-fucked about this too, which is super fun to see. So, it works both ways.
It's a blessing. You know what? Whatever happens on Nord and the Ready Sec, I think the spectator is going to be the one winning at the end. And it's good to see you bringing this environment, by the way, Yamato Ken. It's lovely. It's lovely. Thank you so much for this interview, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All the best. Take care.
There you go. Such a big pleasure. Like the Ready Sec are bringing a new environment, not only to the team, but also to the community. And this is lovely to see. And I agree with him. Nord versus the Ready Sack. Oh gosh, yes. Get ready to rumble. With this in mind, we have to move forward. What did we have today? Let's see the results. You know it was a clean sweep. Nobody guessed this one. Nobody.
Oh boy.
Oh,
no,
boy.
didn't even get the teams right, dude. I don't think top of the day, you guys were like, oh, it's a 2-1 Los Ratones. I was like, nah, it's 2-0 Los Ratones. You're crazy. Well, I'm never talking again.
Guess who's crazy at the end?
Yeah. Holy moly.
There was a blessing, and this is the bracket. Now we can talk about it, okay? Okay, don't take this away, please. Nord versus the Ready Sec means that whoever wins will move on to the final. Whoever loses will go to the lower bracket final, which will be played in Copenhagen. Which means these two teams are secured to play on the stage of Copenhagen at least once. By the way, Los Ratones and Bulldog Esports have to wait versus the other teams that are still playing. Venom Crest in the MG, Verdant versus Chaos. Tomorrow we're gonna have Venom Crest in the MG. This means that only one of these teams on the lower bracket, these 4 teams, will move forward to face off in Copenhagen. So, LR, DMG, Venom Crest, or Chaos, only one gets to play on the big stage.
How do you even choose? Like, if you want to favor somebody.
The Lord.
Yeah, that's brutal. Imagine being in that lower bracket thinking, oh, we can make a heroic run into Copenhagen, and then Los Ratones dropped out.
Hello,
and
what about that?
Yeah, that's it.
There are rats on the party.
Yeah.
I agree.
Rats everywhere. That's the problem.
Rats and dogs, imagine. That's not a party you want to be at.
Infestation, but if you want to be part of the infestation, I don't know, buy your ticket to Copenhagen. This is your opportunity. Get that cell phone out, use the QR code, and join in buying your ticket for Saturday. Because Sunday, you're out of luck. But if you buy a weekend ticket, you can still make 2 days. And if I see you there, I'll give you a hug. That's something. Not much. I'm sorry. Final words of the day.
Much. But it's okay.
Hey, we can go gym, leg days for everybody. Let's go. Solari, final words.
No.
No, it's a leg day. Yeah, everything went wrong today, didn't it? For the script.
Actually.
It was crazy. What a day. Oh,
but it's good for the plot. I love it.
It's good for the plot.
Yes.
It's good for the plot, baby.
Alright, it's only one day. We have 2 of those this week. Yeah. Tomorrow we have another day, and it's elimination, which means whoever loses is out. The race is hard, and it's going to be quite difficult to get to the peak of the mountain. But if you want to be the best, you have to defeat the best. Well, the Phoenix proved this today. Can they do it tomorrow? I'll see you soon, and until then, keep climbing. We love you very much.